Good morning, colleagues and friends, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to the 11th International Translation Conference. As much as we have wished that we would hold the conference this year in Qatar, normalcy is still far from being realized as we are witnessing the second and third wave of the global pandemic. Without any doubt, COVID-19 affected all of us and has radically changed our personal and professional lives and has far-reaching ramifications both in the present and for the future. The way we teach has changed, the way we meet has changed, and the way we translate and interpret has changed as well. Technology has been embedded in our day-to-day life, and many are at the opportunities that have been created virtually. However, the blurring between work and home through remote working and between private and public has led many to resist the imposition of technology on our private lives. The pandemic has done more than leading to the supremacy of technology. It has exposed inequalities, led to global outcries against social injustices. It has redefined the relation between freedom and responsibility. It has heightened areas of insecurities and lack of safety, and add to that lack of privacy. It has raised issues about the end of individualism and the age of uniformity, as we all have conformed by wearing face masks that cover half of our faces to stay safe. Moreover, the health pandemic exposed two other social pandemics that are exacerbated by the impact of COVID-19. The first is violence against women, as the UN Women coined it shadow pandemic and launched a public awareness campaign. I'm proud to say that as the first entity in Qatar, the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and out of our conviction and commitment to social justice, we've joined the 16 days of activism that the UN launched against gender-based violence. The second pandemic that was intensified by COVID-19 is fake news and the spread of misinformation, which proved to be a pandemic on its own. As the WHO Director General said, we're not just fighting an epidemic, we're fighting an infodemic. Technology has facilitated building virtual alternatives to the personal, social, and professional worlds we live in. Virtual realities have saved us to a certain extent from falling into complete isolation. Social media proved again to be our window to the world and the world's window to our realities. However, social media has created a perfect platform for the spreading of fake news and widening the scope of its circulation. While fear and ignorance can be some of the underlying factors to this phenomenon, its persistency during such critical times has exposed human weaknesses and some of the social system's fragility, raising our concerns about our social immune system and our ability to survive the emotional fight against COVID-19. In this new reality of physical distance, communication becomes paramount. Crisis management carried out by transnational organizations and national governments relied on clear communication, striving to reach to all sectors of the society in an effective manner and through mediums that are accessible to all. For example, in a multicultural society like ours, it was intercultural communication and the dismantling of health messages through different languages that changed people's attitudes and facilitated the containment of the vicious waves. Different cultural considerations that are taken in drafting and dismantling important messages can play a huge role in both understanding and accepting these messages by the receivers, who only then can be held accountable for their community's safety. The pandemic offers a fertile ground for reinventing ourselves and rethinking what inclusivity means beyond social, cultural, religious, gender, race, and ability. Because after all, our realities are only invented and reinvented. In our field of studies, which is interdisciplinary by nature, we cannot but be impacted by all of these trends. it is imperative to take a stock of how the pandemic has affected translation and interpreting and reflect on it, to investigate and conceptualize it. It is within this context that TII welcomes you all to its 11th translation conference entitled COVID-19 and Current Changes in Translation and Interpreting Studies. This is the first edition of the conference to be held online, and this is the first time we hold a conference over one day only. However, the program remains rich and invaluable, as we have 19 speakers from Qatar, Algeria, Hungary, UK, USA, Poland, Spain, Slovakia, Macedonia, New Zealand, and Canada, among others. Throughout the day, keynote speakers, academics, professional translators and interpreters, and PhD students will be speaking about various topics, including the role of professional translators post-pandemic, translation theory, training and practices in global pandemics, just translation, impact of COVID-19 on the translation and interpreting workplace, learning, translation and interpreting, on localization, social media, and audiovisual translation. Like every year, we're offering interpreting and sign language interpreting during some sessions. The organizing team has shared some information and tips to enhance the experience. If you face any technical difficulties, please let us know through the chat. Before I end, I take this opportunity to invite you to check TII's two flagship MA programs, Translation Studies and Audiovisual Translation, that are validated by the University of Geneva, as the deadline for local admissions has been extended to early May. I also would like to thank the scientific committee, the director and faculty members at the Translation and Interpreting Studies Department. I also would like to thank wholeheartedly my wonderful team who has been working around the clock, the communication team, the IT team, and Fatma Atawana, the project director. And finally, I thank our wonderful interpreters working and sign language interpreters who are actually working from our studio in the college. I hope you all enjoy this year's conference, and as always, we look forward to engaging with you all through the day through your questions and feedback. Thank you. Now we move to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Henry Leo. Dr. Henry is a highly respected consultant, interpreter for heads of states, trade and diplomatic missions. He is also a published translator of poetry, plays, and operas. Dr. Henry was elected the 13th president of the International Federation of Translation, an NGO with consultative status with the UNESCO, the United Nations Economic and Social Council, and WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. He is also a dear friend and a member of our college's advisory board. Dr. Henry, he'll be talking about the role of professional translators post-pandemic, history, economics, and the sociopolitics. Dr. Henry, good morning. The floor is all yours. The virtual floor is all yours. If you can unmute, please, and I'll mute myself.
Cute. Let's see whether it works. Excellent. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Now, can I share the slides? Is it working? I haven't got a share button. That's the joys of technology.
Okay, Dr. Henry, yes. Could you raise your voice a little bit?
I can, certainly. Can you hear me now? Right, yes. Excellent. Now, am I the speaker, or can I turn the share on? It's not allowing me to share the slides. Because I only have 15 minutes. Okay, that's all right. Let's work on that. The technical team has worked really hard, I know, in the last few days. And the trial worked well yesterday. Layout. Yes. Still grayed out the share button.
Okay, Dr. Henry, let's do this
Or should
again.
I
Can
do
you
another?
check your connection?
I am connected. I am connected. And what else can I do? Good, okay. Switch to a video system, okay. So I'm on this, my slides is on, but I can't share it. Can you see the slides? Excellent. Good. I'm now the presenter. Perfect. Thank you very much. And there we go. Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Amal, for the kind introduction and for the ability to let technology bring us all together despite the fact that we can't travel. And I'm delighted to open this conference, particularly to have 15 minutes to encapsulate what we have had experience in the last year and probably a bit more. So in this iconic image that you can see, which marked basically the halfway point between what I'm going to talk about, and this marked what most people imagine as the beginning of simultaneous interpreting, thanks to technology, but also thanks to a whole lot of people that are helping us to be able to do what we do. So you know that last year we celebrated 100 years of conference interpreting, and that's the slogan, more than a voice in your ear. Thankfully, we have portrayed ourselves to beyond what people imagine as as coming through the headphones. And when I meant 100 years, at the same time, this was what happened. 100 years ago, when interpreting started, the first simultaneous interpreting also happened to be the conclusion of the Spanish flu. In the Spanish flu, amongst many things that has happened, just like what we are thinking about with all the technology that has helped us to, or hinder us as the case may be, it marked the beginning of transistor radio. And as a result of that, we need more information. And who has been helping us with more information? And you can see from this historic picture that women have been the key in making sure that we have the technology we need to be there. After the pandemic, we have what has been known as the Roaring 20s, and that has led us to a boom after the pandemic. Is it going to be like this now for us? What would you imagine? Almost exactly a year ago, my Prime Minister has asked us to be strong and be kind, and we'll be okay. And as you can see from the media, that we have successfully managed the virus at what cost, and be kind to whom? And I think that's something we need to think about. This has become the image that you see all around the world, empty classrooms because we are all doing it by Zoom. And every one of us is confined at home whilst we're wondering what our future is going to be. So, but just because we are at home and we have been confined without traveling, doesn't mean that the world has not been moving. The world has been moving incredibly fast while we are in our own reference frame. And this is something we would like to address, I'm sure, by all the speakers today. What about the impact on our next generation? How would that impact us, our next generation, to be growing up in this environment? What about, hang on, all right, my slides go there. What about loneliness? What about old people? How can we actually think about be kind to everyone who is actually part of this? You can tell from this graph that whilst we all have suffered, Not every one of us have suffered as much. And in fact, some people have suffered much less than we do. Let's think about that. This used to be the only mode of interpreting that we had, being connected to someone face to face. Then, thanks to simultaneous interpreting, we are no longer next to the people who we're interpreting for. Hang on, we got a pause. And we become slightly out of the eyesight of the people who are participating. And now we're all on Zoom. We are all just little squares that what then we're interpreting, really literally being the voice in your ear. Now, that is difficult. Yes, we have all the technology available and we are far away, but ultimately we learn more about our profession. 100 years ago, we didn't know about acoustic shocks. We didn't know about hearing protection. We talked a little bit about cognitive load, but much less so. With RSI, remote simultaneous interpreting, what impact does it have on our profession? Let me give you an idea. This seems to be the picture of people telling us how we're going to have interpreting in the future. Now, and present and during pandemic. And you may remember that a number of organizations has shed the number of interpreters because there are no meetings or there are less meetings required. So how has that impacted on our profession? It's not that far away to change the paradigm into a call center paradigm, right? And then changing it into a working condition that is so different and radically different because we are not visible. And I think this is very important because we don't know that with outsourcing and with the ability not being able to see our profession, the actual interpreters and translators, it becomes so easy to neglect them, to neglect us. So I think that's one of the messages we need to think about for ourselves. Post-pandemic, we really need to re-establish and reinvigorate our visibility and our role in society. Let me give you another example. We all dreamt of ways of not going to work, not getting stuck in traffic jams, and in this perfect life of working at home. But we now know how frustrating it is to be working from home when nobody is around, when you can't talk to your colleagues, and when the internet is not working. So I'm not trying to be the foreteller of the future in the Greek mythological way. And in fact, we've been told from many scholars that actually forecasting is deemed to failure. It's only fools make forecasts. So in that note, I'm not going to tell you or suggest to you what our future is going to be because I'm not a fool. But you can see from in the last week in one of the major newspapers talking about, is this the end of translation? Not just interpreting, is it the end of our profession? Now, I've talked about that before, but let us look at some of the slides and some of the information that has been around. This slide is historical, and it's been going on for the last 40 years. And let's see whether the predictions are correct. We have on par machine translation as good as human? We may think we do. Do we have artificial intelligence that's unlimited by big data? We may well do. Now, this is a slide that's 40 years old. So prediction is not too bad coming out of that. So why are experts so bad, if you think about it, so bad at predicting? Well, there are a number of reasons on this slide, but I won't bore you, except the fact that future is unpredictable. And also most professionals have not been taught how to predict. We're only predicting based on our current standpoint. So let me pull out some predictions about our profession. This is live. This is most recent, coming out from one of the research institute looking at the language market. You can see the acute dip at 2020 because of that, but they're still predicting huge boom and return to normal service. Do we expect that? And do we need to do anything about that? Or you can think about this, another slide from another scholar on the same topic, and look at the predictions of the compositions or the relative proportions of machine translation, machine automation versus human services. We are still using current information to predict the future. Is it sensible? Can we actually do that? So anyone who wants to listen to me or find out more about the future or suggestion of the future, this is it's free. It's on YouTube. You can find it, and it's an interesting conversation. But I'll leave it at that. Except to say, only one prediction that I am quite proud of about 30 years ago, when we started telephone interpreting, and I predicted that it would be a nightmare, and now we know. We know that the consequence of remote participation, as Dr. Amal has said, has been affecting women disproportionately. And so do we still want the dream world that has been sold to us as being work anywhere, remote anywhere, and you can control your life? So again, I'm not a pedagogist, so I will leave the experts to talk about how do we actually adapt to video-based technology. But before we think about how to modify our curriculum, modify our teaching practices, which I'm not an expert of, and before everyone talks about we need to start learning how to code so that we will have a future, I think we need to be very seriously thinking about how can we actually have better scholars in the future. And it is humanities. It is the thing that actually we need to connect with people. Throughout the last year, we have missed connections. We have missed the arts. We have missed the culture. And that is something that machine cannot replace. And that is what we are yearning for. Why? Because machines, technology is actually picking the low-hanging fruit, because they're trying to find the easiest solution to provide an answer. And sometimes providing an answer of a complicated problem and providing the wrong answer to a right answer to a wrong question. Let me give you an example. This is a trend that you all know about. First degree participants and people who are participating in or research studying languages and humanities, and the higher degree you go, the higher the drop it is throughout time. This is not something that technology can fix. In fact, this is something that technology is causing the problem. So we need to know how to fix, how to actually encourage more talented graduates to join our forces. Technology provides solutions, seemingly provides solutions to you or to us in a way that is simple, but it is never simple. We are now sharing things that we have never shared before. And should we, and are we also negligent in sharing other people's information? Because one of the things we talk about in Dr. Amal's introduction about crisis is that we need more communication in crisis. We need more abilities to provide better services during crisis. How do we do that? And lots of agencies are saying we need better technology. We need automation. We need automatic translation. Nothing beats the interpreter being there, being confronted, but also you know that the person wearing the uniform is responsible, because when you are actually dealing with communication via technology, A, you don't know where that data has gone to. B, you are dealing with a lot of a majority part of the world that does not trust authorities. How on earth can you actually ask them to rely on a technology that actually would cause just our setup, and not just in Africa or in a crisis situation? This is happening to us every day. So I'd like to advocate to you and to mention to you that the idea of disruptive technology, as Dr. Douglas Rushkoff often said, it's only to disrupt our income. It's only to disrupt our services and our profession in such a way that somebody else is benefiting. And that somebody else is usually technology. So the question of AI is not whether we will have a job, but actually how were we going to be valued and remunerated. So let's look at that. This is another fresh prediction, 2020 to 2024, how much of income translation language services is actually rising. Do you know how many people are actually having their income rising? So if not, where has the money gone? The question that that Professor Matsukato often talked about is that this is technology is an extractive profession. It is no different to any other way in the past, because they are not producing the services, we are, but they are reaping the benefit. And they are also extracting the data. So if you think about how we talked about indigenous languages, and languages are dying, and so much of the world is less multilingual, and a lot of dialects and some languages are being suppressed. Let's think about that. We talked about technology being a help. Let's see whether it is the case. We have research to prove that the more dialect or the more intimate and authentic communication it is, the better the services being delivered. We know that. But can technology actually deliver that? Can we actually, in this pandemic, when we know that the poorer, the indigenous people are suffering the most, can we deliver that? Because I put the question to you. We think that pandemic kills, we think that virus kills, but actually racism is a pandemic. And has the world done anything about it? Similarly, we know this year's, not too long ago, in International Women's Day, the slogan is Generation Equality. Is it true? We know it's not true. From these two slides that you can tell who are losing income, who are losing workforce participation. And these are professions that are predominated by women. And these are the professions where we have workforce participation of women is as low as 1970s. Let's imagine in 1 year, we dropped from 2019 to 1970s. So we know it's a disaster for feminism. It's a disaster for equality. This is a slide that you can tell from countries that have got significant literacy gap between men and women. The darker the color, the more the literacy gap. So can we fix that with technology? Is that the solution? Because I tell you what, we also have research to prove that when we communicate in minority language, most of the time when it comes to crisis, the female is the minority language speakers with lesser formal education, whereas the male is likely to speak a world language and have more formal education. So if we are delivering services through a world language, in other words, not genuine multilingualism, who are we affecting? So when we talked about translation and women's role in translation, it's not just about translating women, but it's actually about giving women a voice. It is very important that we use this pandemic to change the paradigm, because the only way through translation and interpreting we can preserve, revitalize, and normalize indigenous languages, and these are integrally, with research proven, that it is the tool to empower women around the world. And I use Dr. Ahmad's slides talking about why it is important, because when we think that this, in the last year, all this crisis about what we're doing in conflict and so on, what has happened to us? We have become essential services. but how have we been treated? Just like in the military, when military requires interpreters, we have been, how have we been treated afterwards? It is important to think about in what way has that been affecting us. So I put it to you that it is important to access justice. It's a matter for life and death for women. This is the Doha Declaration. And I think it's important that we play the role for allowing women a voice. Wherever you are, whether you are in the city, whether you are around the world, however way you have been affected. Do we need stronger institutions? Yes, we do. But we also need to think about how much of that being part of visibility, how much of that being requiring people to actually understand that multiculturalism, multilateralism required multilingualism. And finally, I want to put it to you, if we continue the current projection, this is the slide about our proportion of growth of language services around the world. If we continue the current projection, Arab world continues to be a low growth area. We need to change that. We need to use this pandemic to change that. Because think about, at the moment, everyone's thinking about this deficit issue, about how much we have spent. But if we flip the coin and think that instead of thinking it as deficit, think of it as investment, then we won't be panicking, because we need to invest on the future. And that's the key, because austerity and a reduction in budget is only going to harm our future. And we need to change it in such a way. If we want to invest on the future, we have to believe in the future. And us, hopefully today, will think about how we can expose ourselves, but actually the funders, the people who are using translation and interpreting, using translators and interpreters, to believe that we play an important role so that they will invest in us. So on that note, let's think about rethink our role, giving a voice to the voiceless, and that's our wider mission, because the future depends, we are seeing the future now. The future depends on what we do about it. And I hope that today's conference will look at that. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your lovely talk, Dr. Henry. I talked about the supremacy of technology, and I think what you have said is kind of in agreement with me, that we speak about technology, but it is, after all, a money-making machine, and it's a tool. We don't speak about access to ICT, right? We don't speak about the lack of access to internet and to mobile phones, and the fact that 50% of women population don't have access to mobile phone, which means that they don't have access to information, especially during COVID-19, which means health information. They don't have access to communication, and they don't have access to schooling, now that most schools took a virtual, an online form. Yes, I guess maybe the online saved some professions, and I believe that interpreting has also benefited from the virtual world. It saved the profession somehow, especially in areas where we couldn't be there physically. But one of the persistent questions, and I actually received it 4 times, different wordings, but basically everyone is asking you, what's the impact of Corona and the pandemic on the future of translation? What would you say the impact of what we're going through right now on, and maybe this is an opportunity for us to reinvent what translation studies is, and reinvent what the profession of translation and interpreting is. What do you see?
Absolutely, and I think we need to think about beyond just converting. Well, so okay, let's think about that. The reason why we have become remote, and the reason why interpreting become remote, is because people, that worlds still need to communicate, and when that happens, they need a solution, right? The solution, then we provide it. We provide it through technology platform, we essentially commoditize it, and that is a problem. So not that we should limit access, but we should also think about our future, as well as how do we market ourselves in such a way that it's beyond the voice in your ear and beyond word conversions. Because most people still think, oh yes, I need that press release translated, I need that coronavirus information translated into 25 languages. That's fine, that's no problem about that. And that, they will find the cheapest way to have it translated, volunteers ideally. Is there any way to check that? Maybe, maybe not. And the next question is are people actually listening, right? If you have 25 languages, you also need to have people who are able to listen to the communities who are speaking those 25 languages. But do we have any infrastructure for that? No, we're not. We are actually using it as a loudspeaker, and then we don't hear anything about it. We shut our ears. The authorities have shut our ears, their ears. And that's the important part. We need to think about, to what level are we complicit in a way in providing information that is one way or inaccurate. So I think that is one of the key. If we think about ourselves as integral part of the messaging system, we need to have both ways. We need to be genuine. We need to be authentic, and we use media as we use technology as a tool. But I mean, I often talked about this before. If people want surgery, right, and they go to a surgeon, and the surgeon says, oh, by the way, I have this robotic assistant surgery, and I can do it also by my hand. And you know what will happen. People, the robotic surgery is more accurate. I'm operating on it, operating more finely. It will be quicker recovery. It will cost you more. Translation and interpreting is the only profession in the world where we invest in technology and we give people discounts. Totally ridiculous. Why are we doing that? Because we're undermining ourselves. So we need to think about translation studies. We think about our profession in a broader sense, right? Or another example, if you happen to have an emergency at home, your plumbing will fail. What do? You ring the plumber. The plumber will go, oh, it's a Saturday, I need to charge you more, right? Whereas at the moment, we have a major health crisis, lacking communication. What do? We're doing it for free. We are shooting ourselves. And I think that is one of the key for us to change the paradigm. Yes, engage with us. Yes, we are the integral part for politicians, for public health, for information to without us, they can't communicate. So let's work on that.
True, true. You know, we've done both actually. So we've worked very closely with governmental entities at the beginning of the pandemic, and we provided translation interpreting in all languages, given how diverse our community is, and that was for charged. But we also volunteered, locally and internationally. So we can do both, I guess.
Sure.
Definitely. But I see your point. Definitely, we undermine our profession all the time, and this is, I think, an opportunity for us as well. We keep reinventing ourselves, and as you know, you're a member of our advisory board. Even with our two flagship masters, we keep on reinventing, and this is an opportunity for us to reinvent further, not just in the technology, but also in connecting it to social justice and to our engagement with local and global communities, and what we inspire to be beyond the titles that we try to conform ourselves to. A title of a translator or an interpreter, we're more than actually that.
Yes, absolutely. Indeed, embed and communicate, actually working collaboratively with others. And that's the multidisciplinary part, which of course HBKU is advocating for, and it's very important. And I think that is our future. But for fundamental future for us, and then that coding slide was a bit of a teaser. The fundamental question for us is actually, we need to know about technology, but that's not the key. We actually need to know our own profession. If we can't write if we can't speak, then we can't be good translators and good interpreters. So that's the fundamental key. No technology can solve that.
Definitely, definitely. Dr. Henry, lovely, lovely, lovely speech and lovely to talk to you. And I'm sure that we will be receiving more questions that we will kind of channel towards you.
Look forward to the questions.
I hope you, I don't know if it's too early or too late your time, but I hope you could stay a little bit more longer with us. Thank you. Thank you again. And we, dear audience, we have 15 minutes break until our first panel. And I will see you, I'll see you later afternoon with our second keynote speech. Thank you so much and see you soon. Stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that you are doing well and everything is good at your end. Welcome all to our conference. Welcome all to our first session. This is me, Ali Manna, Associate Professor of Translation at Hamad bin Khalifa University. Honestly, I'm honored to chair this session, the first session, where we have with us 6 distinguished speakers, but 4 presentations addressing the impact of COVID-19 on translation and interpreting workplace. After those 4 presentations, we're going to have some time to address your questions, the attendees. So if you have any question, any comment, you can use the Q&A box. We're going to address all your questions. We're going to do our best to address your questions. Now, let me introduce the first speakers. Just the title of their presentation, Teamwork in the Virtual Booth Conference Interpreters Experiences with RSI Platforms by Dr. Matra Shershi and Dr. Petra Lansosh. Dr. Matra is a senior lecturer at the Department of Translator and Interpreter Training at UTOV's Lorand University in Budapest, where she teaches consecutive and simultaneous interpreting between Hungarian and French. Her main area of research is remote interpreting. Currently, she is the vice chair of WG7 Language Professionals in the European Union, LITHME Cost Action. Dr. Petra Lansosh graduated from Basman Peter Catholic University in 2003. Before obtaining her PhD, she was a junior research fellow at the Max Planck Institute for Comparative Law and Public International Law in 2006-2007. Currently, she is Associate Professor at the Department of European Law at Basman Peter Catholic University. So please join me to welcome Dr. Matra and Dr. Lansosh. Please, the floor is yours. Go ahead. Thank you.
Petra, I think the floor is yours, so you are supposed to start the presentation.
One moment. Can you hear me? Okay, Marta, can you please give me the first slide, the title slide? Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to present our research in this esteemed conference. Dr. Shadashi and I worked on a new topic, which was brought on by COVID-19, namely teamwork in the virtual booth. We try to assess interpreters' experiences with working with remote simultaneous interpreting platforms. Next slide, please. So our main research question was, how did COVID-19 change booth work for the interpreters? What changed? And the structure of our talk is the following. First, we will give a brief introduction into traditional booth work for interpreters. Then we will present our research method. We will go into our findings in detail and then come to a conclusion. Next slide, please. So traditional booth work entails two interpreters working from the same place in one booth where they are working in pairs. Two or more interpreters are working together. This is important because the cognitive load on the interpreter increases with time. The cognitive load and stress increases to the point where the quality of interpreting after 30 minutes declines. And therefore, we always need a partner in the booth. But the passive partner doesn't only serve to take the microphone after 30 minutes. The passive interpreter also provides two types of support, interpreting support and practical support. Next slide, please. So what kind of interpreting support does the passive partner provide? He helps the active boothmate, most importantly, by jotting down difficult numbers, terms, names, etc., to help the active interpreter, but also by giving nonverbal clues to the working interpreter. And importantly, he also navigates in the document that is handed out to the interpreters, pointing to numbers, terms, names, etc., or leafing through the pages to find the correct piece of text. Next slide, please. But also practical support is given by the passive interpreter. For example, if there's any technical problem with the booth, then the passive interpreter shall find the technician to troubleshoot. It will be the passive interpreter who will reach out to clients, communicate with members of the audience, or help the active interpreter with the console if he should have any problems. And of course, if there's an emergency, for example, coughing fit, then he will replace the active interpreter. Next slide, please. Our research method was the following. We conducted the research in January 2020 in the form of semi-structured interviews. Our main research question was, as we have already indicated, what changed due to COVID-19 and the remote simultaneous interpreting platforms for the interpreters, but we also had 3 standard sub-questions which we will also present. Our discussions and interviews with the interpreters took 20 to 30 minutes, and we had 10 participants, all of them professional conference interpreters who work regularly on RSI platforms since COVID-19, both on the Hungarian market and the international markets. Next slide, please. So our first sub-question was, what were the main problems when trying to cooperate with a partner on RSI? And the next question was, what were the main solutions found by the interpreters to cooperate? Well, among the main problems, the interpreters listed listening to the partner. Why was this difficult? Not all platforms include a possibility to listen to the booth mate while you are idle or passive. The solutions found were the following. Many interpreters use 2 devices, one for working and one for listening to the partner. 6 of the respondents told us that they use this. Some even use 3 devices to listen to the partner and work. But we found that most of the interpreters prefer to work from the same venue, for example, from the home of one of the interpreters. And then there were some RSI platforms that made it possible to listen to each other, or some interpreters didn't even listen to each other. Next slide, please. What were the drawbacks of the solutions found by the interpreters for listening to each other? Well, in the case of using several devices, this meant that interpreters had to deal with 2 headsets at the same time, one for working and one for listening to the partner. This can be a problem because sometimes the interpreter will forget to mute or unmute himself after work or before starting to work. It also entails costs by buying several devices and headsets. When it comes to listening through the RSI platform, if this is even possible, then the problem can arise that the interpreter working cannot separate the floor and the booth mate, so they have to listen to both of them at the same time, or they cannot listen to the booth mate or the floor at the same time. What happens if they work from the same place? This can be a safety hazard from the perspective of health, so they can easily contract the disease. But also, there is a danger of overloading the internet connection, and this will involve a decline in the quality of the interpreting. And sometimes it is difficult to listen to your boothmate work next to you and also listen to him in your headset. It is confusing. And then if you do not listen to your partner, your terminology will be inconsistent, meaning that the output will not be consistent. And of course, if you're not listening at the time of handover to your partner, some of you may be missing half sentences. Next slide, please. When it comes to microphone handover, which is also problematic, several solutions were found. For example, using the chat function if you cannot listen to your partner, or using Messenger or WhatsApp or other solutions to message each other and using a countdown or writing into Messenger 1 minute, okay, now, to indicate handover, or just sending a smiley. 10 of our respondents have already used this solution, or even agreeing on the exact time of handing over. And some interpreters said they merely monitored whether the other interpreter's mic is turned on and whether the boothmate is speaking. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Matra, the floor is yours.
Can't hear me now.
No, yes, we can.
Yes, okay, then I will carry on. So what are the drawbacks of the solution that the interpreters identified? First of all, very often only one interpreter can initiate the handover process. So it's only the passive or the active interpreter who can do it, and it's very unnatural and burdensome. And also the microphone handover takes several steps that leaves room for mistake. And if you commit a mistake, if you make a mistake, only the technician can override what you have just done. So your booth mate can't intervene to help you out. When you are trying to communicate with your booth mate about the handover, you are always uncertain whether your partner noticed the chat message or not. And it can be especially problematic in the case of an emergency handover. For example, one of the interpreter got suddenly sick and needed an emergency handover and couldn't reach out to the boothmate because the boothmate didn't answer the chat. So it can be very embarrassing. And sometimes there is a time lag in streaming, which can hinder the smooth handover of the microphone. The third problem we identified was cooperation and helping each other, and very often there were no solutions to these problems. For example, the active interpreter can't ask for help when he or she is on mic because the cognitive load of simultaneous interpreting doesn't allow to typing messages while speaking. And very often interpreters don't have the energy to follow the chat messages, even if there is a help arriving in the chat from the boothmate, or they don't have enough energy to use devices properly, and it can happen that you answer your message asking for help or sending a help in the wrong chat box so that every participant of the conference can see it. Typing the messages takes time, so very often the help arrives too late, and when it arrives, it disturbs the interpreter as the message gives a notification. And very often, interpreters told us that they had this feeling that they were staying in the booth longer than usual because they were afraid of a technical problem. So given the fact that I only have 1 minute left, I arrived to the conclusion. During these interviews, we saw that trained interpreters could cope with RSI situations since they had to cope with it. They found coping strategies, but it increased the cognitive load enormously. And for this reason, they would prefer working from the same venue. So to say, they would like to return to the traditional simultaneous interpreting context. And if it's not possible, they could accept as alternative hub or interpreting from the same place.
Thank you very much. Dr. Martra. Thank you, Dr. Petra, for sharing your ideas and thoughts with us. Now let's move to the second presentation titled Interpreters' Narratives of the COVID-19, a Focus on Qatar by Dr. Julie and Dr. Deborah. Dr. Julie Burri is an assistant professor of translation at Hamad bin Khalifa University. She is also the founding co-editor of Interpreting and Society, an interdisciplinary journal. Her work focuses on interpreting and social change in digital and non-digital environments, with a particular interest in narrative convergence and divergence among actors and communities. Her ethnographic studies of interaction, practices, and artifacts in social organizations and media spaces seek to account for the dynamics of dominance and resistance in play in cross-cultural and cross-linguistic communicative encounters. Dr. Deborah Giustini is a postdoctoral research fellow in sociology at the National Research University Haya School of Economics Institute for Statistical Studies and Economics of Knowledge, and a research fellow at QU Leuven. Currently, she is a visiting professor at Hamad bin Khalifa University College of Humanities and Social Sciences. She has a PhD in sociology from the University of Manchester, UK. So please join me to welcome our distinguished speakers. Dr. Julie, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now? I think so. Yes, sorry about this. All right, so welcome to this online presentation on the narratives of interpreters of the COVID-19 pandemic, which is part of a larger international project involving data collection in and beyond Qatar, and for which I obtained in HBKU ethical clearance. So our presentation arises out of an informal conversation with Deborah, in which we realized the potential of integrating narrative theory and practice theory, our respective theory in our field, to examine how interpreters make sense of their world in crisis and of their professional practice therein. So the TII conference and its focus this year on COVID-19 provided us with a unique opportunity to do a first exploration of the data I am currently collecting in Qatar from this dual perspective.
Interestingly, when we first discussed the theme of the conference, we had mixed feelings about it, thinking that it was already saturating the public space, a massive narrative, an inescapable prism to make sense of our world, as Julie would say. But at the same time, we recognize that the academia should contribute to public knowledge in specific ways, giving a voice to those who remain unheard in this noise. And indeed, research on the COVID-19 pandemic finds itself as a transition stage, in the sense that academic researchers have not yet caught up with the new societal reality that is evolving. This is due to different temporalities between, on the one hand, fast societal and technological changes in the wake of the pandemic, like any other crisis, and on the other hand, the slower, longer-term orientation of academic research. In this context, the grey literature has an important transitional role to fulfill in raising, sharing, addressing a global public concern in the public sphere, be it bottom-up, for instance, people contributing on social media, or top-down, like institutions conducting surveys and doing reports. Notwithstanding these insights, the standpoint from which knowledge is produced should be problematized. So here, for instance, many of the contributions by individual interpreters to the global discussion are constrained by the online milieu, not only by issues such as the short format of tweets, but also one may wonder whether in times of online fatigue, the online milieu is really the most fertile ground to voice one's story. Also, Association of Translators and Interpreters rightly aim to leverage the needs and rights of interpreters at a time of unprecedented crisis for the industry. But this also means that professionals are bound to be represented as a unified, homogeneous category with common problems and solutions across the world and across settings. For instance, the FIT conducted 3 surveys which voiced interpreters' concerns for labor regime, working conditions, income availability, precariousness, as well as lack of financial support by governments. The discourse hence becomes rationalized and collective rather than experiential and personal.
In this context, we aim to understand the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on interpreters' job and well-being by collecting their stories and share the experiential knowledge with the academic community. This requires a space for interpersonal dialogue, spontaneity, orality, which are afforded by offline semi-structured interviews. And here are a few examples of the physical sites where they were conducted. So this is the profile of our respondents. I interviewed 14 interpreters, 8 female interpreters, 6 male interpreters with a median age of 41. I can hear my echo suddenly. I don't know what's going on. I hope all is okay. So I just continue. So they were all trained except 2 who were self-trained. I will just reduce my volume so that I'm not disturbing myself. I can hear my echo. So most of them were trained except 2. They've been in the profession for 10 years with a big difference across respondents. They are 10 employees, 2 freelance, 5 combining freelancing and work on payroll, and they work across sectors, as you can see on the slide. They all have Arabic, spoken or signed, and typically with English, or sometimes with a special profile with Chinese, Russian, Spanish, or French. And 8 on 49 children, often around 3, who are young or very young of age.
The first theme arising from our data is the impact of COVID-19 on the interpreting industry in Qatar and on interpreters' well-being. The impact is uneven across interpreting settings. It is the interpreters in the medical sector who have been mostly affected by redundancies, particularly private clinics and hospitals, given the fact that people were very scared to go to hospitals and medical facilities were emptied. We won't have time, unfortunately, to read the data which appear on the slides, and we ask you to please not circulate these anywhere. We will advertise the published paper on Twitter, LinkedIn, and ResearchGate, so of course you can have access to these. There were also cuts on salary and benefits for those who did not lose their job, particularly in public health institutions. There is a paradox in this sector because while there was a general feeling of emptied health facilities, there was a booming demand for online consultations, meaning that interpreters paradoxically work very hard from home through telephone interpreting. It is the mental health interpreters who bore the brunt of the COVID-19 pandemic, as the workload was multiplied by 3. This is because mental health patients are particularly affected by the pandemic and the lockdown, and so are their families. It was not unusual for recovered patients to relapse during the pandemic. That made interpreters work very long hours. By contrast, conference and media interpreters seem to have adapted very well and even flourished after a very short suspension of work. Ismail, for instance, and I'm quoting here, "We thought like we're never going to do interpreting anymore. And all of a sudden Zoom kicks in, and Zoom was like a lifesaver." End of quotation. So don't be surprised if Zoom becomes the common word for remote interpreting, or as my colleague Juliette said, like Kleenex for tissue. Many of the interviewers shared the belief that they were part of a highly demanded niche elite in Qatar, with demand higher than supply, to the point that over and hard work became the joint ethos. This means that they were not worried about their economic situation, particularly those who were on a contract, when the outbreak of the virus suspended all interpreting activities in the country, finally providing them with a moment to stop and to stand back, think, sleep, parenting, baking. This new life blended with professional life when interpreters started to work remotely, working in pajamas, doing sport when it was the turn of the peer. Consequently, expat interpreters reconfigured their relation to Qatar, moving beyond the clear-cut separation.
Dr. Debra, 2 minutes left.
It's 5. Dr. Ali, it's 5.
2 minutes.
Sorry, we have to, it's 5 minutes according to my clock.
So beyond the place time to work very hard, make money, and abroad as being the place to slow down and take vacation. We also found that the workplace itself was reconfigured. In conference interpreting, there were plenty of video conferencing solutions deployed, fully remote, and later with the easing of restrictions with precautionary measures, hybrid remote or localized hybrid remote, usually with interpreters on site. This contrasts with medical interpreters whose staff, rather than medical status, compelled all them to go home. The COVID-19 pandemic provides evidence that medical interpreters should be considered part of the medical team, as many reported that physicians prefer to work with certain interpreters and not others. Many interpreters also set up an interpreting workstation at home, where they could isolate from the family and invest in the most ergonomic headsets. Others, by contrast, refused outright to work from home and demanded to be provided a workstation at the interpreting agency, which was hiring them for an event.
Freelance interpreters are inclined to be at threat by any technological breakdown, which may put their professionalism at risk precisely because they are not part and parcel of the institution or because they are working in live media programs. Some informants, for instance, decided to manage technical sides, what Deborah would call the socio-materiality of the event, trying to stay on top of potential problems so that they would not be held responsible for failure or some quality problem. For instance, when doing remote simultaneous, the interpreters took the initiative to adapt the requirements, using a smartphone as a backup, for instance, or taking screenshots of chats with technicians to document problems and responsibilities. A contrasting strategy is to draw a line between the technical and the interpreting, saying, you know, if the system collapses, it's not my business, let them sort it out. So this distancing, however, cannot be found in the medical sector given the stakes of communication. Several medical interpreters across private and public institutions report becoming the ones who technically launch the call between the patient and the physician, by contrast with communication protocol inside. They also explain that because of the lack of nonverbal cues, they have to be the one constantly checking for sound reception. When explaining why they took on this extra role, they say, because of the need to be quick, to make it easy, and to preserve confidentiality, which shows a sense of social responsibility to adapt to extreme circumstances, which deontological and normative discourse circulating in the profession fail to do justice to. However, technology not only extends the interpreter role to a technological management, but also alters the usual turn-taking management role. Indeed, as reported by an interpreter working in mental health settings, patients would speak for much longer over the phone than in face-to-face interaction for two reasons. One, the therapist cannot interact verbally or non-verbally over the phone until she receives the translation. And two, most patients were desperate to talk and vent their distress to the therapist because of the lockdown, and doing so over the phone takes much longer, meaning that the most crucial issues arise at the end of the conversation. And this resulted in extreme fatigue for the interpreters, not only for the note-taking, but also monitoring, interrupting, reverting to the therapist to make sure that she's the one in charge of leading the session and not the interpreter. So what have we gained from interviewing interpreters? Going away from the ground and global narratives about interpreters in the COVID-19 pandemic and giving the floor to interpreters in the peripheral but booming interpreting industry like Qatar, contribute to decentering interpreting and to do justice to an overlooked reality. While the feed finds that 39% of translators and interpreters report impact on mental health, the conference and media interpreters who are on contract in Qatar shared a positive narrative of work-life rebalancing. Even translators, even interpreters who are freelancers, because they are highly demanded, showed leadership in negotiating their conditions. And finally, this cannot be said of healthcare interpreters who face booming telephone consultation under extremely difficult circumstances, but at the same time, their status as employees shielded them from being blamed from breakdowns. By contrast, very successful freelancers felt the need to protect themselves against any blame. So all in all, across settings, interpreters developed experiential knowledge in a changing environment precisely because they are faced with and adapt to new constraints, new tools, shifting roles and boundaries. Thanks to all the interpreters for their time and story, to Mazen Al-Farhan from TII for providing me the first contacts, to Hannah Abdul Majid, HBKU graduate from the Maths program for translation and transcriptions, and Hanim Al-Tawil from the Maths program for interpreting the interview for the Arabic Sign Language interpreters.
Thank you.
And we're happy to share this news to finish. A new journal is born, Interpreting and Society, an interdisciplinary journal, which I co-edit with Wen Ren. We have a stellar advisory board, including Deborah Giustini, Moira Guilleri. It's published by Sage. You can follow it on Twitter. You can follow us on Twitter to know more about the publication of this paper. We're very eager to hear your questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Julie. Thank you, Dr. Deborah, for this invitation and also for your impressive presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah. The third presentation, titled work-family interface and job outcomes among translators and interpreters. Do COVID-19 and parenting alter the relationship? By Dr. Sonia Kiyomowska. Dr. Sonia is a translator and associate professor of English and translation at the Department of Translation and Interpreting at UKIM. Dr. Sonia received her MPhil degree in English and Applied Linguistics from Cambridge University and her PhD in translation from UKIM. Dr. Sonia has an extensive experience in specialized translation, in particular legal, business, medicine, marketing, and IT. So please join me to welcome Dr. Sonia. Dr. Sonia, the floor and the mic are yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, let me just start the slideshow. Okay. As it was already presented, the topic of my presentation is work-family interface and job outcomes among professional translators and interpreters, and particularly the effects of COVID and parenting on this relationship. This topic is not new. Actually, it has been studied a lot in organizational psychology and human resource management. And basically, there are two perspectives on the issue. According to the scarcity perspective, we have a fixed amount of time and energy. And if we engage in multiple roles, that would result in conflict. For example, if I invest my time and energy at work, I will have less amount of time and energy for my family role, and the other way around. According to the other perspective, so-called expansion enhancement perspective, having multiple roles brings benefits. Having a job actually helps me perform my family role better, and the other way around. There is actually a third unifying approach, according to which different roles we have present demands, but also provide resources. For example, the family domain and the work domain, they both present demands for us, but also provide us with different resources to be able to engage in all these different roles. Voidanov introduces a third domain, which he calls a community domain, with its own demands and resources. And I find this very relevant currently with the pandemic, because we are all now at this experiencing this community demand, the lockdowns, restrictive measures, social distancing, and so on. So I think this topic is very relevant and worth investigating, because it has not been studied in the translation industry, and especially now under these COVID circumstances and the unique working environment in which we are. So the basic notions that I will use basically have to do with these two domains, work and family, which are in constant interaction. Work influences family and family influences work, and this influence can be either positive or negative. So we talk about work to family facilitation or family to work facilitation, and then if the interaction is negative, work to family conflict or family to work conflict. Previous research has showed that conflict of any type leads to lower job satisfaction, and facilitation leads to higher job satisfaction, and the same refers to job performance. And in turn, it has been proved that job satisfaction increases job performance. So I wanted to test these ideas or this knowledge in our translation context. So basically, these are the hypotheses that I wanted to test, and I also included some control variables just to see how they affect the different relationships. I used standard, well-established scales to measure the different constructs. They have been used in previous studies. I only changed or slightly adapted the scale for job performance to adapt it to the translation profession. I compiled a sample of 185 responses. Actually, I distributed the questionnaire to more than 20 translators associations around the world, and I don't know exact number of translators and interpreters which were reached, so I cannot calculate the response rate, but 185 translators and interpreters completed the survey, and then I analyzed the data with SPSS. So here are the results. As expected, most of the respondents were women older than 41 years. Most of them were European, having more than 10 years work experience, mainly working in translation, but there was also a good percentage of them working in both translation and interpreting. Most of them were parents, having 2 children or 1. And I find this data very relevant for the current context. So how often they receive work before the pandemic and how often they receive work during the pandemic. And here we can see a decrease in the workload they have, the volume of work they have. And also this figure, whether they worked from home before the pandemic and now during the pandemic. And here, again, there is a dramatic increase in translators and interpreters working from home. So how does that affect the different constructs? So basically, the data show that there is more facilitation than conflict. And here, this information I find very relevant. It shows that a conflict of any type actually relates negatively to both job satisfaction and job performance, whereas facilitation of any kind relates positively to both job satisfaction and job performance. And then job satisfaction in turn relates positively to job performance. And here, these figures, which are with asterisks, they show statistically significant differences. So these two are really relevant. They show that family to work conflict relates negatively to job satisfaction, and work to family facilitation leads to job satisfaction. Now, if we go deeper into the data, we can see how they affect different groups of people in this sample. So women seem to experience more work to family facilitation. People older than 51 experience family to work facilitation, and this I find relevant for parents experiencing more conflict of both types, and people working from home experiencing more family to work conflict. Now, the effects of COVID are great, as can be seen. Even during COVID, facilitation is still greater than conflict, which is good. But then if we look at the data for all the constructs individually, then we see that conflict has increased and facilitation has decreased. And also job satisfaction has decreased. So all these differences are statistically significant. There is no difference in job performance directly, but since job satisfaction affects job performance, we can assume that indirectly there might be some effect in the long run. Again, COVID has made a great impact on parents and women as they experience more conflict. And also people working both in translation and interpreting, they experience more family to work conflict than the other groups. Because freelancers were a bit skeptical about the relevance of this research. Some of them expressed that they worked from home even before, so they didn't feel that it made any difference. I extracted their data only, So I compiled a sample of 85, actually in my sample there were 85 freelancers, and I analyzed their data only. And it shows that they do experience significant difference in work-to-family conflict, not in the other types of conflict or facilitation. But again, even within this group, parents and women experience more conflict of both types. But it's not only black and white, because as we see, parents also experience more family-to-work facilitation. So they also find something positive in that role. Basically, as I said, the general finding is that translators and interpreters experience more facilitation than conflict in either direction, which is interesting, and I find it very important. If we compare the different directions of conflict and facilitation, then we see that there is more family-to-work facilitation than work-to-family facilitation, and there is also more work-to-family conflict than family-to-work conflict. However, even though these types of facilitation and conflict occur less, they in fact have a greater impact on job satisfaction, because my study showed that they influence job satisfaction in a significant way. They show that these are areas that we need to work on. Actually, translators and translation companies, they need to be aware of it and put efforts in trying to increase work-to-family facilitation and decrease family-to-work conflict in order to have better job satisfaction and in turn better job performance among translators and interpreters. As I said, parenting, COVID, they lead to more conflict, especially among women. This research has some limitations because it was a self-reporting questionnaire, it was a cross-sectional design, and it was only one instrument for all scales and for both time periods. I think it might have been interesting, it could have been interesting to also examine family and personal outcomes. In this case, I only analyzed job outcomes, and maybe individual differences, because they might lead to different results. I believe this research has some practical implications for all stakeholders. So for translators, translation companies, translator associations, but also for translator training institutions. And basically there are two broad areas which can be addressed. Soft skills like providing support for improving problem-solving skills, conflict resolution, proactivity, emotional intelligence, so that translators, interpreters are more self-aware and also are better able to regulate their emotions, which I think would come in useful in both their work and their family domain. But also parenting skills for parents, because as we saw, they are affected. And also the second area would be social support, providing social support in the form of maybe peer support groups or mentoring, or even marital counseling for people who have a family who are in a marriage. So I think, yes, there is a lot of room for intervention based on these results. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sonia, for sharing your ideas and thoughts. The fourth presentation, titled Teaching Remote Translation in the Time of COVID-19, Translation Division at the University of Tlemcen in Algeria as a Model, by Dr. Hisham bin Mukhtari. The presentation is in Arabic, so allow me to present or to introduce Dr. Hisham in Arabic. دكتور هشام بن مختاري أستاذ محاضر في علوم الترجمة بقسم الفرنسية بجامعة وهران 2 بالجزائر، وهو مهتم بالبحث في تعليمية الترجمة وقضايا الترجمة المتخصصة، والدكتور هشام حاصل على شهادة التأهيل لإدارة أعمال البحث، وهو مشارك بعدة ملتقيات دولية ووطنية في مجال الترجمة وقضاياها، وله عدة مقالات دولية ووطنية، وهو أيضا مؤلف لكتابين، الأول بعنوان دروس في الترجمة، والثاني بعنوان الاقتصاد والفعل الترجمي. رحبوا معي بالدكتور هشام بن مختاري. دكتور هشام، تفضل مشكورا، فالساحة لك، صل وجل فيها، وكلنا أذان صاغية. Go ahead.
أو تعليمية أو المشاركين معنا اليوم. إذن عنوان مداخلتي هو تدريس الترجمة عن بعد في زمن كوفيد، ودراسة تحليلية ونقدية لتدريس الترجمة عن بعد في شعبة الترجمة بجامعة تلمسان في الجزائر. والحقيقة أننا قبل أن نعالج أزمة، إن صح القول، أزمة ترجمة عن بعد، تدريس ترجمة عن بعد في الجزائر، علينا أن أعطيكم بعض المعلومات عن أزمة أصلا تدريس الترجمة في الجزائر، لأن الترجمة في الجزائر الحقيقة أنها تتخبط في أزمة منذ سنوات. إغلاق أقسام الترجمة، ثم لا ندري ما هي الاستراتيجية التي اعتمدتها الوزارة الوصية أو من يخطط للترجمة في الجزائر. فأصبح لدينا معهدين، معهد في الجزائر العاصمة جامعة الجزائر 2، ومعهد وطني للترجمة في وهران 1، وشعب أو أقسام للترجمة في باقي الجامعات، منها شعبة الترجمة في جامعة تلمسان. موضوع الدراسة والتي يمكن أن أسحب عليها ما تحصلت عليه من نتائج على باقي الجامعات الجزائرية، ضمن أمر نفسه في كل الجامعات. إذن في سياق أزمة جائحة كورونا وما يترتب عنها من إجراءات صحية ووقائية فرضت التباعد الجسدي، اعتمدت الجامعة الجزائرية عموما مقاربة جديدة تعتمد على التعليم المزدوج enseignement hybride، الذي يزاوج بين التعليم الحضوري والتعليم عن بعد باستعمال بعض منصات التعليمية الرقمية المعدة لهذا الغرض. وتم اعتماد تدريس بعض المواد عن بعد، ومنها مقاييس في الترجمة بشعبة الترجمة بجامعة تلمسان في تخصص ماستر ترجمة، مما جعل الطالب والأستاذ على حد سواء أمام أو في مواجهة وضعية جديدة وفي سياق جديد. من أجل ذلك جاءت مداخلتي كعرض لتجربتي الشخصية في تدريس الترجمة عن بعد جامعة تلمسان. كان لجائحة كورونا تأثير كبير على حياة الكثير من الناس والكثير من الدول، وخصوصا المؤسسات التعليمية، ولم تكن مستعدة إلى هذا النمط من التعليم. والجزائر الحقيقة، في الجزائر كنا نستعمل قبلا بعض من المنصات التعليمية الغير رسمية أو بمبادرة شخصية كساعات إضافية في بعض الحالات، ولم نكن نستعمل هذا النمط من التكوين عن بعد، خاصة في الترجمة. فكان الوضع الاستثنائي الذي الاستثناء الذي دام مدة سنة، من مارس 2019 إلى أبريل 2021 لازلنا نستخدم التعليم عن بعد في تدريس الترجمة. وأمر مباشرة إلى مشكل الدراسة أو إشكالية الدراسة، وهي هل جامعاتنا أو هل شعبة الترجمة أو أقسام الترجمة مستعدة فعلا لتدريس الترجمة عن بعد؟ وكيف يؤثر أو كيف أثرت جائحة كورونا على تدريس الترجمة من وجهة نظر الطلبة والأساتذة؟ وما مدى تأثير جائحة كورونا على قدرات ومستويات الطلبة؟ إذن في الجزائر اعتمدنا أو نعتمد على منصة التعليم عن بعد، على منصة مودل. وهي منصة معروفة، ويقوم الأستاذ بشكل PDF أو وورد بوضع دروسه على هذا المنصة، ثم الطالب يدخل إلى المنصة ويحمل هذه الوثائق ويطلع عليها، ثم ينظم الأستاذ حصص مع طلبته بتقنية جوجل ميت أو زوم أو ما هو متاح، يعني لأننا في الجزائر لا نملك منصة رقمية، يعني لا نملك منصة رقمية متطورة. أظن أن الوزارة تفكر في اقتناء منصة، لكن لا نملك بحقيقة منصة رقمية، وإنما هي مبادرات شخصية، نستعمل مرات جوجل ميت أو زوم أو غيرها أو تيمز، ثم نناقش مع الطلبة هذا الدرس. الإشكالية الأساسية والتي لاحظتها شخصيا من خلال تجربتي الشخصية هو أن تدريس الترجمة أصلا عن بعد حضوريا، أقصد تدريس الترجمة حضوريا، يطرح إشكالات كبيرة مع الطلبة، فما بالك تدريسها عن بعد وبقلة الوسائل المتاحة؟ إذن أمر جد صعب. ومن خلال الدراسة التي قمت بها في شعبة الترجمة، حيث قمت باستبيان للطلبة والأساتذة، عينة من الأساتذة 12 أستاذا، وعينة من الطلبة هي دفعة الماستر، ثم كانت الأسئلة تمحورت الأسئلة حول انعكاسات التدريس عن بعد في تفاعل ومشاركة الطلبة، حول سلوك الطالب تجاه تأثير أو التعليم عن بعد، ثم شخصية الطالب والأستاذ وكيف أثرت في هذه العملية التواصلية عن بعد. وقد خلصت إلى نتائج، يمكن أن أقرأ عليكم بعض النتائج التي توصلت إليها، ثم بعض التوصيات أو الاقتراحات التي طرحها الطلبة أنفسهم والأساتذة من أجل تحسين هذه العملية التواصلية أو تدريس الترجمة عن بعد. إذن بعد تحليل النتائج تبين أن تدريس الترجمة عن بعد أو تعليمية الترجمة عن بعد كان لها آثار أكثر سلبية على كل من الطالب والأستاذ، حيث أثر على تفاعل الطلبة أو مشاركة الطلبة في المحاضرات. الطالب يعتبر نفسه في وضع استثنائي، أنه يعتبر أن ينتظر إلى أن تعود الأمور إلى نصابها، وخلال هذه العملية الانتظار يفقد الكثير من الوقت، لأن دفعة الماستر فيها سنة، يدرسون سنة، يعني ممكن يتخرج أو يحصل على شهادة وهو لا يملك أدنى الكفاءات التي تمكنه من مواجهة سوق العمل أو سوق مواجهة، يعني أن يفرض نفسه في السوق وتكون له كفاءة ترجمية حقيقية. إذن وأغلب انشغالات الطلبة أو المشاكل التي رصدتها في دراستي أمرين أساسيين: أولا غياب التكوين في هذا النمط من التعليم عن بعد، غياب تام للتكوين، حيث أن القرار جاء مفاجئا وفرض فرضا على الأساتذة وعلى الطلبة بدون أدنى تكوين، إما للأستاذ أو للطالب، فقط دورات من يوم أو يومين، ساعتين أو 3 ساعات في سداسي. الأستاذ لا يملك الكفاءة ليدرس هذا النوع من التعليم، والطالب أيضا. إذن مرات تجد نفسك في محاضرة مرئية تجد نفسك أمام طالبين أو 3 طلبة على أقصى تقدير في دفعة عددها 60 أو 70 طالب. إذن هذا التكوين من جهة، التكوين أساسي. إذن لم تكن هناك استراتيجية واضحة لتكوين الأساتذة والطلبة في هذا. ثانيا مشكل الولوج إلى الشبكة. الولوج إلى الشبكة المعلوماتية هو مشكل جد، أمر يؤرق الباحثين في الجزائر، وحقيقة هناك مشكل كبير في الشبكة والتواصل عبر شبكة الإنترنت، تدفق جد منخفض، وقد أشار إلى ذلك الطلبة والأساتذة. وحتى ممكن أن في شخصية أو في سلوك حينما أجريت هذه الدراسة، ممكن حتى الطلبة يعتمدون على هذا المشكل من أجل عدم حضور أو تبرير غيابهم في المحاضرات. إذا مشكل التكوين. وثانيا أجمع الجميع من أساتذة وطلبة من أجريت عليهم الدراسة أن الترجمة هي مادة أو مقياس لا يمكن أن تدرس عن بعد، لأنها تتطلب حضور، تتطلب تشارك، تتطلب تفاعل. إذن وبالوسائل المتاحة حاليا في الجزائر، أقصد في السياق الجزائري، أنا لا أعلم إن كان في الوطن العربي. أنا جد فخور بتجربة قطر، يعني في احترافيتهم في على الأقل في إدارة هذا الملتقى، لكن ليست لي نظرة شاملة على باقي الوطن العربي. لكن في الجزائر على الأقل لسنا مستعدين الآن لأن ندرس الترجمة عن بعد. لا نملك الوسائل، لا الوسائل المادية ولا اللوجستيكية، ولا يمكن أن نستمر في هذا الفوضى التعليمية في مجال الترجمة لوقت أكبر. إذن
بقيت دقيقة.
نعم، فقط أمر مباشرة إلى إجابة الطلبة أو مقترحات الطلبة والأساتذة في هذا المجال. إذن الأساتذة اقترحوا بالإجماع أن يكون هناك تكوين مستمر للأساتذة ورسكلتهم في هذا المجال، واقترحوا أيضا أنه على الأقل الامتحانات أو امتحانات الترجمة لا تجرى عن بعد، وإنما تجرى حضوريا باتخاذ إجراءات صحية مناسبة، لأن الآن في امتحانات تجرى عن بعد، امتحانات ترجمة عن بعد. أما الطلبة فاقترحوا أيضا في مجال التكوين أن تتاح لهم فرصة التكوين في استعمال تكنولوجيات التواصل المرئي. واقترحوا أخيرا أن تكون هناك دورات تكثيفية.
شكرا.
حتى إن كان
شكرا جزيلا دكتور هشام. أحسنت. Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham, for sharing your ideas and thought. Now the time is for your questions and comments, the attendees. I will start with the first comment by our colleague, Dr. Khalid Shihari of Qatar University. He said, I think it is more about policies and how governments utilize translation and interpreting as a tool for encouraging management and to include this in their policies. Another issue to be considered is to what extent we educationalists highlight crisis translation and to predict the future of translation in our courses. And thank you very much for your comment, Dr. Khalid. We have another question to Dr. Julie and Dr. Deborah. Could you please share with us some of your stories as told by the interpreters you interviewed? You have 2 minutes.
Sure,
because
thank you so much.
You have a lot of
yes,
stories,
we
but
stick to 2 minutes.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, this is great for us because the point is actually to share interpreter stories, and we didn't have the time to read the slides. So one of them, for example, Rivka, a mental health interpreter, say during the pandemic, the number of relapsing cases rose. You can't imagine, like 3 times. My Ramadan was not happy. So a lot of people really suffered during the holy period of Ramadan. Another one is Rebecca, a conference interpreter, who said, before the COVID, it was crazy. We had to turn down a lot of people. The market was bursting. But then online started. We made up for the money lost in the beginning of the lockdown. We took it like a break. I was happy because I was back to the kitchen. I was baking. I was loving it. I was doing stuff at home. I was with the kids. This is when we slow down, and it is so good. Another one is Ismail, a conference interpreter, reporting speech his speech with an agency. And he says, fine, I can't work on Zoom from home because I live in an apartment. My kid is always jumping on my head. I can't do that. So you have to provide me with a place with a laptop or a tablet. You set everything for me. You are the hardware, I'm the software, okay? I just show up, I talk, I go home, that's all I do. And then they said, okay, we'll do it this way. Another narrative is Reza, a media interpreter who reports a problem, a technical problem, and he say, this guy, the guest, is not using the proper mic. He's using the mic in his laptop. The producer immediately went on the defense, you know, and started saying, it took me hours to get this guy. What can I do? You have to do your best. I say, my best will not be good enough. I'm coming to you because we have a problem and we have to solve it before we go live, to give you a chance to solve it. Otherwise, it will completely destroy your program. Who will protect me? If you're not, I have to protect myself. So anyway, I ignored the producer. I went to the sound technician and asked the guy to please, it's very important that you use a mic so you can go and get one, you know, before we start.
Thank you.
We see that interpreters are actually not victims. And I think even though we do have interpreters who share their suffering and they were, you know, under strain, we also see that people are not victims. They are adapting, they are responding, and they are developing their relation to their activity.
Thank you, Dr. Jula and Dr. Debra, for this impressive presentation. Now, another question for Dr. هشام بن مختاري. السؤال الآخر للدكتور هشام بن مختاري، هل لديكم فكرة عن إيجابيات وسلبيات تعليم الترجمة في زمن الجائحة في باقي الدول العربية؟
الحقيقة أني لا أملك فكرة وافية وكافية وشاملة، ولكن أملك بحث للأستاذ الدكتور الحراحشة، وهو من جامعة الأردنية، في ملتقى سنقيمه قريبا حول الترجمة والأزمة، يعني يدخل في إطار الترجمة والأزمة. أظن أنه بعث مداخلة تتحدث عن نفس المشكل في الأردن، يعني في الجامعة الأردنية عموما نفس المشاكل، وهي أن تدريس الترجمة لا أعتقد أننا مستعدين الآن لتدريس الترجمة بالوسائل المتاحة التي نملكها. أعتقد هذا رأيي ينسحب على كل الدول ما عدا بعض الاستثناءات. أنا لا أدري الوضع في قطر في معهد الترجمة أظن أحسن بكثير، ولكن بعض الاستثناءات هنا وهناك أعتقد أن الأمر سيان في جميع الدول العربية، في جميع العالم العربي، مع نقص تدفق الشبكة مع
شكرا دكتور هشام بن مختاري. Now we have another question by Munir Abdel Amir. Could you please, Dr. Sonia, answer that question? What is the impact of COVID-19 on the future of translation?
That's a very broad question, and
it is a general question.
Yeah, a very general question, and well, I think there will be future. I mean, of course, there will be work this way or another way. There will be work. At the beginning, we were all, in a way, surprised, even shocked, and there was a drastic drop in the services required of translators. So we all experienced this enormous reduction in the volume of work we received. But gradually, I see that companies are, coming back. So somehow the world is trying to manage this situation and try to move on. So I believe there is work, there will be work for translators and interpreters. And as the other colleagues discussed, interpreting is still going on, although in a different way, in a different mood, remote interpreting. And I think it will not go away, although interpreters don't really like it, as we saw in the previous presentation. But there will be work. There will be. We just need to adapt and try to make the most of it. And as my research has shown, I believe we shouldn't focus only on the technical skills of translators and interpreters, how to translate well or how to interpret well, how to use the different technologies that we have, like CAT tools or all these different interpreting platforms. But my research has also shown that we as translators and interpreters, we also need different kinds of support.
Thank you.
manage, this new environment that we are in.
Thank you. Thank you. We have a comment in English, but I will do my best to translate by إلهم بزوخة تقول: لا أتفق مع ما قيل فيما يتعلق بالجزائر، فإنني أدرس الترجمة التعاقبية عن بعد في ألجيرس، أعتقد العاصمة، والنتائج كانت جيدة. هذا تعقيب يبدو أنه من منطقة إلى أخرى يختلف الوضع. مجرد تعقيب. Thank you. Thank you. Another comment in English. ميسرة النجار, in my opinion, although distance learning have some privileges, it lacks interaction and physical learning that the modern education depends on. Yes, I think we agree with you all. Yeah. We have the third question or the fourth question. I will ask Dr. Petra and Dr. Matra to answer that question. How can the interpreter, I'll repeat the question, how can the interpreter deal with the new terminology related to COVID-19?
Well, I think interpreters have already the strategies for dealing with terminology. So it's part of our job to prepare terminology, to make searches about any subject. And usually before an event, interpreters gain a very superficial but very general knowledge about the subject and about the terminology. So I don't think that it would be a particular problem with the COVID-related terminology either.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a lot of comments thanking you, our distinguished speakers. Now, let me seize this opportunity to thank the organizers of this conference who have done a great job under very difficult circumstances. Our Dean, Dr. Amal Al-Maliki, our Director, Dr. Hendrik, my colleagues, the IT team, the communicative team, Fatma Al-Atwani, thank you very much. Our attendees for joining us. Thank you very much, our distinguished speakers who have taken us in a nice and comfortable journey addressing the impact of COVID-19 on translation and interpreting workplace. Thank you very much. Wishing you all the best, hoping that we can meet next time face to face. Goodbye. Take care.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, or good morning, depending on your time zone. My name is Ahmed Al-Alawi, and I will be moderating the second panel of the conference. So I would like to welcome you all again to the 11th Annual Translation Conference, organized by the Translation and Interpreting Institute, which is part of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, affiliated to Hamad bin Khalifa University. The college offers a set of postgraduate programs, Master of Arts in Translation Studies, Master of Arts in Audiovisual Translation, and both programs are, of course, validated by Geneva University. Another Master of Arts in Digital Humanities and Societies, and a fourth Master of Arts in Women, Society and Development, and a PhD in Humanities and Social Sciences. And this, of course, includes Translation Studies and Audiovisual Translation. And of course, for more information about these programs, you can visit our website. Now, this second panel of the conference relates to the impact of COVID-19 on learning, translation, and interpreting. We have 3 presentations and 5 speakers. Each presentation lasts 15 minutes as the first panel. At the end of the 3 presentations, we will have 15 minutes for questions by the audience. So please, if you have any questions or comments for our speakers, could you send them in the question answer box or in the chat box? And please indicate the name of the speaker to whom your question is addressed. So let's get this panel rolling. The first presentation relates to integrated self-assessment activities in online and blended learning towards increased interpreting trainees' autonomy. This presentation is prepared by Dr. Khadija Marakshi and Dr. Claudia Angilelli, but it will be presented only by Dr. Khadija, who is an assistant professor in the Department of Intercultural Studies at Heriot-Watt University. She teaches translation and interpreting, and she has previously taught at UCL and at the University of Surrey, from where she graduated with a PhD in translation and interpreting studies. So Dr. Khadija, the floor is yours, please. You have got 15 minutes for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. I'm just about to share my screen. Could you please confirm that you can see it? Thank you. So first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for braving the challenges of the pandemic and allow us to share our experiences and reflect on our practices over these last couple of months. I would like also to convey the greetings of my colleague, Professor Claudia Angilelli, and apologize on her behalf for not being able to join us this morning because of a last-minute care duty. As Dr. Al-Maliki mentioned this morning, this pandemic has affected women in so many ways, and this is just yet another example of this. Claudia and I have been looking into assessing the tools we have at hand at the beginning of the pandemic in order to adapt to a rapid transition into online teaching. As it happens, I was at the final stages of my postgraduate certificate in teaching and learning and chose to work on this topic as a research project with the support of Claudia. The idea was to explore ways of better integrating technological tools into the curriculum to support students learning remotely. I would like also to thank so many people whose help have been invaluable to conduct this project. Most of all, colleagues and friends who made it possible to deliver a full course online over the summer period. In this presentation, I will reflect on the study I conducted, and I will share with you preliminary results and future actions. The study, as I mentioned, is aiming to investigate technologically enhanced self-assessment as a means of increasing students' autonomy and offering a more structured self-study time. As you know, self-study is a key component in all interpreting programs, yet this time remains underexplored. The study is underpinned by social theory and applied linguistics, and is rooted in learner-centeredness approaches and its two key benefits: empowering students and developing lifelong learning skills. As the literature review shows, there are many benefits to self-assessment as an activity to conduct on self-study time. There are also so many studies conducted on other fields, namely on the visual arts and in sign languages, that demonstrated that using video annotation can facilitate assessment and also self-assessment. And this is very relevant in the COVID context, where we are relying more and more on video recordings to assess students. I should mention also that despite these benefits of this activity, it is rarely used as a pedagogical activity in the teaching of translation and interpreting. It is also worth mentioning that the benefits of self-assessment in interpreting training go beyond improving skills in order to get better results, better marks. Self-assessment is a great tool to develop autonomy. It is also a very prized tool to develop autonomy that is not just needed for the curriculum. Developing autonomy skills, as Kornakov mentions, is a key, is a long life skill that interpreters need to practice their profession. Despite the benefits of self-study, of self-assessment, as I mentioned, students are reluctant to engage with this activity. And our hypothesis was that if this activity is facilitated by technological tools, such as video annotation, this would lead to better engagement. And this is what we were set to find out during this study. So can technologically enhanced self-assessment lead to increased autonomy, but also to increased engagement in self-assessment during the training? To answer this question, Claudia and I designed a study that is set in business interpreting. So we have decided to offer a business interpreting course to students that is a more or less an identical replication of the course we deliver to our MSc students. This course was delivered online over a duration of 10 weeks. And during these 10 weeks, students were exposed to some theoretical background about the activity of dialogue interpreting. And many colleagues from the department have contributed to this theoretical background teaching. Students were offered information about subjects such as the cultural differences in business settings, the ethics of the interpreting, etc. And for the practical part, which I was in charge of, the hour was a simulated business situation, most of the time negotiation situation, where the student played the role of the interpreter. The students were also expected to spend 2 hours time a week preparing for the activity and spend another hour after the course reflecting on their recorded performance using a video annotation tool called GoReact. The reason this tool specifically was used is that it was available at the department. We did have a subscription. It didn't include any extra costs. And I'm pretty sure that there are other tools on the market that offer the same features. So the tool was a convenient and an available tool to conduct this study. So I will just let you watch this short video to discover the tool. Can you hear the sound from the video?
Educators and improve student outcomes.
Can you hear the sound from the video? Good.
Research shows that watching yourself on video combined with feedback from a teacher or mentor is the magic formula for rapid skill development. Video is essential in disciplines like language training, communication, teacher preparation, nursing education, performing arts, and others, especially when teaching these courses online. But educators have told us that adopting video is a huge headache. Some options require expensive equipment, complex.
I'm just going to speed it a little bit to get to the matter.
Feedback options. Free tools often don't comply with government.
Sorry.
GoReact is the best way to give feedback on student videos. It makes life easy for educators and improves student outcomes. Research shows that watching yourself on video combined with feedback from a teacher or mentor is the magic formula for rapid skill development. Video is essential in disciplines like language training, communication, teacher preparation, nursing education, performing arts, and others, especially when teaching these courses online. But educators have told us that adopting video is a huge headache. Some options require expensive equipment, complex setup, or don't provide the right feedback options. Free tools often don't comply with government regulations and data privacy requirements, and it can be impossible to get these tools to play nice with your LMS or grading platform. There's frequently a big misunderstanding of the limitations of campus tools designed for lecture capture, content distribution, or video storage, leading teachers to wrestle with technology that's just not made for formative feedback. That's why we built GoReact with the actual work of educators in mind. GoReact makes adopting video hassle-free. There's no equipment to buy. You and your students can record videos using any camera, including your smartphone. Getting great feedback is simple and can be done live, later, or remotely, whatever works for you. You can leave comments as text, video, or audio, and they will all be time-coded to the exact moment in the video. And since GoReact was designed with you in mind.
So as you can see from the video, it is a tool that can be used for either assessment, peer assessment, or self-assessment, as is the case for this study. And the beauty of it is that it is very easy to upload a video and to comment, to self-reflect on one's performance using time-stamped comments, as you can see on the screen right now. So this was what we thought would motivate students to engage with the activity of self-assessment. So in order to find out whether this was the case or not, we decided to adopt a triangulated methodological approach, doing both a quantitative and a qualitative analysis on 3 sets of data. The first set is the time-stamped comments in GoReact. And from the study, we collected 1,872 comments, or what was the equivalent to 300 minutes of video recording. The second set is a questionnaire. We used Qualtrics for the design and the distribution of the questionnaire. And the questionnaire was designed specifically to understand better the perception of the tool and whether the students found it easier to self-assess using the tool or not. The presentation today is going to reflect or present the preliminary results for these 2 sets of data. The post-study semi-structured interviews are yet to be conducted at the end of this month. So the information...
Khadija, please. 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Going to jump very quickly into the presentation of the quantitative and the qualitative data from both sets. The good news is that both sets show the same picture, which is a huge engagement with the reflective activity, with a main focus on the delivery as opposed to language and to content. Other means technical issues mainly, and this is something we would like to look at further in our follow-up study. The quantitative analysis shows a good understanding of the self-assessment activity and uses varied language to discuss these things. And the students do not only comment on the kind of problems encountered, they also try to reflect on why they did encounter these problems and what strategies did they implement to solve these problems. And from the questionnaire, it seems that the students are more or less familiar with the self-assessment activity in the interpreting training or in previous interpreting training, but none of them used video annotation as a tool for self-assessment. But yet the majority of the students reflected and reported, as it is shown by the quantitative analysis, that the tool has greatly facilitated self-assessment. Despite these results, we noticed a huge disparity in the engagement with the activity, and this is something we would like to explore further using these semi-structured interviews. And another outcome that we would like to investigate further is also the fact that most of the students were more focused on the delivery, on how they engage with the speakers, on their facial expressions, which is not normally reported as a key focus by the students. And Claudia and I think that this might be related to the mode of delivery, which is a remote interpreting mode. And this is what we are set to further explore during the semi-structured interviews. We are also planning to conduct a longitudinal study to collect further data, being aware that we have just a very small sample, but we are all excited about it, and we hope that we have given you a snapshot of the project we are currently working on. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Khadija, and Claudia, of course, for this insightful and timely presentation. Our next presentation is about the translated training after the COVID-19 outbreak, personal and interpersonal competence development in trainees. And this presentation will be jointly presented by Emilia Perez, Dr. Emilia Perez and Dr. Sonia Hodakova. Now, let me just present our distinguished speakers. Dr. Emilia Perez is an associate professor in Health Department Translation Studies in Konstantin the Philosopher University in Nitra, Slovakia. She is a member of the executive board of the European Masters in Translation Network, established by the DGT of the European Commission. And Dr. Sonia Hodakova is an assistant professor of translation and interpreting in the Department of Translation Studies at the Faculty of Arts of Konstantin the Philosopher University in Nitra as well. Her research work focuses on the psychological and cognitive aspects of interpreting. So Dr. Emilia and Dr. Sonia, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much. You should see my presentation now. Hopefully everything is okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So hello and greetings from Slovakia, and also thank you very much for our introduction. Together with my colleague, Dr. Sonia Hodakova, we would like to thank the organizers for preparing this valuable conference, as well as for accepting our proposal. Sorry, okay. Okay, our talk focuses on personal and interpersonal competence in translator training and the change of training realities and also learning realities in Slovakia, which shifted from campus-based training to remote training after the COVID-19 outbreak. Why do we focus on personal and interpersonal competence, and is it really important in translators training? Well, attention has been paid to question of translator competencies since 1980s, and more or less we could see that the attention is shifting from linguistic-oriented approach towards a more differentiation of translation competence. The later perception of what translators should be good at can be represented by the quote by Daniel Godek, who in his publication Translation as a Profession emphasizes especially the significance of translation skills, but also technical competence. And he also speaks about some overall professional expertise of translators. If we look at the, I hope it's fine. If we look at the approaches from training and didactics research, we can see, especially in the last 2 decades, that the main focus lies on explicit purpose, which is training the translators not in particular competencies only, or the individual competencies, but preparing them for successful performance on the market as such. And such performance, however, besides all of the competencies I have already mentioned, besides all of the competencies that I've already mentioned, was pointed out also in relation to human traits, human behavioral traits and interpersonal skills. This was researched a lot in general from professional area when for example, Berrigan Mount and Bartram and Mulder were looking at how the personal and interpersonal skills influence the professional competencies and performance of graduates. Well, if we look whether some attention or how much attention was paid to the personal and interpersonal competence in translator training curriculum, or we can look at the existing models. Today I'll mention maybe just the most challenged ones, and we can maybe see that there was not much attention paid to this aspect, or maybe not explicitly. If we take, for example, a very well-known PACTE model, then besides the main competencies, there is a mention of psychophysiological components as different types of cognitive and attitudinal components which translators apply in all of their competencies, but there is not many more details on this area. The same goes for example, Gottfried, who for Transcom project developed this model, and she's adding interesting aspect because she starts speaking very explicitly about motivation of translators and also motivation of translation trainees, which again is related to all of the competencies which are important for translators' work. Then we have, for example, Hurtado Albir, who tested the PACTES model, and he also starts talking more and more about the other things the successful translator also has. But still the main focus lies on the main competencies. And then we have something a bit different. It's, for example, Donald Kirali in 2006, who speaks about 3 main groups of competencies. And besides the translation one, he specifically groups together the personal competencies of translators, where he speaks about importance of autonomy or skills for quality control, professional responsibility, or awareness of lifelong learning. And he also speaks about the interpersonal competencies or social competencies, where again he speaks about netiquette, skills needed for communication, and all the skills needed for teamwork, which is, I think, and in our opinion, it's very important. Existing models were partially reflected also in 2017 EMT competence framework, which was a model suggested by experts from European Masters in Translation Network, which presently joins 80 programs from Europe. And this model is aimed at training competence development at university environment. Plus, this model also looks at training as something that should not only equip students with deep understanding of processes, but also to think of creating and enhancing their abilities to perform and provide the translation service in line with professional ethical standards. This model speaks about 5 competence areas, explicitly mentioning also personal and interpersonal competence. It's defined as some sort of group of all generic or soft skills which are enhancing the graduates' ability to be integrated in the market once they complete their studies. And of course, we could see this as something that is given because it's very individual, but also we should approach it as something we can work on during the university training. There are many sub-competencies, and skills which could be mentioned. Just to briefly sum up, these competencies and skills are related to planning, time management, stress, workload, all the skills needed for professional communication and working in team, adapting to changes in working environment, but also continuous self-evaluation, development of competencies, and so on and so forth. In our case, originally, we would be implementing these skills and working with them, and not only in our case, but I'm sure most of the trainers do the same in our campus-based seminars, in the content of practice-oriented seminars, task-based learning via team, where it's collaborative learning approach, but also in-house traineeships or interaction via various activities, as well as just common interaction between students and a trainer. Unfortunately, as you probably already know how this is going to continue, this has changed significantly. In our case, in Slovakia, it has changed since March 2020, when all of the translated training in country, which originally was only campus-based, full-time and in-person, had to move to remote form and to online environment. And still, of course, trying to maintain the quality and the training of all of the key competencies. Of course, you or many of you who are following as trainers, but also maybe students on the other side will understand it. We as a teachers were thinking a lot about does it actually all really work, or how much has actually changed in the training, or what are the examples of good practice in training in general, and where are the trainers and trainees struggling? Well, for our research which we are presenting today, we are focusing on which procedure in personal and interpersonal competence development were sustained in times of social distancing, and which have disappeared, if any, and how can we proceed further on. We are looking at what is students' perspective and how challenging this task is for university trainers. The main focus today lies on students' perspective, and my colleague, Dr. Sonia Hodakova, will continue now. Thank you.
Thank you. Could you just please confirm if you can hear me? Yes, thank you. So, as mentioned before in my part, I would like to introduce very briefly our research design and some of our findings. In order to examine the changes in PIC training, we conducted an exploratory research aimed at identifying key factors and their impact on developing these specialized skills and competencies. We decided to conduct a focus group, semi-structured interview with 5 MA students in the pilot phase, and then based on factors identified through qualitative analysis in the interviews, as the next step, an online survey was designed and distributed to trainees in all Slovak universities providing translated training. Till now, we received 179 responses from students evaluating changed conditions and current procedures in development and training of PIC. Regarding the qualitative analysis in the pilot phase, as we can see in the next picture, and in the qualitative part of the online survey of our research, we were able to identify following key factors which students stated had the biggest influence in their training. It was continuous self-evaluation and personality development as intrapersonal skills. And further on, communication, interaction, teamwork, and mutual support as interpersonal skills.
and stress management, for which resources on both levels, intra and interpersonal, are desirable.
5 minutes, please, Sonia. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, so maybe we can skip to the next picture. Another two aspects I'm going to talk about are very closely linked to each other. It is the amount of mental energy expended during remote training and motivation. In the focus group interview, these two aspects were especially mentioned as very important, and we wanted to confirm their importance also by using quantitative analysis. In the questionnaire survey, majority of students stated that they have to expend much more mental energy during classes, and at the same time, majority of students had problems maintaining motivation for the classes. In the next step, we analyzed the qualitative responses in the questionnaires and found out that the motivation factor has two different dimensions. One group of students expressed lower motivation due to the monotone working environment. They live, work, sleep, exercise, relax all in one room. And also the anonymity in the classes when the cameras are off, for example, and also lack of social support by colleagues and friends decrease their motivation. Another group of students, however, expressed no problems with maintaining motivation because they were able to better organize their work and their obligation during the day, since they didn't have to travel to school, for example, and have had more time. Regarding the personal and interpersonal skills in the EMT model, Emilia mentioned before, majority of students in our online survey stated that during remote learning, teachers led them to develop skills in working in teams, provided space for discussion, cooperation, and that teachers also led them to develop continuous self-assessment skills. The majority also stated that during remote learning, teachers led them to develop skills in time management, meeting deadlines, and instructions. In the next phase of the research, we then compared these findings also with the trainer's perspective. And to that aim, we conducted an online survey with translator teachers. We found some congruent perspectives, but also some dissimilarities. What students and trainers have in common is that both groups state that remote training costs them significantly more mental energy, but also that remote training enables them to convey the principles of time management as well as continuous self-assessment, for example. However, the groups differ in the aspects of motivation and social isolation. The majority of trainees state it is very challenging for them to maintain sufficient motivation level, as mentioned. On the contrary, most of the trainers state they can maintain their motivation without significant difficulties. And regarding the influence of social isolation, majority of trainees state that social isolation influences their performance and work negatively, whereas most of trainers do not perceive any negative impact of social isolation on their training performance.
1 minute, please.
Okay. So maybe this was a brief overview, and for the conclusions, I would like to give the floor back to Emilia.
Thank you very much. So just to conclude, because we will be researching this further on as well, we can see that, first of all, there is still a space for more interaction between students, trainees, and for more focus on personal and interpersonal competence training, but also maybe in employing several new activities. We could identify general decrease in motivation for learning, increased stress and negative impact of social isolation due to lack of unusual opportunities for contacts, for example, libraries, extracurricular activities, joint studying, joint projects. Negative isolation impact and decrease in motivation is significantly higher in case of trainees than in case of trainers. Also possibly because of lack of coping strategies, relaxation techniques, motivation, self-motivation, or just students' environment. Because as was said already, many of students move from more or less independent life, although funded by their parents, to their rooms in their original flats with their families. This is something we can't change, but just the last sentence of where we see a lot of potential and what we will be focusing on in our further stages. We believe it is very important to include or substitute the missing components in training, and also not only in disciplines where they were presented originally, but also in the disciplines where they were not presented before. And probably there is also quite a lot of space for discussion with training institutes and universities to provide more support to all of the students in this area. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention. And at the end of the session, of course, we'll be very happy to respond to any of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Emilia and Dr. Sonia, for this very interesting presentation. Now let's move on to our final presentation in this panel. And it's about alignment and diversity, backward design, universal design, learning, and the teaching of translation technologies during the COVID-19 crisis. Now, this presentation will be given by Dr. Laura Ramirez and Dr. Chilo Vargas Sierra. Dr. Laura is an assistant professor at Rutgers, where she coordinates the translation interpreting program. She holds a PhD in translation from the University of Valencia in Spain. She has more than 15 years experience training translators and interpreters, as well as translating from English and German into Spanish. Now, Dr. Chilo Vargas has a PhD in translation from the University of Alicante. She is a senior lecturer at the University of Alicante, where she teaches translation, terminology, CAT tools in graduate and postgraduate courses. Her main lines of research are terminology, corpus linguistics, specialized translation, and computer-aided translation. So Dr. Laura and Dr. Chilo, the floor is yours, please.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So, well, two things. First, thank you very much for this opportunity. Second thing, I'm really sorry about the light. My light just went off. So I'm in the darkness. So I'm just, if you don't see me very well, it's because I just lost. I hope the battery lasts for the presentation. Okay, yeah. So again, thank you very much for this opportunity. And the presentation that Professor Vargas and I are gonna deliver today is on. It actually ties very well with the presentation that Dr. Peret and Dr. Hotakova just delivered, and is how to make the online teaching during COVID times more engaging and more catered towards the students. So I will first give a brief introduction, then I will talk about approaches for instructional design, backward design, and universal design for learning. Then I will talk also very briefly on competence models in translation and interpreting that was touched before in the presentation before. And then I will, Professor Vargas will focus on the analysis of translation technology syllabi and specifically on goals. And we will explain why we focus on goals. And then I will make a proposal on how to align the principles and the contents, and also how to make our classes more catered for diversity. And finally, I will give some conclusions. So as we were hearing in the previous presentations, the current health crisis has made us to, provided a need to move online, in-person classes to online instruction. And there is no precedent in the sense that, of course, we already had some online classes, but this time it was kind of like an imposed new medium, especially not only for professors. For some professors it was, but especially for students that didn't ask for it. So we have a situation where some students are in vulnerable situations, and therefore there was like a need for new methodological approaches. And in this study that we are presenting, we are focusing on translation technology, and we are providing or we are presenting two frameworks that can help us to move from the face-to-face environment to the online. So the first one is the backward design model. And this model tells us that we should work with the goals, start with the goals in mind. So the first question that you should ask yourself is like, what do you want my students, or what do you want your students to take out from your class? From there, then you would have to determine how you're going to demonstrate that they are actually achieving those goals. And then from there, you would design your activities and your units and your whole course. So instead of like, that might seem like intuitively like the contrary of what you would think when designing a course, but this model is proposing that to start backwards. Then the second model that we use is universal design for learning. And this is specifically relevant to the current situation because it really focuses on learner variability in mind, and it caters for diversity. So one of the main ideas is that we have to take into account like a very varied student population, and therefore, we have to be flexible in how we deliver content and how we interact with the students and how we let students interact with us. So basically, this system or this framework focuses on three axes. First is give students possibilities, like many different possibilities of engagement, okay, multiple ways of engagement, how to interact with the materials, how to interact with you, how to interact among themselves, a little bit like in relation to their previous presentation, interpersonal skills. Representation, like give students the content in multiple ways too. So don't only focus on video or readings, like give different ways of representing, because different students learn in different ways. So you want to have different ways of representation. And then the last part is action and expression. So give students different ways of expressing themselves. They might be able to achieve the same goal through text, through video, through audio, or other formats. So there are like different ways of giving them the opportunity to express what they know. So also very briefly, the previous presentation also touched on this. So we use the PACTE model and also like the updated model by Hurtado in 2015 to just explore the competence models, and we just wanted to focus mainly on the instrumental subcompetence, which is related to the translation technology. But our analysis will show, Professor Vargas will present that actually even in those classes, in translation technology classes, we are also working on other subcompetences, such as the knowledge of translation or the psychological, physiological subcompetence that actually includes socialization and interpersonal skills. And this is another model that we use, which Professor Vargas and I actually developed in 2011. And this model is a ladder model where we focus mainly on translation technology skills. So we noticed that there are actually not a lot of competence models focused on translation technology. And that was like our contribution. And basically it's divided in two parts. The left part is more focused on the technical aspect, on the technical understanding and management, whereas the second part, like the right part, is more focused on the collaborative aspect, and therefore more on this interpersonal socialization and interpersonal skills. So I'm going to give the floor to Professor Vargas.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me? Okay, so the following is a brief analysis performed on syllabi. And new technologies in translation courses is currently a self-evident reality, and technologies and their close relationship with translation do not need to be justified nowadays. It is naturally assumed that translators must know how to make use of these multiple tools that are involved in one way or another in their workstation. So in their training, translation students should ideally acquire an expert knowledge of technologies applied to translation. With the pandemic, all these courses have had to be taught virtually. So the universities, but even more the faculty and students have had to face different challenges, such as having the right infrastructure, students being able to access software remotely, or being able to install licenses in their PCs. One last thing is the diverse student situations, and we should bear in mind this variety if we want them to achieve the learning goals. For this preliminary study, we could obtain and analyze 20 syllabi taken from several universities located in Spain, China, United States, Lithuania, and Argentina. These were randomly selected, okay? So the methodology followed was, firstly, we extracted each outcome and applied a descriptive tag to each one. Then we observed the most frequent or dominant outcomes, since we wanted to detect if there was a pattern. And finally, we checked syllabi against competence model and against principles of backward design and universal design learning. In this slide, we see a table with the university, the name of the subject, and every goal. On the right side of this slide, you see the table with the tag corresponding to every goal, every objective. What this table shows is the outcomes, like, for example, processes and issues common to all translation memory tools. Then this has the tag called project management. So this tagging was done with every objective in the table, with every subject, with every university. This tagging method allowed us to have a quantitative overview of these preliminary data. Here we have the results. This graph shows the frequency of goals represented by every tag, being the most frequent, for example, project management, CAT use, IT knowledge, or information technology use. Another way to see these results is shown by this relational graph you can see on the slide. The relationship between the nodes arises from the relation between the objectives and the universities. When an objective is repeated in several universities, the goal, the objective size or degree is bigger. So the more relationships, the bigger the node is. The size of each node in the graph corresponds to its frequency of use in the different universities. We can also see the most frequent objectives are in the center and the least frequent in the periphery. That is why the objectives related, for example, to project management, IT knowledge, CAT use, or IT use are placed in the center. My colleague, Dr. Ramirez Polo, will continue with this presentation.
4 minutes, please.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm gonna finish the presentation by showing how we can align those goals, and that was the reason why we focus on the goals in the syllabi, because we wanted to apply the principles of backward design. So these goals, we align them with the PACTE model and also with the TWIT model, and we saw, of course, that they focus mostly on instrumental skills, but we also saw that there were like psychophysiological skills that were developed and socialization, etc. So this just shows what I mentioned before. And our proposal when you're designing or moving a class from the side, like face-to-face to the online environment, is that you start with the goals in mind. So what you want your students to get out of your class. And those goals should be authentic and student-centered. So they should be important to the students and they should be focused on what the students should achieve and not like, I will teach this, but students should learn. And these are two examples. So students should be able to have a working knowledge, or students should be able to choose the translation technology most suitable for each case. So for instance, taking this second goal, students should be able to choose the translation technology most suitable for each case. That would be like an overarching goal. And we could think, how am I going to assess that they know that? So I could think maybe like a paper, like a case study or an exam. And then from there, I would develop like a lesson plan. And this would work on the project management skill, which would be related to the instrumental subcompetence, like how to do things, but also with the psycho and physiological subcompetence. And this would relate to skills such as evaluation, decision-making, and the tweet model, information exchange, and knowledge construction. And the idea is that everything is aligned. So the goals, students always know why they are doing things. And in terms of UDL, we would provide multiple ways of representation, multiple ways of engagement, and multiple ways of expression. So I'm going to actually show the last one, because this would be like a specific proposal. So if my overarching goal would be students should be able to choose the translation technology most appropriate for each case, I would have to probably work on a subordinate goal. Students should know the difference between computer-assisted translation technology and machine translation. And then I can think of what kind of assessment would prove that my students can know the difference. So for instance, it could be a quiz, or it could be a procedural activity where students are presented with a series of texts and they have to decide which type of technology is more appropriate, and they have to explain why. And in terms of expression, they could write a paper, they could shoot a video, they could have an interview, they could, for instance, record a podcast. So I'm giving students different options to express what they know. And then, of course, to achieve that goal, I would like create a series of activities, for instance, like quizzes on readings and the video materials. I could also create forum discussions that are engaging. So I could talk, there will be like a whole presentation of how to make forum discussions engaging, but we could discuss on the advantages and disadvantages of both technology. And I would give my students the opportunity to express themselves through text, but also through video or audio. And for instance, in a synchronous class, even if it's online, I could use a collaborative mind map with a tool such as Miro, okay? And then the contents that I would provide would be also like different content, such as video presentations with closed captions so that they are as accessible as possible, readings with collaborative annotation, etc. So these are just some examples. I think I'm out of time. So these would be like videos with closed caption, different ways. These are like different ways of how students express themselves. This is me participating in the forum and engaging students, not in text form, but with a video and talking about, I actually mention the students, I read their comments, and I engage with them in my video. And yeah, and this is a Miro board, okay? So that's like a mind map of different ideas, and we can work collaboratively on that. And the conclusions, just backward design and UDL offer two approaches to adapt in-person classes to the online environment. And it's important to align goals, assessment, activities, and contents, and also to provide multiple ways of engagement, representation, and expression. And our study of CAT tools syllabi focus on goals. And we saw that, of course, the main focus is on procedural knowledge, how to do things, but also there is also focus on declarative knowledge, knowing about the translation profession, and psychophysiological subcompetences. And our conclusion is that assessment activities and contents should be aligned with those goals, and activities should build up towards overarching goals. And that's it. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Dr. Laura and Professor Vargas, for this interesting presentation. Now, we have a few minutes for questions from the audience and from the panelists, of course. So I have got a few questions here. I'm going to start with the question from Professor Khadija Marakshi to Professor Sonia and Emilia. Did you measure the effect of COVID on their mental health and whether this was a demotivating factor?
Yes, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Our research, of course, is more complex than what we presented due to limited time, of course. But one very important factor we found out is stress management in students. And stress management in our research had two different dimensions, in fact. Some students expressed lower stress level during remote learning. And here we can mention, for example, students with social anxiety disorder, stage fright, etc. And these students felt more motivated to participate in the classes. But on the other hand, we had a relatively large group of students who felt higher stress level because of increased workload or high pressure, or because of the technical problems, uncertainty feelings, and so on. Or maybe because they did not develop effective relaxing and coping strategies. And these students felt more apathy, frustration, and so on, and they then also felt more stress, maybe.
Thank you very much. Now, one more question from the audience, from Ibrahim. Assuming that COVID-19 won't be around forever, and it's a question to all the panelists, do you think it will have a lasting effect on how trainers, translators, and interpreters operate in the future? Or we will simply go back to the pre-COVID situations and do business as usual, ignoring these paradigm shifts exposed in this panel?
If I may, so maybe
Yes,
I would
please,
start.
please, Dr. Amelia.
As Sonia mentioned, we were looking actually at this question with another part of our research when we were surveying trainers more in details. Also, we did, the focus groups, and we did the quantitative method. And I think the trainers already changed a lot. And there was this separate section where they could express how much of what they changed they would like to keep, or what they would like to keep maybe for the situation after, if we are lucky enough and it will change quickly. And actually there were quite many things. It was the use of technologies, use of platforms where you can communicate with students, the opportunities for storing materials, recording materials, using the technological tools where students can maybe provide more information on how they were working. So these were probably the things that trainers see as something that could be and should be there, because it helps them a lot. Many of them claim that they are much more organized, and that this is something actually that they would like to keep also if we come back maybe to normal, well, let's say normal or pre-COVID teaching. So I think many of the things we learned as trainers now will become an inspiration, and we will apply them later on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amelia. Now,
may I just add something to that,
definitely.
please?
Go ahead, please, Dr. Khadija.
I think that some of us have already pushing towards this transition even before COVID compelled us to move. And I think that when we take into consideration all the current economic and social factors, we can see that translation and interpreting, we're moving towards an online training. It's becoming more and more a global training, and people would like to take training in different countries, and the only way to achieve that is an online training. So I think that some trainers have already been asking for this transition, and now this transition is happening not because we asked for it, but because it was compulsory. I personally don't think that we are going to go back to the way it was. So maybe it's going to be a combination of remote interpreting and face-to-face interpreting. I don't think whether everybody in the panel agree with that, but I don't personally think that there would be ever going back to purely face-to-face training.
Thank you, Dr. Khadija.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add that I agree with my colleagues. I think, and I actually hope that the good things that we learned in this pandemic stay, and the bad things don't stay. So I mean, I think this has been like an opportunity for us to learn also, like and as I was mentioned in the presentation, like to maybe realize like some skills that were undertrained, or things that we were not paying attention to, like more diversity, or more like offering students like, or taking into account their situations. So I think that will that will stay, and yeah, probably like as it was mentioned before, we will also like see more hybrid programs where we have like a face-to-face component and an online component to cater for the needs of growing diverse world population.
Thank you very much. Now, one more question before we still have a couple of minutes for one more question from the audience. Who do you think has been the worst hit by COVID-19? Is it translators or interpreters?
I don't know what to answer. I think maybe technology has adapted quite quickly to every situation, right? So I don't know which is worst, for translators or for interpreters, because technology is there to be able to adapt all the professions to these sort of situations. So, but I would say, like my colleague or Dr. Emilia said, that certain things are here to stay forever. So we are going to take the best things of this situation and work with them just forever. I mean, but okay, we want to be back, yeah, to the previous situation. But I think we are going to get the benefits of these rapid changes we made at universities and for students and in the profession too.
Thank you very much, Professor Vargas. I think that's all we have time for. We'll put an end to this panel. We would like to thank again our distinguished speakers for sharing their thoughts with us. And we would like to thank also the organizers of this 11th International Conference of TII. Thank you so much. Now, let me just please remind you that the next panel will start in 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm happy to connect with you again. Good morning for many of us. Like our speaker, this is our second keynote speech for the day. We try to keep time, and we believe that we're very good at it. We don't want anyone to get bored, and we didn't want to prolong anything. So now with our second keynote speaker, Dr. Renée Desjardins. She is an associate professor at the University de San Boniface and the author of Translation and Social Media and Theory in Training and Professional Practice, and co-editor of the recent When Translation Goes Digital Case Studies and Critical Reflections. She has been researching and writing about translation and social media for more than a decade and has published on the subject in a number of outlets. She joins us from Canada and at 7:30 a.m. And her presentation today will be titled Hindsight, Foresight, and 2020 Vision, Translation Theory, Training, and Practice in a Global Pandemic. Dr. Renee, lovely to have you. Thank you so much for joining us. And the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. I will just share my screen momentarily. Okay. Can everyone see? Good, good. Okay. Yes, so good morning for those that are in North America, and good afternoon to other attendees and fellow panelists. First and foremost, I would like to thank the conference organizers for the invitation and for all the hard work that they've been doing behind the scenes, especially the tech team, and of course, the interpreters. My many thanks to them. I know that I didn't give them my material well in advance, so I tip my hat, and hopefully this presentation won't be too hard to interpret. I know that we are in a digital and transnational space, but I would like to acknowledge that I'm presenting from Winnipeg, Canada, which is situated on the territory of Indigenous peoples, notably represented by Treaty 1. So with that said, I have an ambitious title for what I think might be a bit too much of an ambitious presentation, but we'll see if we can tie it all together. Okay, so in a sense, translation studies has always been a field in which we have had a relative degree of foresight. So foresight means being able to predict the future. So this isn't a talk about the history of our field, but we do know that other academic disciplines are currently grappling with issues related to access, equity, diversity, and inclusion. And arguably in translation, because our work has always been situated at the intersection of at least two languages, two cultures, two worldviews, and arguably two epistemologies, implied in our work is a sensitivity to equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we know that with the cultural turn, perhaps more specifically, that we have addressed issues related to gatekeeping, related to problematic ideology and ideology more generally, and power relations. And we have also examined access, to interpreting and to translation services. However, we know that there is still work to be done. Recently, the debate around the translation of American poet Amanda Gorman's poetry, The Hill We Climb, has circulated in the international press. And we see some of the hyperbolic responses from within our own field. So certainly there is some more work and more conversations to be had around equity, diversity, inclusion, and access. Before the pandemic, we've of course talked about automation, AI, the future of work. These were all subjects that we were already discussing. For instance, automation has held a relatively central place since the 1950s. And it's been explored using many lenses, from quality to reception to post-editing. In the previous panel, we were talking about technological competency, right? In October of 2020, Dr. Sharon O'Brien gave a talk at the University of Ottawa titled "Where to Next? Translation in the AI Age," which largely examined the future of work in our field. But the conversation seems to be stuck around automation and AI, and there's a focus on machine translation, neural machine translation, instead of, I would argue, the larger social shifts that intersect with translation more broadly. For instance, how news is consumed and disseminated in a citizen media and social media era, the larger impacts of the creator economy, the democratization of knowledge, and arguably the death of expertise. So these are some of the themes that I would like to explore today. So if we think about hindsight, I'm going to bring us back to March 2020. In North America, and in Canada more specifically, March 2020 sort of represented the start of the pandemic. So on March 11th, the WHO declared a global pandemic. And I view this as an integral accident. And I don't particularly like the term accident, so we could say integral event. This is inspired by a French philosopher, Virilio. And so he talks about integral events as being events that, you know, for which there is no going back, right? It's monumental change, and it impacts literally the globe, so everyone. So even though we have been affected in different ways, everyone has been impacted by this pandemic. And integral events also have the characteristic of creating other ripples and sort of subsequent events. And if we think of what happened in May in the US in May 2020 with the killing of George Floyd, we know that that was one of the ripple effects where we were suddenly talking more about social injustice. So in a sense, there was deceleration and acceleration of time. On the one hand, you know, it seemed like events were every day there was something new in the news cycle, but at the same time, a deceleration because we were stuck at home and unable to carry our lives as we had previously. So for translation, more specifically, COVID-19 has been a great tech accelerator, but it has also underscored some inequities as well. And translation in the current era is stuck in a sort of zero time. And let me explain what I mean by that. And I'm building off of some work that seems rather dated, 2005, a colleague from the University of Ottawa, Marc Charon. So he used this term in relation to localization, but I'm bringing it into 2021. And what I see by or what I understand by 2021, sorry, by zero time in 2021, is that translation is instantaneous. Which is of no surprise and I think relatively straightforward. So from the user perspective, you know, from those that consume translation and interpretation, they expect it as quickly as, you know, output from Google Translate or DeepL, right? If we think about embedded machine translation on social platforms, it's a click of the button, one click and you have translation. So that kind of instantaneity. But translation is also iterative. And what I mean by that is that translation never really ends, and nor does interpretation. I'm going to focus more specifically on translation in this talk. But yeah, translation never really ends. Translation moves across platforms, points of access. There's no real start and no real finish. So what does that mean for conceptualizations of translation that focus from start to finish, from source text to target text? And then I also want to talk about invisibility. And this isn't Venuti's invisibility, visibility binary. This is the idea of translation in 2021 being frictionless or increasingly or being increasingly optimized to be frictionless. So frictionless design is a tech term that means when users encounter unnecessary delays or inefficiency, then there is friction. So we know that more and more there's an anti-friction ethos in how we try to develop tech. So in this sense, the process of translation is becoming increasingly frictionless, less clicks, less, you know, inconvenience for the user. So what does that mean? And should we maybe introduce a little bit more friction? So I'll come back to that in the conclusion. So where are we now and how can we learn from 2020 in order to have 2020 vision in the future? You might see the play on words there. So my first question is it helpful in the field to, or in translation studies to segment translation, particularly in the online and digital contexts? Would it not be more helpful to think of amalgamation or the layered materiality of translation? So I'll give two examples. If we think of Netflix, right? Sometimes our mind will go directly to audio-visual translation, but in fact, Netflix is the product of the localization of the platform itself, of dubbing and subtitling of the content on the platform, right? Different series or films, but the reach goes beyond the platform. So where a non-translated content that might come from Netflix is then subbed or dubbed by fans, right? So there's an extension. But also the content represents translation and interpretation. So if we think of popular shows like Killing Eve and Tidying Up with Mary Kondo that are on Netflix, you'll see that in Killing Eve, they talk about multilingualism and translation in the conversation between characters. And in Tidying Up with Mary Kondo, we actually have a live sentient interpreter on the show featured prominently. So there's a depiction of translation and interpretation as well on Netflix. So you see, to reduce this to only audiovisual translation, I think is a simplification of what is actually happening on Netflix. So yeah, we shouldn't associate Netflix exclusively with AVT. I think there's an invitation for more collaboration, more players to come in and study this from a layered perspective. Similarly, there's the platform Zooniverse, which is a citizen science platform. Same thing, amalgamation of automatic machine translation, crowdsourced collaborative translation, self-translation, etc. So also, what is interesting about these two examples is that when we think of social media, we often think of Facebook, Twitter, maybe Instagram, right? Particularly in North America, there might be other platforms in the Arab world, and I'm happy to hear about that in the Q&A. So I would say we need to shift away from some of these dominant platforms and look at other platforms that are equally social. It's just a different type of engagement. Which brings me to translation in the context of the pandemic more specifically, or in some cases of non-translation. So here again, if we think of translation exclusively in a piecemeal manner, so if we're only looking at what's happening on Twitter, we might not be seeing what is concurrently happening on other social platforms, and missing where translation might be curiously absent. And you know, if we have a more holistic approach, then this can avoid shortcomings in translation strategies, be it at government or institutional level. So Manitoba is the province where I live. It's not officially bilingual, but it has a strong Franco-Manitoban community. So there has been, you know, translation into French, but an equally significant percentage of the population speaks Tagalog, so the Filipino population, and yet there was nothing on the Manitoba social channels that reflected this community. So, you know, multilingual communication and information sharing was constrained. Anecdotally, I can also say that research funding in the province focused very much on health research and very little on, you know, multilingual communication research. So to me, this showed that we assumed that public health communication happens unilingually, and you know, it's fine if it's only in English. But we know that when you have access to information in your language, you're more susceptible to adopt certain behaviors or certain practices. So yeah, the Manitoba government was present on Twitter, but was not on Instagram. And what's interesting about that is we also know that younger demographics no longer obtain information from traditional websites, right? I mean, we think of the web as being super novel, but you know, poll your students who are perhaps between the ages of 18 and 20, and they will tell you, like, websites, we're not interested. We're on TikTok, we're on Snapchat. So I think that we need, again, a more holistic approach where we're not focusing exclusively on websites, but on social media. And what we note with this kind of analysis, where we're looking across platforms and beyond to take into consideration reach, this is not a machine. A machine cannot do this kind of analysis, right? So that shows where human translators and human experts can intervene. The picture that you see here on this slide, and I apologize, I know it is a little bit graphic, particularly for those that might be vegan or you know, have issues with animal consumption, but it's an important picture, and this is why I show it. So this is from the High River Cargill plant in Alberta, Canada, a meat processing plant. And it's where one of the largest initial outbreaks in Canada took place in April 2020. And in an investigative report, the Globe and Mail, a national Canadian newspaper, noted that the lack of translation was one of the issues that contributed to this outbreak. So Filipino workers were represented in the news, I would even say sort of scapegoated or ostracized. But anyways, Filipino workers were resorting to a private Facebook group to, quote, make sense of the company's English language communications. And they also used Google Translate. And it's not because they couldn't speak some English, as we all know, in a time of crisis, having immediate access to important public health information in our language creates a sense of trust and also helps with the adoption of new behaviors, as I mentioned previously. Further, in this particular case, there was a lack of cultural translation, in the sense that these essential workers are often embedded in communities where intergenerational and communal living is more frequent, where public translate might be used more frequently. So how do you translate the idea of social distancing in these scenarios, particularly when these essential workers couldn't even socially distance on the job, right? So again, a holistic approach, thinking about what was happening on Facebook in that private group, what was happening with the use of Google Translate, the lack of translation at the plant. So again, not something that a machine could analyze. I would also say that this example reminds us of the role of language mediators in translation studies research. And it's important, if we are to study these case studies, not to turn pain and loss into the business of research. So for those of us outside of these communities who wish to study what happened, be it on social platforms or interviewing participants or sending out questionnaires, we need to take note of our situatedness and involve those directly concerned. So to give them voice and to give them agency, but also not to commodify their pain and loss just for, research projects, right? So we have to think of individuals as subjects and not objects of study. And we should not assume that we have an inherent right to this data as translation studies researchers. Okay, going back to the idea of friction and optimization. So learning from 2020 and having a clearer sense of what our field might be able to contribute, we've seen a trend of optimization, i.e. streamlining translation, making it more efficient, eliminating friction. But as I've shown in the previous examples, relying exclusively on language policy and economic drivers and machines doesn't give us the full picture of how translation is a key strategy in public health, but also more broadly in social media and digital communication. Further, the idea that machine translation inherently creates opportunity is overstated, especially in our field. And perhaps we will wind up as human translators becoming endpoints, which means, people who are just translating between machines. And we're already seeing this with post editors being replaced by automated post editing. So even though conventional wisdom suggests that when AI pairs with humans, that there's better performance, newer and more recent studies have shown that AI actually performs better on its own. And that's because we have more data and better computation to study or to carry out automation. So we have to be mindful of staying in this position where we say, okay, AI and humans can do better. AI is outperforming us. That is now a fact. But this isn't just about losing our jobs to machines. It's, the larger issues with the devaluation of translation more broadly and the denial or the ignorance of other players of the social importance of translation and multilingual communication, particularly in crisis, which is what we saw with the Cargill High River plant example that I just presented. And finally, we also know that companies that curate data, so like Google, for example, and that develop large language models are not necessarily those with our best interests at heart. So they are focused on the growth of platforms, the growth of their business models. And I would say that this is exemplified with the recent firing of two key AI ethicists at Google, Timnit Gebru and Margaret Mitchell, who were fired in part, and this is developing, in part to research that was questioning the use of big data sets and large language models. Which leads me, and I'm coming up on my final slide. I know we're coming up on time. So implications for training. Now, some of what I'm going to say might be a little bit shocking or controversial, but I'm willing to explore this in the Q&A, maybe raising more questions than providing answers. First, I think we need to de-emphasize normative language training. And what I mean by this is that language is a living thing. We know this, and it lives in digital and digital and online contexts, pardon me. So sometimes grammatical and syntactic issues are not the focus, and they shouldn't be. So when we think about engagement, particularly for younger generations, we have to think about things like hashtags and emojis and slang, and learning very, normative grammar is not going to help our trainees. And I know that there's a lot of talk about transcreation, but I would argue we don't need a fancy new term. Translation should be about thinking about these things. So this debate around terminology, I think, is interesting, but I think we waste a bit too much time on it. Second, I think we need to insert friction back into the industry. We need to stop streamlining and optimizing. Multilingual communication should take time. We should take time to think about, people like those Filipino essential workers in Alberta, and take the time to know what are their communication needs, right? So in other words, translation should not take place in zero time without analysis and scrutiny of larger contexts. Social platforms should also be part of what we study in translator programs. So not as sort of like a backdrop to translation studies research, but very integral to, undergraduate and lower tier training. Understand different platforms. And again, not just the Facebooks and Twitter, but also the other more localized platforms that might be used in other nations or geographic spaces. I also see a lot of opportunity for translators and interpreters within the content and the creator economies. Now, this is something that I cannot flesh out too much right now, but I'm happy to take in Q&A. So quick example, in the beauty community online, many beauty influencers are now using translation to extend their reach to new audiences. And finally, I also wonder about whether translator education and training is something that can be sustained exclusively through formal training. What this pandemic has also shown is that we're seeing a great acceleration of the democratization of education and the death of expertise. And we see this with massive open online courses, for instance, but also like YouTube tutorials, right? If you need to learn a new feature in Excel, you're probably likely to go to YouTube. So same thing with translator training. So, I mean, something as seemingly innocuous as a TikTok or YouTube tutorial is changing the game. Now, this is not to say that I don't think universities have a future or that I'm suggesting that university education doesn't have a value added. But if I activate my 2020 vision, I think the landscape will be radically shifting, and we need to think about that. So that's it for me. I hope I'm not too much over time. I thank you for your interest in this presentation, and to all the attendees around the world. I probably raised more questions than answers, but I look forward to engaging in further dialogue. And if you want to reach me, my information is readily available on social media. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Renee. Excellent presentation. You've given us a lot in 20 minutes to think about, really, and I think you lived up to the loaded title you had. Some of the very interesting points actually you made is the integral events concept, and it's just like a flash bulb event that would shake the grounds underneath you and impact everything around you, just like 9/11 basically, which resulted in an increase rate of people learning Arabic, I remember, in the Americas, which also resulted in online degrees in translation, I remember very vividly, in North America as well. And now today we live a pandemic, and I think we will find something very similar in terms of languages. It did, of course, expose the inequalities and the power relation between languages, different languages, and the speakers and the language policy, if there were any language policies within the countries they live in. Some of us don't have language policies. But I foresee that there will be a surge in learning Chinese, for example, now, and Spanish, Russian, actually any language more than English at this point, because I'm a post-colonialist, the language carries a lot of the cultural and the power relations, basically, and English is not at its peak, let's say, right now. I loved the point on public health messages and the languages used for those messages and the venues, the platforms that you've emphasized as well. Where do they go? Where are they published? And it really depends on the speakers after all, because the messages need to be altered and tailored to the speakers. I do have a couple of questions. Which I seem to have lost. I have no idea why. Anyhow, my one question is, how can we reinvent translation studies post-COVID? If you are to encapsulate, your advice in a sentence or two, what should we do now? How can we make translation studies as a field, as a field more attractive and more reflective of reality?
That's a great question. I don't know that this is the only answer, but it's the answer that I will share. I think that we need to move beyond translation studies. So to actually go to other disciplines, to other conferences, and not linguistics and not communication, to go into the STEM fields, to go into programming, and to talk about what expertise we have that we can share with tech teams, developers, even public health, like go present in medicine. Too often we import from other disciplines, but we don't export. And I think we need to do a better job of exporting. And if we do that, then I think we create more interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary networks where people are suddenly like, oh, we study translation, like that's a thing. Because I think what we see with for example, Amanda Gorman, now translation, literary translation of all translations is in the news. It's a prominent headline. And the LA Times headline yesterday was, book translation, a small market. And I was like, what are you talking about? The publishing industry is huge, and literary translation has been around for forever. And suddenly people are like, oh, there's people who study this stuff. So I think we need to export and have those conversations and assert ourselves in other fields.
Thank you. I do have another comment plus question from Dr. Julie, who says, I can't agree more with de-emphasizing perspective training. This approach prevents translation interpreting to have the agency to be socially responsible and reflective practitioners. All the interpreters I interviewed in Qatar on their experience during the COVID-19 pandemic share stories that are at odds with these prescriptive approaches of do's and don'ts. How can we change the narrative as teachers and researchers?
Oof. Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not an interpreter, but I welcome and I read a lot of that research on interpreters feeling like they don't have agency because they are held to these, ideals of normative language use. And again, I think if we, I'll build on my previous answer, but I think if we sensitize people to the idea that, a by-text is not necessarily the most functional translation. We know that in translation studies. We don't need to keep saying this to each other, right? We need to share this with other people. And, I think that actually having a presence on social media is where we can assert our agency. So for instance, if you feel intimidated and you don't want to go to a medical conference or to a STEM conference, hop on social media and have conversations with your networks, letting them know that, a faithful translation doesn't have to look like a photocopy, and I think the more that we do this kind of work, the more our voices will be heard, be it translators or interpreters. And I really think that, this Amanda Gorman example is our moment. We need to seize it. Not that I want to use, her experience and piggyback off of her, but I think the news is now paying attention to translation studies, so we should hop in there.
Amazing. Renee, thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. I know it's very early in the morning, but thank God for coffee. And maybe next time we would have you here in Qatar. Hopefully, after everyone gets vaccinated and it gets, we go back to a sense of normalcy. I hope you do attend other sessions.
I will, yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And for our audience, the next panel will be in 15 minutes. Thank you, Renee. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Hello and welcome to panel 3. impact of COVID-19 on localization, social media, and audiovisual translation. Before we start, I would like to highlight the fact that we offer 2 MA translation programs at Hamad bin Khalifa University, MA in Translation Studies and MA in Audiovisual Translation. You can obtain more information about these programs by visiting our website. Our first presentation is jointly delivered by Dr. Miguel Jimenez Crespo and Dr. Laura Ramirez. Dr. Miguel holds a PhD in Translation and Interpreting Studies from the University of Granada in Spain. He is currently a professor in the Department of Spanish and Portuguese, Rutgers University, and he directs the master's program and the undergraduate certificate in Spanish, English translation, and interpreting. Dr. Laura is an assistant teaching professor at Rutgers, where she coordinates the translation and interpreting program. She holds a PhD in translation from the University of Valencia in Spain, and she has more than 15 years of experience in training translators and interpreters, as well as translating from English and German into Spanish. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Miguel and Dr. Laura. The floor is all yours.
Unmute myself. I think you can see the presentation now. Can you confirm that you can hear me and see the presentation? Yes. Okay. So thanks a lot for the kind invitation from both Laura and I. I was lucky to be 2 years ago invited to Doha, Qatar for this same conference. And I'm really sorry we cannot experience the amazing education city in Doha this year. But our presentation talks about COVID meets Twitter. So I'm really happy that in the keynote by Dr. Desjardins, she mentioned this specific integration of social media and the news as a possible future research topic. So thank you very much, Dr. Desjardins. And our topic, we will discuss the translations of Trump in the media. And one question is why choose Trump Twitter for this study? And first of all, reason number one is like in the COVID Twitter data set, about 250 million, this has been compiling from the beginning of the pandemic. The term in the keywords, Trump appears as the 5th most frequent term in Twitter and COVID, meaning that Trump managed to place himself in the middle of the information storm that followed this pandemic. Also, Trump created something that is known as the Trump presidency, something that was unprecedented, in which policy information was delivered via Twitter consistently. And this Twitter by Trump that has been widely reported both by researchers and newspapers use a variety of language known as Trump speak, something very specific. In a book about Twitter and creativity in language, Vasquez discusses that Trump speak can be described as using a lot of superlatives, simple syntactic patterns, and repetitions, multiple repetitions, such as COVID, COVID, COVID. He used to say that all the time in his tweets. We see here one example of a tweet. He said COVID, COVID, COVID. He repeated 3 times, always the same thing. And here we see an example of our corpus study. We compile a corpus. This is a small subset of a larger study on Trump tweets in the media. And here we see how the digital newspapers will report on Trump. You have a Spanish translation at the top, then the actual photo of the tweet. And here we have 2 cases in which he repeats COVID, 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 test, 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 repeatedly in the same. And we compile manually the Spanish translation, then the tweet itself. And when we did like a word cloud of the corpus, the English corpus of Trump tweets with COVID, we see that test appear at the very center. And this is because he would repeat the word test, test, test many times. And in frequency list, this word appears all the time at the top. We also wanted to study Trump tweet because of the integration. This is what René Desjardins also mentioned, integration of Google machine translation inside Twitter. We can use one click, we can have effortless translation, and many voice both news in the TV and newspapers would actually have a screenshot of the original tweet with a machine translation at the bottom as type of reporting exact quotes from Trump. Here is something from Antena 3 Spain, main news, national news, in which they would do the same thing. They would show the English tweet and then they would superimpose the translation. And if we continue describing very briefly Trump speak, we all know, I guess if anybody following this news, that he would have a lot of language errors, some mythical ones such as Covfefe, Equator, coronavirus, and the errors in Trump tweets will become source of news themselves. There were news about errors in the tweets. And he would create a lot of neologisms, fake news, crooked Hillary, Sleepy Joe, and fake news was even the word of the year by the College Dictionary in 2017 that is widely attributed to Trump. He created these new neologisms. And his discourse, there's also studies on the discourse of Trump tweets in general, that he would use asyntactical sentences, juvenile vocabulary. There was lots of issues about how to interpret Trump when he would speak, braggadocio, divisive rhetoric, hyperbole, sexist and racist pejoratives and jokes. And in the same book by Vasquez, he also indicates about how Trump using tweets, and these tweets being reported widely on the news, they could actually impact and affect the general language used by the population. And in fact, if we see anybody, the events that happen on the assault on the Capitol, when they interviewed people, they would use the same six sentences that Trump would repeat on his tweets all the time. Fake news, stolen election, rigged election, etc., etc. So the corpus study that we have has two steps. Step one is to try to compile a corpus of Trump tweets from the Trump Twitter archives related to COVID to see how his language is to describe the language. And then we compile a corpus of human translation in the digital news and the machine translation integration by Google in the tweet app, and to see how those were reported. And now the corpus, I'll cede the word now to my colleague, Laura.
Thank you, Professor Jimenez. Yeah, I'm going to focus on the first part, the study of the monolingual corpus. We compiled a corpus of 360 tweets extracted from the archives, like from the Twitter Trump archives. And for that, we use a series of seed words like COVID, testing, pandemic, quarantine. Then, of course, we cleaned that up because there were like some other tweets related to the nuclear crisis in Korea. And then we also deleted the retweets because we were mainly focused on Trump's language. And the multi-translation parallel corpus contains 54 tweets, and that will be explained in the second part that Dr. Jimenez will take over when he takes over. Yeah, we also use, I was passing myself, it doesn't work. We used also 3 reference corpora, Sketch Engine 1010-2018, the Sketch Engine COVID-19 corpus, and the largest scale COVID-19 Twitter dataset. What these 3 reference corpora gave us were like 3 layers of comparison. The first one, we could compare Trump speak against the general language. The second one gave us a layer of comparison with the scientific discourse on COVID-19. And the third one was the most comparable one because it was Twitter language on COVID, not only by by Trump, but by everybody talking about COVID. You can move. Yeah, so, sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so what we did is a contrastive corpus analysis to describe this Trump speak. And the first thing we did was like a simple frequency word list. We also then extracted the engrams and we compared them to the frequencies of these other corpora that I just mentioned. And also we extracted the keyness in reference to the reference corpora that I mentioned too. So this is the frequency word list. And one of the first things that struck us was like, compared to the COVID-19 corpus, which is the one that contains scientific discourse, virus was actually the only word that was also present in the Trump speak. So meaning that Trump speak is very specific in the sense that that is not like a scientific discourse, but it's talking about the virus, but it's talking in a different way than in the scientific discourse. However, we find similarities between the Trump tweets COVID corpus and the large Twitter database, where of course, words such as coronavirus and news, etc., are mentioned, but also specific things such as fake or world or job are specific of Trump speak. Next. Yeah. So in the engram analysis, what we could see, we compare again like the the frequencies of bigrams and trigrams of the Trump tweets COVID corpus and the large Twitter database. And what we found were two trends. One, in COVID, in Trump speak, we found these modifiers and this way of describing the virus and the news as fake or China, or also there was like a reference to the opponents, like the Knew Nothing Democrats. So we observed like a tendency to use modifiers, like negative modifiers related to the media, the virus, and their opponents, the political opponents. And then on a second stage, we also saw another trend, which was things related to the job that the government under Trump's presidency was doing. Like, we are doing a great job. We are doing something great, like the White House. So self-mentions and also comparisons to what other countries were doing in the world, other countries, etc. Then in the next analysis, in the keenness, we observed a similar trend. So the first we saw was, again, these terms that were deprecating or were criticizing, like the media or their political opponents. We have to take into account this was also happening during the election, during the campaign. So there is like a lot of mentions to Biden, Joe, Sleepy Joe, as it was mentioned before, other politicians such as Pelosi, with very diminishing modifiers such as crazy or sleepy. And then in the final slide, yeah. So we also see again these terms related to the job or the good things that the government was doing. We're doing a great job. We had an early ban. We were first than other countries. We are doing great testing, massive testing capacity. So there is like a repetition of the good things that the government is doing. And finally, in this combined keenness against the COVID-19 and the N1010, we see this trend too. Of course, coronavirus and COVID are the most key terms in relation to the general language, but then the third one is fake. So there is like a very big intention by Trump to demonstrate that the media is against him. And then also like Democrat governors, so the political opponents. And then against this scientific discourse, Biden, COVID-19, Trump, so self-mentions to himself, Chinese virus, etc. So to conclude this part, our findings was that his communication strategy focuses mainly on two main axes: self-appraisal and blame. And the goal of Trump is to create a narrative of hand washing. So this wasn't our fault. This was China. This was other people. But we are doing great. Like, despite the circumstances, we're doing everything that we can, and we are the best country dealing with the crisis. So very politicized discourse.
Thank you very much, Laura. So managed to describe Trump speak in the Twitter. As I said, we went to study how this was reported in translation. We compiled, as I said, mentioned a corpus from newspapers, and their integration was hand manually compiled. Is a part of a larger corpus. We search the same seed words for this corpus, and we see that the corpus is very small because there's not that many tweets or that many reports. But we see the first impression is that the human corpus and the machine translation corpus of these tweets, they tend to be slightly longer, which is normal in terms of tokens and words per tweet than in Spanish. English translation is normal, that the Spanish is slightly longer in terms of words. We see that approximately 27.7% of the tweets reported on the Spanish-speaking media online were exact machine translation. So 27% were used machine translation of the tweets. And in some cases, they would change punctuation. We're going to see later how they sanitize, although explicitly something, but they use the machine translation integration, direct translation in the reporting. Here we have an example of one source text.
A couple of minutes left, please.
Sorry?
A couple of minutes left.
Yes. So we see here an explicitation, and we see how some part was omitted. Here we see the green and the red. So the human translation normally have omissions and they have explicitation. They explain things, and we don't know if omissions are purposeful or not. Here we have an example of what the first lady is explicitated in a tweet. And they also sanitize the punctuation. Trump used to use all caps all the time. Newspapers, the human ones, tends to delete it, and they also tend to correct errors. So if Trump would write coronavirus, they will be deleted, and also untranslated translatables. As far as machine translation, they don't have omission explicitation. This is a human part that is at layer. They maintain the caps all the time, and very often typos are not corrected. The machine translation engine treats them as out of vocabulary words. So there's more untranslated translatable, because when he uses caps, the neural machine translation engine doesn't know whether it's a noun, proper noun or not, and more context errors. We have seen 2 examples. For example, Moderna vaccine, the machine translation would always include, in Spanish, would say a modern vaccine rather than like Moderna, which is the name of the company, Sleepy Joe. It was always left so that the self-deprecating thing that we found sometimes is not found in translation because those like nicknames are not translated and has a lot of issues with idioms. Here we have an example that is very important because basically we have a tweet, then we have a machine translation error that is then reported on the newspaper. So we have the Spanish says we try rather than test, and it was reported on the news. And we made a quick analysis of errors, kind of errors to compare them. And we saw that human translation have less errors, and we don't know, we cannot assess whether omission, which is a typical translation error, is due to purposely newspaper purposefully taking parts out to sanitize Trump's speech or not. So we have 2 metrics, so we ensure like 0.8 errors per 100 words, and as opposed to 3.7. And here we have a table, I want to just put directly because of time, that normally human translation contains more errors in terms of using wrong prepositions and capitalization, the rule of caps. The human intervention in any other metric, machine translation contains more errors. And as we know, almost 30% of the tweets reported were there. As conclusions, very briefly, is that Trump tweets include COVID information, blame, and self-appraisal. The human translations can be described that we found in newspapers by omission and explicitations, and they also sanitize Trump to some extent, so we don't get the same picture. But also newspapers use machine translation, which also produce more terminology errors, untranslated translatable, and they tend to maintain sometimes the idiosyncratic language, but the idioms are not. So we get 2 different Trumps in translation, whether it's machine translation or the human one. And in both cases, we feel that we get a sanitized Trump speak. So we do get parts of that sanitization in both of them, one through errors on the neural engine and one through the humans intervening. And that's all for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Miguel and Laura, for this interesting presentation. I'm sure that we'll have questions towards the end of the session. Our next presentation is delivered by Dr. Carmen Sedlo and Dr. Maria Sanchez. Dr. Carmen holds the Extraordinary PhD Award from the University of Alcalá. She has taught on the degree in translation and interpreting at the Universidad Pablo de Olavide, and has been teaching on the master's degree since 2012. She has published several articles on the relationship between public service interpreting and translation, and the sociology of the professions and the media. Dr. Maria is an associate professor in the Department of Modern Philology at the University of Alcalá, Madrid, Spain, where she teaches localization and specialized translation. Her research is focused on translation and technology, corpus linguistics, and discourse analysis. She is also an active member of different research projects related to non-governmental organizations and the European Parliament's representation of the refugee crisis. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Carmen and Dr. Maria. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, but I can't share the presentation.
Can I try now, please?
No, I can't. The share button is not active. Now I'm the presenter.
Thank you. You've got it now.
Yeah.
Okay, it's okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction and your invitation.
we are going to present a first approach, the preliminary result of a study focused on multilingual web accessibility in health emergencies and the challenges users have to face when they interact with web content, mainly users with some physical limitation, motor, visual, hearing, cognitive, or technological. Here you can see the different points of our presentation related to multilingual communication in emergency situations and multilingual web accessibility. And we have decided to put the term multilingual in brackets, as we will see how accessibility is essential in multilingual context, but also in monolingual context. We will also illustrate these points with our results to try to answer this question: how have Spanish institutions faced multilingual web accessibility during the COVID-19 pandemic? We would say that when we think of any crisis situation, natural disaster, terrorist attack, or any other situation that may require action by emergency services to ensure citizen safety come to our mind. Clear and effective communication is essential if we want to guarantee the successful transmission of messages during crisis situations. In this context, it is essential to maintain such communication among public service and administrative organizations and citizens or population. The communication is even more crucial during emergency situations that are characterized by multilingual contexts. Because rapid and immediate information must be provided in multiple languages to mitigate the potential negative effects. Any deficiency or cultural or linguistic limitation in terms of translation and localization can limit or hinder the transmission of crucial information. We think that this quotation by Volker from a recent article on French COVID-19 terminology illustrates how the COVID-19 pandemic has enormously changed communication, among other things. There is an urgent and global need to communicate public health information in order to mitigate the effects or contain the situation. And I think we are in the same page if I say that translation and localization are essential. We know that people from different countries, different linguistic and cultural backgrounds use the web as the main source of information. And this is particularly relevant in emergency situations. Quite recently, there is a growing interest about web accessibility. Accessibility issues among web professionals and researchers. And many improvements have been made, but people with disabilities still encounter significant difficulties when interacting with the web content. And as Rodriguez Vázquez states, the particularities of websites with multiple languages version have been mostly overlooked. And we agree with her when she says that web localization community should contribute to a more accessible web for all. Accessibility is relevant for all users, not just for people with disabilities, as maybe at some stage we are not going to be able to interact with the web content. So content, and mainly digital content, has to be accessible to everybody. Here you have the definition of web accessibility by Rodriguez Vázquez and Torres del Rey. The practice of rendering content and services on the web accessible for all users, especially those with disabilities, so they can perceive, understand, navigate through, interact with, and contribute to them. And in order to ensure web accessibility, some standards need to be followed. These standards for web accessibility are mainly used on the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C guidelines, the world's leading organization for the standardization of web content. One of the W3C's line of action is the Web Accessibility Initiative, which promotes web accessibility and establishes guidelines for web content, the so-called Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, WCAG 2.1. In fact, they are working on the 2.2 version. These guidelines include, among others, providing equivalent alternatives to visual content, for instance. The W3C guidelines are a starting point in the creation of a series of recommendations and obligations for member states of European Union. For instance, there are some principles such as the one you have in the slide that need to be followed in order to accomplish with different levels of conformity that go from level A to level AAA, AAA. But what happens in emergency situation? Well, maybe in this crucial situation, people with disabilities are the most disadvantaged population during emergency situation, and multilingual accessibility can reduce cascading effects or prevent them. So the accessibility of contents on government portals is extremely important to ensure that all citizens have access to information, especially in emergency situation. It is not enough to have the technology. Technology, web content in this case, must be available, but it must be accessible. In fact, in Spain, there is legislation provided by the European Commission regarding accessibility standards. And it is established that all public administration, local, regional, national, or European, must provide accessible websites.
Okay, thanks, Carmen. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So in what follows, we are going to show our preliminary results to give you a general idea about how different Spanish institutions approach multilingual web accessibility. It is not possible to provide a detailed analysis because we don't have time just in 15 minutes, less than 15 minutes. But of course, we can give more detailed information to those interested in the topic. We have chosen as corpus the website of the Spanish Ministry of Health, as it was and it is the website that offers updated information about the COVID-19 pandemic in Spain. And also we have chosen the different regional government websites. We have to say that most of the websites clearly have a section on accessibility, where the level of conformity is stated, mostly AA, according to the guidelines that Carmen has mentioned. And also this section states those issues that do not meet a different level of conformity according to these guidelines. And also it is important to highlight, as you can see in the slide, that most of the websites are monolingual. They have not been localized. Regarding accessibility evaluation, there are manual and automatic ways of evaluating web accessibility. And here in the slides, you have an example of manual evaluation where guidelines have to be followed step by step according to the W3 consortium guidelines. But for instance, there are other tools as Wave or TOE. They are automatic online tools for analyzing web accessibility in terms of those guidelines. However, we have to take automatic tools with a pinch of salt because manual evaluation is always highly recommended. We are going to show some results, as I said before, corresponding to the Spanish Ministry of Health and also the website of the regional government of Castilla-La Mancha. Here in this first table in the slides, you have a summary provided by TOE, the automatic tool, with the main problems related to the principle of perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust, that are the principles provided by the W3 consortium, warnings and other issues the evaluation tool doesn't review and that have to be manually evaluated. And in this second table addresses these problems, some of these problems in a more specific way, and we are going to illustrate some of them. For instance, the Spanish Ministry of Health website is supposed to be localized into the different official languages in Spain and also English and French. And we say is supposed because when we click on the language options, what we see is that if we want the information in other language, it is translated by Plata. Plata is a machine translation platform. But even if we use Plata, the problem is that not all content is translated. If we want information about the COVID-19 pandemic in other language, there is content in other formats like images or multimedia content or PDF. But the problem again, you can see that in the slide, sorry about that, but it's in Spanish. It says that some of the PDF or images are not accessible, which means that there will be no information for some specific groups of people. In fact, for instance, you can see there that information is clearly confusing because there is content in different languages as English, and French, when it's supposed to be only in English. If we click on Spain Travel Health, one of the sections, we can observe that it shows also some accessibility problems. For instance, WAVE indicates that there is a problem with the contrast related to the perceivable principle, as light tones should have been used to improve readability. However, there are some positive issues as well. For instance, headings are used consistently. Heading 1, heading 2 tags are used consistently, which is important for screen reader users as visually impaired users to navigate, for instance. And also links and content are separated with underlined blue color as indicated by the guidelines, and the links are named according to the place or the name of the website that the user will be taken to. The second example is the website of the regional government of Castilla-La Mancha, which is not localized, but I think that it's a good example. It's an example of the importance of accessibility in monolingual context as well, and how relevant it is to have web content accessible from the very beginning when designing a website, because effort and money, of course, can be reduced. And for instance, you can see that textual content can be adapted to people with some disabilities. There are also alternative text to describe images and multimedia content, which is especially relevant for screen reader users, but there are problems with headings. For instance, heading 1, head 1 tag is missing, and it is recommended to perceive the logical structure of the web content. In terms of contrast, for instance, as the slide shows, the website doesn't meet the requirements and some problems are detected. And finally, there are also examples of good accessibility practice when using, for instance, lists or text which is aligned to the left. I'm not sure if I'm running out of time, but just...
Maria, if you just wrap it up in a couple of minutes, please.
Okay. So it's okay. So just to conclude, we have to say that there are efforts to improve web accessibility, of course, to meet the different levels of conformity and national and European regulations, but it's not enough. And it's not enough if we talk about multilingual accessibility, because in fact, most of the websites are not multilingual. It is important also for national and regional governments to have in mind translation and localization needs in terms of accessibility, especially in emergency situations and multilingual contexts. And of course, also we have to say that checkups must be performed frequently to guarantee multilingual web accessibility. To conclude and just to give some food for thought, we would like to end this presentation with these words from the Irish Times, that at the end of the second paragraph, when it says, "The pandemic gives societies an opportunity to push the reset button and to introduce social, economic, legal and political changes that will enhance our lives into the future." So I think that let's push the reset button for a more accessible world. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you, Maria, and thank you, Carmen, for such an informative presentation. We really appreciate it. Now, last but not least, we have our third speaker in this panel, Alexandra Ozarborska. She is a translator and a PhD candidate at the University of Warsaw, where she teaches translation. Her research focuses on audiovisual translation and contemporary approaches to translation studies, translating from English, Polish, German, and Italian. She cooperates with major Polish publishing houses and opera houses. The floor is all yours, Alexandra. 15 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm so happy to be here. Dr. Jimenez said that he was taking part in the conference in Doha 2 years ago, and I was taking part in this conference 3 years ago in the 9th edition. So I'm super happy to be here, even in this online form. So thank you very much. And now I'm sharing my presentation. Okay, I hope it works. Brilliant. Okay. All right, so as you can see, yes, the title of my presentation is Love to Opera in the Time of Pandemic, Recent Trends in Operatic Surtitling. And today, of course, I'm going to talk about opera. So the pandemic influenced every branch of culture, and opera houses certainly didn't remain unaffected. And well, some of them were being interchangeably closed and opened. Some of them were like totally closed for the whole season. Like, for example, the biggest opera house in the world, the Metropolitan Opera House. But still, most of them were broadcasting their productions. Some of them were new, some of them were old, and even though there weren't so many new ones, well, fortunately, the operatic translation is still being developed, which is, I think, good news. So first of all, I'm going to focus for a little bit on the situation of opera houses now, and then I will go on to talk about operatic subtitling and surtitling. So let's start with opera houses in the time of pandemic. So I just chose a few ones that I think are the most representative ones. So Royal Opera House in London. So they are closed for the whole season now, and but they have this program called Royal Opera House Stream. So like every 3 weeks, every month, they will stream an operatic production that you can see if you pay £3. It is with subtitles in English, so basically it's quite accessible. They also sometimes, but not regularly, hold YouTube broadcasts, and they are free. And they also have subtitles in English. Then we've got Metropolitan Opera House in New York. So they have this program, which is very, very popular nowadays. It's called Nightly Opera Streams. So every single day, every evening, they stream an operatic production. Of course, well, after some time, they started repeating them because they don't have so many productions. But it's like every day there's something, and it's free, and they have subtitles in English. The point is that normally they have seatback titles. They don't really have surtitles, like, for example, Royal Opera House, but they've got seatback titles, and they've got the translation available in English, in German, in Spanish, and sometimes in Italian. But here the subtitles are available only in English. And they also have this program, Met Stars Live in Concert. So basically they are organizing concerts with like the biggest operatic stars, and so you can watch it for $20, and there are subtitles. So it is a concert, so there are just arias, not like a whole opera, but still there are subtitles in English. Then Bayerische Staatsoper in Munich. So they've got this Bayerische Staatsoper TV. So they have occasional streamings. They are free. And there are subtitles in German and in English, because normally in this opera house, we've got subtitles both in German and in English. And La Scala in Italy, they also have occasional streamings. They are free. They have subtitles in Italian and in English. And interestingly, there's this one button with which you can change the pace. So you can watch your favorite opera faster or slower if you wish. So that was about opera houses, and now about surtitles and subtitles in operatic productions. I use those words with the slash because generally surtitles and subtitles in operatic productions, they're governed by the same rules. So the pace is the same, and generally the rules are really the same. But I would even say, I will talk about it in a second, that subtitles kind of influence surtitles. But okay, so basically there is a couple of problems with translating libretti in the form of surtitles because of this very complex syntax and flowery style of libretti. Sometimes it's really difficult to see what's really going on there. There are archaic words that are not really so clear to understand. Sometimes when I translate something from Italian, I ask, well, the native speakers of Italian, what does it mean? And often they say they have no idea. So sometimes that happens. There are numerous repetitions. So like in one area, a phrase can be repeated five times and it's sung in 5 different ways. And we've got crowd scenes. So for example, we've got a choir and 5 characters singing different lines at the same time. So we cannot translate everything. We need to choose something, but you need to decide what is the most important part. And then reduction. So obviously with such problems, we need reductions. And the issues of reductions was really explored at the beginning of the 21st century. And for example, Jonathan Barton said that the aim of subtitles is to convey the meaning of what is being sung, not necessarily the manner in which it is being sung. Susan Busnett, the subtitles tend, due to the constraints of space, to be abbreviated versions of the sung text. This means that the subtitles basically a means of providing the audience with basic information rather than the translation of the words used in performance. And Rita Virkonen, the number of words in the libretto is reduced to 1/3 to give a rough estimate. And it was all true at that time, because the operatic translations of the operatic libretto tend to be very short, kind of telegraphic even. But then it started to change. But still, well, the reductions are quite an important part of that. So we've got 2 kinds of reductions, well, in subtitling, but also in surtitling, partial and total reduction. So let's have a look at this example. It's from La Traviata by Verdi. And we've got examples of both reductions here. So for example, one of the characters is saying Violetta, grandiose, like good God. And it is not translated so at all. So it's this total reduction. But then we've got un dì quando le Venere in tempo avrà fogata, fia presto il tedio a sorgere, che sarà lor pensate. So it's like one day when time has dispelled this love, Tidio will come quickly. And now, and what then? Think, right? Che sarà allora pensate. We don't have it in the translation provided by the Metropolitan Opera House. I mean, we've got parts of that, like you may soon become bored and restless. You may not have the comfort. So it's not really there, but it's not like total reduction. Nothing is lost really. So this is kind of reduction as well, of course. Then we've got, of course, reductions in crowd scenes. Here you can see a fragment of Il Barbiere di Siviglia by Rossini, and it's a crowd scene. So we've got actually 6 characters singing 5 different lines. And in this fragment, this original, we've got 321 signs. And in the translation, also from the Metropolitan Opera House, just 86 signs. So the difference is rather considerable, but it's very fast. It's also sung at a very fast pace, so we wouldn't have time to read it all. But sometimes, especially recently, the subtitles tend to be even longer than the libretto, and there's a couple of different reasons for that. For example, here it's Guillaume Tell by Rossini, and here we've got the translation provided by the Bayerische Staatsoper. So let's see here, as you can see in the translation, first of all, we've got dashes and parentheses and the name and colon. So there's basically like taking quite a lot of space. Usually opera houses don't do that. They just put dashes. But here, well, this is their policy that they use those additional signs, and it takes space, quite a lot of that. So that's why it's longer, but sometimes it's longer, not the translation may be longer, not only because of those technical reasons, like here. It's Rigoletto by Verdi. So we've got in the original, no vecchio t'inganni, un indice avrai, and in the so it means like, no, old man, you're wrong, you will be avenged. And in the translation, we've got, no, Monterone, you're wrong, there will be a revenge on the Duke. So we've got those additions like Monterone and the Duke. And it's for the clarification purposes, so that the audience knows who they are talking about. Sometimes we add such little names or pronouns, little words in translation, so that the audience knows what's going on. It's especially important in broadcasts because we don't see the whole picture, the whole scene, the whole stage. We only see this little part that the camera chose to show us. So maybe we don't see some character doing something, so we sometimes need this clarification. So I would say that here subtitling influences surtitling a little bit, or surtitling or just operatic translation really. Actually, the last example, but I would say one of the most interesting ones, it's when subtitles or just operatic translation is longer and even attention grabbing. Because originally the idea of subtitling was that it needs to be invisible. It's just an addition. So we, of course, well, that's the point that we go to the opera house not to read these subtitles above the stage, which is not very comfortable, especially if you're sitting somewhere far away. So it's supposed to be invisible, but now it's changing. Now it's getting, actually, sometimes the translators, the directors want us to read the subtitles. Take a look here. It's also Rigoletto by Verdi, but definitely a different production. So, Signor, quando non niente nel chiese, a voi presento uomo di spada sta. So it's like, sir, go, I have nothing. I didn't ask for anything. I'm a swordsman. But what we see in the translation here, because the production, originally Rigoletto is set in 16th century Mantua, but this production is set in 1970s in Las Vegas. And the director wanted to capture this atmosphere of Las Vegas. And the translation is, hey, Paul, beat it, no handouts. I don't want any, I make my living with a knife. So basically the meaning is the same, but certainly the words are slightly different. It's not like a traditional translation that we may expect, but it is adjusted to the production, to what we see on stage. And it certainly draws our attention. So basically here, the potential is used, the potential of the subtitles, because they can influence the viewers, and they actually become a very important part of the whole production. They are not longer just an addition, but basically their potential is used. And also, interestingly, well, these are actually an example of intersemiotic translation, because so our the original, the source text is comprised of libretto, so kind of singing, acting, stage design, props, and costumes, because they sometimes refer to their costumes, which are like, well, modernized as well. So it is kind of all those things.
Sandra, you've got like a couple of minutes left, please.
Of course, thank you. So all those elements are kind of combined and translated into just those words that we see. So this is kind of intersemiotic translation, but it's a topic for next presentation, maybe for next conference. So basically, in conclusion, so I would say that subtitling also in a kind of pandemic influenced operatic translation, because first of all, we've got additions. If we see only a fragment of what's going on the stage, we sometimes need some clarifications. Maybe even, well, subtitling influenced operatic translation, because as I said, of course, reading subtitles in opera house is not maybe the most comfortable thing ever. So, but maybe we got used to, that's why they were so short at the beginning, but maybe we are used to reading subtitles nowadays. So if subtitles can be longer, then maybe subtitles can be longer as well, and we are simply used to reading because obviously we don't go as often to opera houses as we read some subtitles. So I would say that our ability to read faster also influenced that. And of course nowadays, well, more and more translators and opera house and directors want to use the potential of operatic subtitles and subtitles, because for some time they simply weren't interested in that, but now it's certainly changing. I would say it's a very, very positive thing. So that actually would be all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Alexandra, for this interesting and informative presentation.
Thank you.
Now, we reached to our Q&A session, and we've got about like 15 minutes to answer any questions and respond to any, let's say, comments. I can see one question here. The question says, nowadays we are depending on Google Translate quite often. And shouldn't we, or should there be a way to warn people from fully trusting machine translation, including Google Translate? And I will open the floor for any, let's say, discussions or answers. So I think this is directed to Dr. Miguel and
okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. In the presentation by René Jordan, she mentioned about the invisibility and the frictionless translation. And I think what we've observed is that in some cases, when there is a clear, like a picture as a testament to where the translation comes from, it says there Google Translate, which so people are aware, but the largest public doesn't necessarily need to be aware of what that means. They just see a translation in there, and they say it's done by Google, and that's it. In many other cases, we have a covert use of machine translation in which the reporting, this is what Trump said, and there is no indication that there is a machine translation. And that is sort of creeping. We specifically use reporting and news reporting because of the fast pace at which news move. With the Twitter acceleration of the global news around the world, everybody wants to know what's happened like immediately. So this is to be a different study. We just did like a corpus study in a sense, but you can see how it's penetrating. Like as I said, outside of COVID, 30% of the tweets around there were like neural machine translation, and most of the times they were not indication of where it came from. But this is the balance between quick access to information, and this is a different debate on machine translation and translation. Quick access to information for gist purposes. I want to know right now what's happening, rather than do we need to wait one day? Because by one day, Trump will have 20 more tweets, for example, with all that information. It was all like a storm. We're very quiet now. I'm like that. I don't have to follow this anymore. Thank you. That's my take.
Thank you so much. I think we have a question for Dr. Laura. What do you think of the performance of technology nowadays in terms of accuracy of meaning and the spread of machine translation nowadays?
Well, I mean, it's difficult to answer shortly, but I mean, there has been an increase of quality, that's for sure. But there is also, I mean, there has been a plateau too. So, I mean, I guess the answer would be it depends. Like, it depends on what type of text you're translating. It depends on the need. Like, for instance, what Professor Jimenez was mentioning, if the preference or the most important thing is immediacy, then you might better have like a machine translation that is not perfect, like maybe 100%, but conveys the meaning, but has like some flaws in maybe like the style, than having anything. So, I mean, I think it's improving and definitely like in certain areas, and it's here to stay. I mean, it's gonna, and I think it's our goal or our duty as trainers and researchers to research what's happening and to include that.
They were compiled again. The neural machine translation engine will have a different translation, meaning it is in constant adaptation. The neural machine translation engines are constantly being adjusted and adapted. So it is not, we cannot say a specific time, but these engines are constantly being updated and improved.
Thank you so much. I think we have one more question for Alexandra. The question says about Spanish language and, the transition of opera change. I mean, the question whether the transition of opera has changed at all in the present of COVID situation, and whether like opera is streamed live or recorded, and how is translation happening? So we have like so many questions at the same time, and if you can answer like very briefly, please.
Of course. Thank you. So basically, yes, there is live translation of opera. Well, there is, first of all, this automatic translation, because there are some platforms where, well, it's kind of like Netflix, where basically we've got operas usually for free. And so the point is that and there are like ready-made translations, like in a few languages, but we can use automatic translation of a few of them. So it is not live translation, but it's automatic, and I would say it's not so bad. Of course, there are like millions mistakes, but I would say it's really good, and there are really rare languages. So there is translation like that. Live translation, usually not yet, I would rather say, but I'm sure that it will happen pretty quickly. And I would say that the new thing nowadays, like really new thing, like in the COVID pandemic situation, is this subtitling of concerts. So like with short areas, because it doesn't really happen before. I mean, sometimes yes, but certainly not so quickly, and not in broadcast, because in concert halls, sometimes yes, but certainly not in broadcasts. And still, again, I was talking to some opera houses, and they told me that now, at this moment, they're also introducing some changes to their subtitling policies. So, so I think we are also just about to see even more changes.
Thank you so much. Just like a follow-up question regarding the same topic, are there any subtitling guidelines that translators adopt, and to what extent these guidelines or conventions are adopted?
They are, but they're also not unified, I would say, because also different opera houses, I also cooperate with different opera houses, but when I was talking to more of them, they told me that usually they do what is the best. So it really depends. Of course, it needs to be like 36 or 40 characters per line. There should be 2 lines, but sometimes there are even some opera houses that have 3 lines or 4 lines. Sometimes if there are translation in 2 languages available, sometimes if you've got the screen, a translation in English is here and in German is here on both sides. Sometimes they're like one under the other. So it depends. Also, the timing is interesting because there is no specific time how long it should be there. Most opera houses told me that, well, as long as is needed, really. And there are opera houses I cooperate with also say as long as is needed. Some want it more general. Some want to adjust their translations to productions, which I think is absolutely brilliant idea. But some say no, we want it more general. So there are like general rules, but also it all depends on the policies of individual opera houses or even recording companies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm afraid that we have reached to the end of our panel. Therefore, I would like to thank our panelists for such excellent and informative presentations. And I would like to thank our audience for attending this panel and for their engagement in the Q&A session. So thank you so much. Our next keynote speaker, we will have our next keynote speaker in 15 minutes. So please stay tuned. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone, and I'm happy to be with you chairing the third keynote speech session today. It's lovely to see the numbers of attendees growing rather than shrinking, which says something about the timings of this year's conference that went virtual for the first time. We tried to pay attention and take into consideration people from different parts of the world and their time zones. So I guess this worked. I'm so happy today and to, as we say in Arabic, ختامها مسك, to welcome Dr. Dima Ayoub. Dr. Dima Ayoub is an assistant professor of Arabic and CV Star Junior Faculty Fellow in International Studies and at Middlebury College, where she was also the former director of the Middle Eastern Studies program. Her book, Manuscript, Paratexts, and Power, Modern Arabic Literature and Translation, rewrites the social and cultural history of modern Arabic literature and translation by centering the role of publishers, translators, and paratexts, in addition to writers. She specializes in translation studies, gender, and post-colonial studies. I'm very excited to have Dr. Dima. The title of her talk is very, very interesting, Towards a Just Translation. Dr. Dima, thank you for being with us this year, hoping to see you in person soon in Qatar, hopefully next year. The floor is all yours. Can you unmute, please?
Here we go. Thank you so much for that wonderful and very generous introduction. Thank you for the invitation, and also to all the organizers who have worked tirelessly for months to put together this wonderful program. To Fatima and Amin and of course to you also, Dr. Al-Maliki. So thank you so much. Thanks also to the attendees. How exciting. So one thing that the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed is that there's a latent or a hidden pandemic which has had a large impact on women. Of course, the impact of the virus has been felt deeply across all genders and occupations. Many of us have had to adapt to working remotely in order to overcome the difficulties we are facing, which has had its advantages and disadvantages. For translators, working remotely is nothing new. In some respects, it has been somewhat easier to adapt to the new way of working in the short term. By McKinsey calculations, women's jobs are 1.8 times more vulnerable to this crisis than men's jobs. Women make up 39% of global employment, but account for 54% of overall job losses. One reason for this greater effect on women is that the virus is significantly increasing the burden of unpaid care and unpaid labor, which is disproportionately carried by women. This, among other factors, means that women's employment is dropping faster than average, even accounting for the fact that women and men work in different sectors. In the world of literary translation, which is the world I specialize in, the impact of COVID-19 is having a greater negative impact on already marginalized writers, translators, and communities. The current project I'm working on, Paratext and Power, takes up the question of marginalized or minor literature by rewriting the literary and cultural history of modern Arabic literature and translation in the post-war period, and I do so by centering the work of paratexts. So what do I mean by paratexts? These are glossaries, footnotes, introductions, prefaces, forwards, afterwards, translator's notes, things like that. And I'm arguing that these seemingly innocuous appendages can actually reveal more about the politics of translation than the body of the text itself. Since the late 1940s, a dense network of translators, publishers, and writers have organized themselves concerned that the English reader is disinterested in Arabic literature and might need some enticement. Paratexts have come to serve as tour guides and boosters that help domesticate and legitimize Arabic literature in English. And because many translators and publishers rely on the English translation as the source text for translation into other languages, so the English translation acts as a kind of blueprint for other languages like German, like French, like Spanish, like Italian, like Polish. Paratexts play a decisive role in the production, circulation, and reception of Arabic literature across the West. And my project uses paratexts to trace the politics of East-West engagement from the 1940s to the present. But I was initially drawn to examine paratexts because I kept uncovering all the ways that the world of translating Arabic into European languages had varying gendered dimensions. In my work, I argue that the consistency with which paratexts are appended to Arabic literature in translation have come to form something of an expectation on the part of the English reader, where habits of reading and entitlement to explanation have combined to cement paratexts as a literary fixture of translated Arabic literature. But in order to analyze how paratexts function as a habit of Arabic literary translation, one that touches on questions of gender, location, networks, word patterns, styles, genres, time periods, I've had to rely on a large data set. And I'm just going through some of the slides here from my data set. These are just samples. And I created this data set to eventually graph values that are related to trends in paratexts across gender or time. And those are two very significant categories of analysis. I had to also numerically standardize variables like the author's gender or translator's gender, whether or not there are paratexts, whether or not the book is published by a university or trade press, whether the translator's name is included on the cover. This is, of course, a big point of contention in the world of translation. Essentially, any value that would result in a 0 or a 1 was standardized numerically. Of course, I still rely on close reading methods. I am a literary scholar in the end, but I have found this to be limited at times, as it is otherwise difficult to track just how widely present paratexts are in Arabic literature. So I use a mix of quantitative and textual analysis that combines close reading and distant reading. But I want to step back a bit just to think about the point and the sort of usefulness of what's so-called big data. If what we're trying to do is mine information and discover new things, what happens when big data instead reproduces existing assumptions? In assembling, aggregating, and building my database, I began to notice something important about the foundational structure of the Arabic literary canon in English translation. Compared to texts by male authors, the amount of writing by women is significantly less. And this was true when I started this project more than 10 years ago, with just 30 titles in my database, as it is currently true with over 1,000 titles in the database. This suggests to me that to a certain extent, I am working with an impoverished canon. And I want to talk about the stakes of gendered translation. One of the main claims that my project debunks is one that is often made by scholars, critics, and translators in the field of Arabic literature. A claim that circulates very widely, and the claim is the following: that in the recent boom of Arabic to English translation, publishers are partial to women's texts, that publishers favor publishing women writers from the Arab world because they can market their writing in such a way that aligns with the Euro-American horizon of expectation of what the Arab woman should be. For example, that she's marginalized and so on. Here, the Arab woman writer seems always to act as an anthropological native informant, faithfully representing and explaining local histories, politics, and societies to non-local, usually Western readers. And I want to reflect on some of this data with you right now. So this graph shows, based on my database, that there are significantly more male authors than female authors being translated into English from Arabic. Additionally, while there are more male translators than female translators, the gender breakdown is more proportionate than for authors. This graph uses the same data as the previous graph, and it shows that female translators make up a greater proportion of translators when comparing the proportion of female authors to total authors. This graph shows that there are more than double the number of titles whose author and translator were the same gender. And all of this I'm happy to talk about in the Q&A, just to sort of think about the stakes of this. Here, I isolated the top 5 publishers of Arabic literature into English translation, to see how publishers are addressing the question of gender disparity. It also shows that on average, there are twice as many male authors published than female authors. Interlink publishers are the highest, they have the highest number or percentage of female authors, while Hopo has the lowest. And again, I'm happy to talk about all of this in the Q&A. I just have to go through this somewhat quickly. My database has produced different conclusions than the ones that are circulating in the field of Arabic literature by critics, by publishers, and even translators, which is that the expanding interest in depictions of Arab women's experience does not correspond to an actual increase in the translation of texts by women authors. Indeed, if we notice an increase in the translation of women authors from the Arab world, it is perhaps because their visibility is enhanced against the backdrop of an inherently male canon. I'll conclude by reflecting on the recent statement on racial equity in translation from the American Literary Translators Association that was released just a few days ago, because I think it can serve as a model for gender equity as well, and really highlights that we have to approach these questions from an intersectional lens. In the recent conversation about identity politics in translation, the question of whether identity should be the deciding factor in who is allowed to translate reveals that the foundational problem we are dealing with as translators, as practitioners, as interpreters, is that injustices within this realm are caused by long-term patterns of discrimination in education and publishing. These patterns make it harder for translators to access opportunities comparable to those available to their white or male counterparts, not to mention that the criteria for these opportunities have historically been defined in white-centering ways. Thank you very much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dima. Such an interesting topic. Where are you at in your research? When will you be done? When can we see this published?
That's a great question. Thank you. Thank you. Inshallah, in the next year or so. I already have actually a chapter of this published as an article, which I'd be happy to share with anybody. It's published in the Journal of Arabic Literature. Just came out in April 2020. So I'd be happy to share.
Yeah,
that
please
with
do share it with us. It's very, the whole idea of male domination and gendered literary translation is problematic. If there are more male authors and more male translators, what does this say about realities, or the reality that is projected on us as a society? My question to you is, what is the impact of gender on the translated text? Have you seen anything that screams out loud, you know, racist or yes?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. Thank you so much. I mean, there's so many ways that gender has sort of shown its imprint on the translation of Arabic literature. And there's so many ways to answer this question. I mean, one thing that's very obvious to me is that in the 80s and 90s saw quite a turn in how translators approached Arabic literature. So in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and the 70s, it was a predominantly male-dominated field, the translation of Arabic literature, mostly by white men, British and American translators. And they were mostly translating, I mean, predominantly, I would say 80, if not 90% of the time, male authors. And this is why authors like Naguib Mahfouz and Taha Hussein and these other authors, Tayyib Saleh, really became known as foundational to the canon of modern Arabic literature. Now, of course, they are great writers, but I think we have to always ask, you know, who are the other writers, who are the women writers who were just as great, who were just as interesting, who were just as important, who really didn't get their sort of due. So you have a major writer, for example, like Latifa Zayyat in Egypt, you know, whose work was not translated. You know, her major novel, Al-Bab al-Maftuh, The Open Door, was not translated until the early 2000s by Marilyn Booth. And you know, this is you know, there's such an injustice that's kind of in these kind of decades, right? And that is lost, I think, in translation. And I think that the work of feminist translators has really worked to shift this, not just to include voices of Arab women writers, but whose voices. And you know, the great Egyptian writer and doctor Nawal Saadawi just passed away a couple of days ago. She was a major figure, of course, who played such a significant role in, you know, bringing Arab women's voices, of course, to the West. But we also have to ask, you know, why she was so promoted in the West. Like, why did Western publishers take up her work? Why was she so interesting? You know, there were so many discourses that were operating at the time, right? This is a time, the 80s and 90s were a time that human rights discourses were really sort of topical. So I think even, you know, I don't think we have to just put on the kind of the gender blinders, because even in, you know, the promotion of writers like Nawal Saadawi, there are so many other women writers who also were, in a sense, overshadowed, right? Because we focused so much on one particular writer. So definitely the world of, especially paratexts, have really revealed, right? Because paratexts are about framing, and a certain kind of framing of Arabic literature. Thank you for your question.
You're absolutely right. You were talking, and I was thinking of Nawal Saadawi, may God rest her soul in peace. And thinking, you know, I don't think it was as much politicized as much as it was because of the novelty of Nawal Saadawi and what she stood for.
Correct.
Right? There were, who was with Nawal Saadawi? She was basically the first woman to go out and be vocal about issues that were totally taboo at that point.
Yeah, correct.
Definitely. But and we see that it hasn't been systematic though. You know, it's not like Nawal Saadawi and then after Nawal Saadawi they have adopted every single feminist.
Right.
There were some that were shadowed and marginalized and basically politicized and pushed to the you know, to the side. So
absolutely. I mean, and she paid a big price, right, for her activism, and I think this is the thing. Like you just I think as a woman there's this double bind that you can't really win also, right?
Exactly. Just by being a feminist and talking about those issues. Exactly. You're always vilified either because you have been, you know, your message has been adopted by the West, or it was actually generated by the West.
Right.
So yeah, you can't win. I do have a question for you from, okay, Renee, who was our second keynote speaker, asks, is there any way I can be taken? No. I feel, okay, no. This is not a question. Where did the question, okay, what do you think of the cover of Celestial Bodies? Marlon
yes.
Booth English translation of Jokh al-Harthi.
Right,
Compared
right.
to the Arabic cover, there seems to be an Orientalist reframing, despite the liberal profile of Marlon Booth as a feminist translator. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Book covers is, it's such an important topic in and of itself, and you know, some scholars have written entire manuscripts just on book covers. And what's interesting is, you know, when you compare the, say, the source text and the target text, or the Arabic and the English, there's always so many interesting differences that arise in looking at the cover. What's interesting, I can't recall exactly what the cover of Celestial Bodies looks like right now. I know that Marilyn Booth's translation, in her introduction, of Jokh al-Harthi's novel, she really worked to sort of demystify or to ground, I should say, to ground the narrative in the kind of in Omani culture, so that it wasn't really, so that the English reader is not coming to this as a sort of exotic document from this unknown place. Unfortunately, you can do so much, right, to try to combat that. But there are so many, you know, preconceived notions about Arab women, especially in certain parts of the world, like Oman, which is a place that, you know, is not really well known in the West. So I think, you know, I think sometimes translators really bear the burden, especially translators like Marilyn Booth. Now, not all translators, of course, bear this burden, but certain translators like Marilyn Booth, who's really been in the field, right, since the late 70s, translating a host of Arabic literature. Also, you know, she is a feminist herself. She identifies as an activist feminist translator, who has done a lot to surface marginalized literature from the Arab world, not just women's literature. You know, she is, of course, herself a specialist in women's writings, not just in modern times, but also in the 19th century. She's actually trained, you know, she's done a lot on the Nahda period and women's translation and writing in the Nahda. So, you know, this is a very unique profile of a translator who's really sort of steeped very deeply in the world of translation. Also, the other sort of marginalized voices, I think that Marilyn Booth has worked on is the colloquial literature of Arabic, right? Which is another marginalized component of Arabic literature, because there's different registers in the language. And so there's a low register and a high register. So she's really worked to kind of bring this, you know, extra minor literature, right, from the Arab world. So, but I'll say one more thing about the book covers. You know, when you see a veiled woman on the covers of Arabic literature now, you know, it doesn't matter. It's like the veil has come to be like the signifier, right? That this is a novel or a text about this other place. It's going to be about, you know, a kind of a narrative about freedom or oppression, right? And what we have seen, of course, in the field is that, you know, you have hundreds of novels that have absolutely nothing to do with the veil, with Islam, with oppression, with any of these topics. But the publishers will always use the image of the veiled woman for marketing purposes, right? Because those images, of course, you know, they kind of trigger, right, this idea of mystery or exoticism. So Thank you for your question. It's a very important component of this work for sure.
Definitely. And after all, the publisher is thinking this book needs to sell, right? And
That's right.
sometimes the translator and author has no say in the cover and sometimes in the title as well. I remember when I published my book, Arab Women and Arab News, I was working with the publisher back then, Bloomsbury, UK, and Bloomsbury Academia very closely, because the whole purpose of the book is actually to address those stereotypes. But I remember the first couple of covers that were presented, they were all had something to do with the veil, right? And even the title, they actually, one of the recommendations was unveiling the veil or something ridiculous like that. But I remember too that we worked on selecting a cover and selecting a title that reflected the academic nature of the book. But again, if it was a novel, maybe the title needed to be a bit controversial, as you said, conform to a certain type of literature that that has a history of selling or tapping into the European imagination.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I mean, again, I think it's really important to reflect on the fact that, translators oftentimes really have no say in the final product. And I've interviewed a host of translators about these issues, and almost always, there's always this struggle between the translator and the publisher, because the publisher will insist on a title. I mean, even Celestial Bodies, that wasn't Marilyn Booth's choice. And there's also, her translation of Huda Barakat's Barid al-Layl. I think the final title is something about voiceless, the voiceless. I mean, it has absolutely nothing to do with the Arabic title. And a title like Barid al-Layl translates very beautifully into English, night mail. And it sort of captures this, the what's going on in the narrative very well. And yet at the same time, the publisher will do what the publisher will do. And it was important for me to show you all just the different ways really that publishers are either tied to certain expectations, of course, of capital, of the market, but they also have a lot of power. And I think it's important to push back and to really bring a lot of these questions to the publishers themselves.
Dima, we have a question from Dr. Ashraf. He's asking, does your research show any gender correlation between translators and authors, or gender of translators and genres? And what about the provenance of the translators of Arabic work? Are they mostly Arabs or non-Arabs?
What an excellent question. There's so much there. Yes, all of those things are revealed. I mean, this is the beauty of working with big data and creating big data sets and sort of using the tools of the digital humanities. It really allows for this kind of panoramic view of the field. Yes, the genres are absolutely memoirs, biographies, much more there are more women writers who dominate that field. In fact, there are cases of Arab women writers who write novels, who are then asked by the publishers into English, to change the name of the genre from novel to memoir. This is a case that has happened very recently. It's not a secret that Samar Yazbek's work, her latest work, I think if I'm remembering correctly, if it's her latest or at least one of her works, was transformed. The genre was transformed when it was translated into English. I know this also very intimately because I just supervised the student who worked on this for their thesis. In terms of the provenance of translators of Arabic works, whether they are mostly Arabs and non-Arabs, this is a very important question. And this is part of what my book actually covers, this history and kind of looking at the transformation of really the history of, it's really a book about the history of translators from Arabic to English in the field of literature. Yes, there's some change. We do see more Arab translators, not because there are more of them now translating, but because they're more visibilized. They used to be invisibilized, I think, in previous decades, but I think they have more visibility now than they did before. Arabs have always translated Arabic literature. It's just that we only hear about, Dennis Johnson Davies, right, as the big translator of Arabic literature, or Roger Allen and these other translators who often worked actually as co-translations or co-translated works, but with Arabs, with native Arabic speakers, but who were always, sidelined or as written as the second, right? Their sort of inclusion is only secondary. So there's a lot of sort of the asymmetrical relationships really come through in these elements. Thank you for your question. That was a really good question. And thank you everyone for your engagement.
Thank you, Dima, so much. I would love to go on, but we've been very good at abiding by time. Thank you so much. This was extremely interesting. And, this is where my heart lies, literature and especially women's literature. So we will have more conversations offline, I guess. Thank you so much, Dima.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. So we are approaching the end of the conference. I'm not sure how this happened. It's been a lovely, lovely day. I'd like to hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Henrik, the Director of the Translation and Interpreting Studies Department, who will be ready to deliver the closing remarks, reflecting on the day as we have lived it all. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who has been listening and seeing us. I hope that this year's experience is not less than any of the previous years' experiences that you've been with us. Again, we have done our best to keep the experience live and to keep it interesting to all of you. And hopefully we'll see you in 2 years and see you in Doha.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that's how we normally address audiences in conferences. Not today, not this time. Today's excellencies only. It's nicer to open a conference than to close one, especially today. I was there attending it from this morning. I heard a delightful opening. Now, sadly, I have to close it. Today, we were honored to attend brilliant presentations depicting the impact of COVID-19 on education, work, localization, social media, interpreting, audiovisual translation in the evolving translation and interpreting scene. Globally renowned speakers, chairs, panelists, participants shared inspiring and insightful views on how a post-COVID-19 world, hopefully, will wake up and will have to adapt to a new reality. I had some questions. Will online working and learning be the new, rapidly spreading virus? Will physical office spaces disappear together with vibrant city centers and university campuses? Will coffee breaks with TII colleagues, students, scholars be reduced to talking to a screenshot of their faces, masked or not? Will we wake up with only a remote memory of such heartwarming moments, and will contaminating enthusiasm remain hidden behind a screen? Or will we wake up in a new world, embracing newly learned comfort, efficiency, accessibility, and inclusive online experiences, ecologically maturing and inspiring TNI professionals and academia to shape a multilingual and multicultural habitat offering hybrid modalities? Some questions I had this morning. We heard many answers. I still have some questions. Today's conference dealt with such questions, and I'm sure we received new, senseful answers, or at least perspective and lots of hope. Remote interpreting, blended learning, online self-assessment, narratives of pandemics, a new design for learning and teaching translation technologies, Twittered COVID-19 stories, localization and web accessibility in healthcare emergencies, and last but not least, trends in operatic subtitling. So amazed by that, have been addressed by eminent speakers today. Thank you all very much. Keynote speakers have been outstanding in pinpointing crucial issues and shed light on the future that will revisit and upgrade newly discovered best practices experienced during the pandemic. A future that will benefit from our understanding of how online learning environment and workplace should develop or not. I sincerely hope that this day opened our eyes and the do's and don'ts of an online world. Is online learning and working the Holy Grail? Probably not. Hopefully not. Is returning to an on-site world like we used to learn and work, like we used to translate and interpret before the pandemic, the best way to deal with the post-pandemic world? Time will teach us. This conference was online and decorticated crucial aspects of living with the pandemic. It also shed light on a future, nurturing an equitable balance between online and on-site life. The online experience of today's conference has been successful and promising for furthering such an experience. The memories of the conference will be virtual, sadly enough, but also physical. Today's speakers will be invited to convert their presentation to a publishable paper in a special issue dedicated to the 11th International Translation Conference in the Journal of Internationalization and Localization. Let us proceed to the ceremonial expressions of gratitude, which this time will sound differently in that they will be addressed via online platforms. Rest assured, though, that I would like to see these words as tangible as possible. I would like to thank keynote speakers, panelists, chairs, participants, organizing committee, scientific committee, for their brilliant contributions and insightful comments. We all felt secured that we found ourselves in the conference, really. Many thanks to the college staff and faculty who have prepared this conference in all its details to perfection. Thank you, Dr. Amal, founding dean of the college, who persevered to organize the 11th conference in crazy times You were right doing so. What we saw today was worth all your efforts to securing today's conference. Thank you all and have a nice evening. It's my honor now to announce a fantastic webinar by Mazen El-Farati on interpreting. Okay, I stop the video.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I am lucky to be the last speaker or I'm not a speaker though. I'm very happy to be contributing to this International Translation Conference. And the webinar that I'm going to lead tonight is going to give an introduction about interpreting, a topic which was covered today greatly because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the work of interpreters. But I thought that it is essential and important to give a brief idea about what interpreting is, whether in the future we're going to go virtual all the time or we go back to normal circumstances, hopefully, in the few months to come. I will start by sharing my presentation. So before we go on, we must say something very important. There is an overlap that is done by many people between translation and interpreting, between translators and interpreters. And that is why we have to make sure we know the difference between the two of them. And we will start telling the difference by watching the following video.
In 1956, during a diplomatic reception in Moscow, Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev told Western Bloc ambassadors, "Мы вас похороним." His interpreter rendered that into English as, "We will bury."
So we have watched this interesting and engaging short description about interpreting. And I'm sure that by now you can tell basically the difference between interpreting and translation. We can summarize them into, or in 6 points. We can say that interpreting is verbal while translation is written, meaning that translation is a written rendering of a foreign text's meaning, while interpreting, on the other hand, is an oral rendering. So one is written, one is oral. Because usually translators focus exclusively on written material, written content, and understanding the cultural norms of related societies. The second point is that interpreting is immediate, while translation is not immediate. We all know that a translator begins, when a translator begins to translate a document, he or she will be sitting in an office or at home at his own ease, and he will be using a series of reference books or professional translation software before beginning a meticulous transference process. Translators use their knowledge and research to understand the target country's cultural and linguistic nuances so they can write better translations. Naturally, this process takes significantly more time than an interpreter's rendering, which occurs on the spot. The third difference between translation and interpreting is that interpreters are fluent in their second language, while translators are not. Translators typically only translate in their native tongue and are not required to tap into a great wealth of vocabulary for an instant translation. Though they are not always fluent, translators can often write better than native speakers. On the other hand, interpreters must have conversational fluency. The fourth difference is that interpreters render phrases and idioms instantly, while translators have more time to analyze the text and research. The fifth difference is that interpreters do live events, while translators do not do live events. As I said earlier, they sit in their quiet offices. They have all the time in the world. Yes, they work sometimes against aggressive deadlines, but still they have the time to research the topic, to ask friends, to surf on the web, to look for different terms, and to do a better translation, a better rendering of what was meant by the source text. While interpreters do live events, they sit in the booth and they wait for the speakers to start speaking or delivering their speech in order to instantly deliver the message. The sixth point is that translators may use dictionaries. I've just said that, while interpreters are close to memorizing the dictionary. Because while translators may use a dictionary to find appropriate terminology during the translation process, an interpreter is probably close to memorizing the dictionary. This quick knowledge of diction helps interpreters translate much more quickly. In all cases, though it may be easy to confuse the two, translations and interpretations, they are very two different disciplines. Whatever you do, please do not mistake your translator for your interpreter. Hold on, please, a second. This is the result of technology. Here we are again. So we will move now to our next slide, which will give us an introduction to what are the modes of interpreting. When we say the word interpreting, do we have modes? Yes, we have modes because we have different forms of interpreting. People mix that the word interpreting means الترجمة الفورية in Arabic language. Yes, it is الترجمة الفورية, ولكن it has different modes because for different purposes we also need to do for each occasion we have to follow a certain mode of interpretation again. So we can, as you can see on the screen, we have simultaneous interpreting. That is الترجمة المتزامنة أو الترجمة الفورية, which we see in conferences. We have consecutive interpreting, الترجمة التتبعية أو التعاقبية. We have liaison interpreting, which is ترجمة الربط or الوصل, الترجمة الترابطية أو التواصلية. We have side translation or interpreting, which is الترجمة بالنظر. We use our own eyes to translate on the spot. We have whispering interpreting, which we call in Arabic ترجمة الهمس أو الترجمة الهمسية, and some other Arab people call it ترجمة الوشوشة. We have also the telephone interpreting, الترجمة بالهاتف أو عبر الهاتف. Some people call it الترجمة الهاتفية. And the last one is sign, الترجمة الإشارة أو لغة الإشارة. So we start with the simultaneous interpreting, or what we call conference interpreting nowadays, ترجمة المؤتمرات. So the Paris peace conference of 1919, which in my view is the starting point of conference interpreting. This was said by Jalon in 2014. This peace conference of 1919 involved 50 or more commissions that met in 1,600 meetings over 4 years. And that is why many people say it was the beginning of multilateral or multilingual meetings. So usually or typically the interpreter sits in a booth, مقصورة الترجمة, and listens to a spoken speech, and simultaneously, instantly, orally interprets, translates the speech into the target language. And usually this with only a few seconds of lag time, that is 2 to 3 seconds. Simultaneous interpreting as well requires accurate and complete same rate of the speech as the speaker. So the moment the speaker starts delivering his speech or giving his remarks, it is the same very moment when the interpreter starts delivering the message, as I said, with a short lag time, which is 2 to 3 seconds. Simultaneous interpreting is a mentally demanding profession. The audience take every word the interpreter utters to be true and accurate. And that is why, as far as I remember, in the year 2000, there was an international report classifying interpreting as the second most difficult job on earth, because it is really a demanding profession, and it requires one to be focused all the time, and he has to do a great job in order to deliver the message. As we say, it takes two to tango. We need to have two interpreters at the same time, both of them sitting together in the booth, inside the booth, and they switch off every 15 to 30 minutes. We listened in the morning to some of our esteemed panelists saying that it is 30 minutes. Yes, the rule, international rule, is 30 minutes. But most recently, the European Union has decided that it is 20 minutes instead of 30 minutes, because this will allow us to have 3 interpreters working together at the same time. Each of them will only interpret for 20 minutes and rest for 40 minutes. And this will make the message clearer. It will be more effective for the quality of the product. and in order, of course, to avoid any misinterpretations that may take place because of a long time spent by the interpreter. Simultaneous interpreting also does not allow time to search through a dictionary, as was said earlier, for unfamiliar expressions. And it gives no chance to consider how to best reinterpret unknown words or phrases. The interpreter must be confident in thinking and speaking on the fly. Sometimes, yes, we are faced as interpreters, we are faced with unfamiliar expressions, and it is our job to try to comprehend the meaning or get a similar expression in the target language in order to deliver the message that was meant by the speaker. Now, we said that we have two interpreters in the booth, but we should also know that there are booth manners, which both of them must stick to in order to work together and to be effective in their performance. First of all, they have to arrive early to meetings. Why? Because they need to check the headphones, whether the traditional headphones provided by the organizers of the conference or their own. That these headphones are connected to the system and the system is working fine. There is always a technician who is responsible for the booth, for the sound system, for the microphones, and they have to arrive early to meetings in order to make sure there are no technical issues that will disrupt their performance. They should also make sure there is water available inside the booth, because they would need to drink lots of water during the day. And they need also to have a final check on the meeting documents, especially the agenda, the names of the speakers, the participants, who is delivering, the timing, at what time an X person is delivering his speech. Teamwork also, they have to arrive on time in the mornings, as we said, and in the after the lunch breaks. And they have to assess their colleagues, especially in numbers, in names, and figures of a certain expression, if that is necessary. And of course, it is very essential that an interpreter does not disturb his own or her his own colleague or colleague while doing the job. Mobile phones should be silent. They should take telephone calls outside the booth, and the same is to be said for laptops or iPads. You can use your iPad, but you have to keep them on the silent mode. And you have to share the load and do not be rude. What do we mean by that? We mean that you do not translate or interpret for 20 minutes and then leave the rest 40 minutes to your colleague. You have to be fair and just to your own colleague. And the noise, no noise should be made by the interpreter in order not to disrupt his own colleague, like pencils, if you write using a pencil, or rumbling stomach in the morning, or flicking through papers if you are checking, the papers inside the booth. Do not do that, please. Or if you have to do it, you have to do it very carefully. And the European Commission have the following reference with a very engaging 15-minute video about the different booth manners that should be followed by interpreters. Now, we said that they both of them work in a booth. This is how a booth looks like from inside. We have a booth on the left side, on the top left image. As you can see, we have a booth. This is installed, I guess. And inside, there are two headsets, one for each interpreter. You can see here another one on the below image, two booths next to each other. And we need to have one booth for each language combination. Like, for instance, one for Arabic, English, one for French English, a third for Russian English, and the third photo or image. As you can see, we have three teams working together, two in each booth. Sometimes organizers provide a screen that is a laptop which is connected to the main floor, to the main screen, in order for the interpreters to see the presentations that are presented by the speakers, especially if the room is a big one and it's not possible for interpreters to see from afar what is really being written. And that is very important, especially if there are figures and numbers that are stated by a financial expert, for instance, or a banking officer talking about deficit or inflation in his own country. We have also the headset, as you can see on the right side, a headset that is usually collected by the participants. You choose the channel, and the interpreter will be telling you which channel is for which language. One for Arabic, for instance, two for English, three for Spanish. So it depends on which language you speak. You want to choose the channel and then start listening to the interpretation. Now we will give a brief tour about the work of interpreters inside the United Nations. All right, so that was a brief description of how Arab interpreters and the United Nations work. And it gave us an idea about the booth, about what we expect as interpreters to do, and the hard job that we have to face doing the job. Now we move to consecutive interpreting, what we call in Arabic الترجمة التتبعية أو التعاقبية. And as the name suggests, التتبعية, it means شيء يتبع شيئا أو شيء يعقب شيئا آخر, which means that after the speaker stops, the interpreter delivers the translation. Now, consecutive interpreting is ideal for last-minute meetings, court hearings, interviews, medical consultations. And it has the advantage of being more conversational with each party, given an equal opportunity to listen and understand, speak, and respond. And I remember that a former United Kingdom or British Prime Minister, George Lloyd, if I'm correct, he always preferred consecutive interpreting to simultaneous interpreting, claiming that it gave him, first of all, time to watch the speaker, and then time to listen, to watch his body language, the way he expresses his message, and then time to listen to the interpreter delivering the message. And then while listening again, he will contemplate or focus on the messages, the key messages that was delivered by the interpreter. Consecutive interpreting does not require any professional equipment, unlike simultaneous interpreting, when we have a booth. Here, we only have a microphone. And the setting itself is different. We said meetings like lectures, for instance, an auditorium with 300 people, a speaker or a lecturer or a foreign minister is delivering a speech about his country's foreign policy in a certain part of the world. And the interpreter would be sitting next to him or close to him. And they have to agree before the meeting starts on how long he's going to speak. Is it 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes? And we will come to that in a second. So as we said earlier, how do we do it? After the speaker pauses, and it requires notes. It means that the interpreter has to have a notebook with him and some pens to start writing down notes. He should not write everything down because he does not have the time to write everything down, and he should not lose focus because he should be focusing on the messages that are delivered by the speaker, and at the same time trying to summarize, if we can call it this way, to summarize what he was saying. But let me just warn you that consecutive interpreting or the note-taking is not a summarization of what was said by the speaker. No, it is only to take the main ideas in a systematic manner in order for the interpreter, once the speaker pauses, to remember everything that was said in a systematic, organized manner that would help him reformulate the message. So here, we do not have any memorization. Of course, your short memory is working, your long memory is working as well, but you should have a very sharp short memory that would help you, of course, remember everything that was said. So let me rephrase what was said a minute ago. So typically when the speaker finishes their speech, remarks, or has a break in their speech, the interpreter reproduces the statement in the target language. Second, these breaks, as I said, are determined by the nature of the message or by agreement between the speaker and the interpreter. Sometimes it is possible to agree or to reach some sort of agreement between the interpreter and the speaker, sometimes not. And it is your call, the interpreter, to decide which one you are going to follow. We have to write down notes, take notes, and in order to store the contents of the speech, we use a special system of notes. We call it note-taking, نظام التدوين. And this system, as we said earlier, to conclude, the interpreter is not to memorize a lot of content, but to recreate the meaning of the information from the speaker. That is why many people argue that consecutive interpreting is much better than simultaneous interpreting in terms of comprehension of message. So we have two phases here, the listening phase and the reformulation phase. In the listening phase, we listen, our memory starts, the short memory starts working sharply, and we take notes. While in the second phase, once the speaker pauses, we start reading our notes, our long memory starts working, and we produce the message in the target language. Let's watch the following video about an actual work of consecutive interpreter. So as you have seen, the interpreter is sitting next to the Father Amir, and usually the interpreter is sitting very close to the two leaders in order to be more capable of listening to them, because some rooms they have echo, and that is not helpful for the interpreting job. And she did what we have just explained. She had the notebook, she was writing down only minimal information, only keywords, key themes in a way that she used in order to reformulate the message in the target language. We move to liaison, or before we move to liaison interpreting, I have a question that came to my mind. Usually, I get asked by students of interpreting or conference interpreting, and sometimes by teachers, why students spend more time or so much time, to put it correctly, on consecutive interpreting at university compared to simultaneous interpreting, when later on, if they get that far, if they become, I mean, professional interpreters, they are going to spend probably most of their time doing simultaneous interpreting. This is very true, and it applies to me personally. I spend most of the time doing simultaneous, but most, I say, not all. Sometimes I do consecutive interpreting in the same room as the delegates, whether they were experts, diplomats, or politicians meeting in small rooms. From my own experience, consecutive interpreting is an essential part of the professional interpreter's toolkit. And it is a conference interpreting mode that is still used until today. Sometimes it happens because the equipment may break down, you know, it's technology. Sometimes the sound system fails. And the only solution to that is to convert from doing a simultaneous interpreting job into a consecutive interpreting job. And that is why you have to be prepared, well prepared, if that takes place. Or sometimes even at a conference that in which you are interpreting, the panel decides to break up into separate groups. And it means that you will stop doing the simultaneous interpreting and start doing the consecutive interpreting. Having said that, I still have not answered the question why so much time is spent on consecutive compared to simultaneous. The answer to that, which I believe most teachers of interpreting would give, is that by learning consecutive, you learn how to interpret. And also consecutive is a useful stepping stone to simultaneous interpreting later. Now, this argument is based on the premise that the interpreting process is similar whether you are doing consecutive or simultaneous. So what is that process then? It involves listening, understanding, analysis of what is being said, sorting those ideas into chunks of meaning, linking those chunks together, and storing all this somehow, somewhere, before later on reformulating it in another language. I say later in the case of consecutive. The difference between the two is that you have to perform all these operations virtually simultaneously in simultaneous interpreting, whereas that is not the case for consecutive interpreting, where at least one of the stages, that is the last stage of reformulating, comes later on. So I would just conclude by saying that consecutive interpreting is one of the basic principles of learning simultaneous interpreting. It is similar to, you know, to us human beings. You should learn how to crawl before you can walk, and you should learn how to walk before you learn how to run. Now we move to liaison interpreting, which is ترجمة الربط أو الوصل أو الترجمة الترابطية أو التواصلية. The difference between liaison interpreting and consecutive interpreting, although in a sense, in the content, they are the same, but there are differences between the two. Liaison interpreting usually takes place when there is a meeting with a limited number of people, usually 10 people, 15 people, no more than that. And it is used in small meetings. Again, similar to consecutive interpreting, no need for any technical gadgets. And here, the difference between it and consecutive interpreting is that the interpreter would not need note-taking or high concentration, because the time that he would have to listen to the speaker is shorter than consecutive interpreting. In consecutive interpreting, we said It could be 3 to 4 minutes or an entire paragraph. But here it's 2-3 sentences or 4 sentences. And we do not need to be very focused in this one. And we do not need to do, you know, to take notes, because taking notes in this instance would, God forbid, mean that you will make mistakes, because you will focus more on taking the notes than listening or focusing on the message. And again, similar to consecutive interpreting, the interpreter sits behind or next to his own client or leader or official, and usually he interprets both into and out of the client's target language. It means he would interpret Arabic into English, for instance, and English into Arabic. Whereas consecutive interpreting, he would interpret into one direction only. We will watch also a short video about this one, and please watch carefully what the interpreter is doing here. And she's taking notes where, in my own personal judgment, she should have not. رقم 4 هلا عمر. So as you have seen, she at least made 2 mistakes in this short interpreting job. And my guess as a professional interpreter is that the reason behind the 2 mistakes was because she was taking notes when she shouldn't have taken any notes, because she lost focus on, you know, she replaced the word القوات العراقية instead of القوات الأمريكية. And the first one, she failed to get the actual term in Arabic, مأدبة الغداء أو العشاء أو كرم الضيافة, and she changed that into الطبق, which was politically incorrect in that circumstance. Now we move to whispering interpreting, ترجمة الهمس أو الوشوشة, which is one of the forms of interpreting. And it is a tiring one, to be honest. I did it before. not many times, but it was very tiring because, again, before we say why, it takes place in formal meetings or dinners, factory tours, or one-to-one business discourse. Sometimes the meeting has 10, 15 people, and there is only one person attending that meeting who does not speak the language of the rest attendees. And here comes the role of the interpreter to sit next to that person or just a little bit behind him, and he will lean toward him in order to whisper in his ears the full translation, the full message that is delivered by the speaker. And you can imagine the longer the discussion is, the more tiring the job is. And no need for electronic devices similar to simultaneous or liaison interpreting. But again, this is very sensitive and tiring. Let's see the following images. As you can see, in press conferences, in meetings, inside business meetings, and behind Ronald Reagan and Gorbachev, two interpreters, whispering in their ears. And you can imagine that if you sit as an interpreter on that chair, leaning forward to the ear of the leader for 2-3 hours, and you should not sneeze, you should not scoff, you should not, raise your voice, and it is really tiring. But this is one form of interpreting, and you should be able to do it. If you learn how to be able to be professional on consecutive interpreting or liaison interpreting or even simultaneous interpreting, then you are able to do this form of interpreting as well. The other type of or mode of interpreting is telephone interpreting, الترجمة الفورية عبر الهاتف. I wouldn't agree with many people who call it الترجمة الهاتفية أو الترجمة الفورية الهاتفية, because we cannot use this adjective to use الترجمة الهاتفية. It's not هاتفية, it's through or via the telephone. And we have two forms here, and it is widely spread in the United States and the Western world, and they use it in the health sector mainly nowadays. It depends on hearing, because as an interpreter, you do not see both parties, whether the patient or the doctor, and you do not see their body language. You cannot read anything, because sometimes it is very important for the completion of the message that is being delivered by a speaker is to watch him and to take notes and to make sure that you fully grasp the meaning that he is uttering. And it requires, as we can guess, high concentration, because if you lose one word, especially in the health sector, since we are talking nowadays about the effects of COVID-19 pandemic on translation and interpreting, you can imagine the devastating impact that can cause a certain patient. We will watch two short videos. One of them is that a patient is visiting the hospital or the health center, and she does not speak the language, and they have their own interpreter. They will call the interpreter, and she will connect the call, and she will interpret by the phone. And in the second one, the three parties, I mean the patient, the health provider, and the interpreter, they are the three of them are in three different places, and again they use the telephone in order to get the job done.
Hello, this is Jennifer Shea, Mandarin interpreter 55555. Is your customer already with you, or do you need me to place a call?
Hi, Jennifer. I have
So as you have seen, we have watched two instances where the interpreter is helping the health provider as well as the patient through the phone in order to deliver the communication effectively between the two of them. Now we move to note-taking, a tadween, as we said, which is a system, a special system that is used by consecutive interpreters in order for them to be able to deliver a complete message in an effective manner. What is a tadween? Now, some people may say or argue that notes can act as a distraction. This is correct, because they can, if you focus more on just writing down whatever you hear from the speaker, this will definitely prevent you from making eye contact, reading the body language of your speaker, and from having any eye contact with the audience as well. And they can be confusing because you will possibly stop listening properly and get the wrong end of the stick entirely if you write down the wrong things. So sometimes it works as a distraction, but if you master it, if you learn how to do it perfectly, then it will make your life easier. It will make you a perfect consecutive interpreter in your own eyes and in the eyes of your clients. Why is that? Because, you know, if you write the right things, if you write down the right things, these notes, these chunks of information that are organized and connected carefully together can be a reliable companion to your listening skills, because they would allow you to be very precise and accurate, especially if your speaker is going to speak for a longer time. If he, for instance, speaks for more than 3 to 4 minutes. So if you know how to write the notes in an organized manner, then it will make your life or job easier later on. But what is the definition of note-taking? It means, as we said earlier, to store the contents of the speech, remarks, using a special system of notes consisting of symbols representing words, keys, characters such as consistency, negation, emphasis, entailment, etc., etc. You are surprised? I was surprised, like you, like some of you, when I first learned what note-taking is. But later on, I discovered that it is a very effective system. Now, what are the basic principles of note-taking? In order to make life easy, as I said, we have to write the content in an easy way, which is easy to read back. I do not want to write things and then later on, I feel I have done a good job, and when I come to translating or interpreting the message, I cannot read my own words or my own, terms that I wrote. And they have to have a visible structure. What do we mean by that? Usually we have a small notebook, not a big one, a small one, and we cut it into two halves vertically. We start from right to left or left to right, but we fill in one column and then move to the second one. Because if you write horizontally, it doesn't help you later on to comprehend where you started and where the end of the sentence or the idea is. And that is why you have to be very systematic here. And if you prefer to write from left to right, that's fine, because some people prefer, to read from left to right, and some people from right to left. It doesn't matter. It's up to you. The most important thing is to apply these principles and to be able to write correctly what you need to write. How should it be? I would say we have to have 6 adjectives here. Your notes should be personal, should be unambiguous, should be economical, should be consistent, should be adaptable, and should be visual. What do we mean by those? Unambiguous, for instance, if you opt for using the abbreviation CO, you should know that this abbreviation, you are using it to mean, is it to mean company or corporate or cooperation? So you have to know beforehand, before you start doing the interpreting, the consecutive interpreting, and writing down your notes, what do you mean by co? So it is a personal thing, but it should be unambiguous. Diff, is it different or difficult? AUS, is it Austria or Australian? PO, is it Portugal or Poland? And as you can see here, 40% increase. You see the arrow? It's next to 40%. But does it mean here there has been a 40% increase, in which case you should change the place of the arrow, as you can see on the screen, to put it this way, or the figure has increased by to 40%, which means the arrow again has to come or to go under the number 40. It makes all the difference in the world. So it's up to you. If it is an increase to 40%, then you need to know where to use the arrow, to put the arrow. Now, economical, less is more, as we say in Arabic, ما قل ودل. So you need to write only very little in order to remember everything, and in order to have more time, in order to observe your speaker and his body language, as we said, any facial expressions, any other gestures that he may use. Consistent. Again, you should not use a certain symbol to mean more than one thing. For instance, look at the symbol for the dollar and the use of the arrow here. Does it mean to buy? Does it mean to sell? Does it mean to increase in price? So you should know beforehand what are you using it for, and therefore you have to modify the way you use it or write it down before you start the job. Adaptable, any simple or way of writing down the notes should be used for long speeches or short speeches, fast speakers or slow speakers, abstract content, or a factual speech that is full of facts and figures. And it should work for the names, for the speed, for lists, for figures, for humor, for everything that you may encounter in a given speech. And there should be visual. As you can see here, unemployment, for instance, instead, it is difficult to cut it short in English, because if you want to summarize unemployment in English, that is very difficult. Unemployed, maybe, that is 7 letters, or in Arabic, al-bitala, which is 5 letters, which you cannot even summarize. That is why we can go to other languages or other sciences, for instance, and borrow some words. Paro, for instance, or paro from Spanish, 4 letters, it stands for unemployment. You can use it. TII from French, toujours, which stands for always. Always in Arabic, دائما. It's impossible to summarize it or cut it short. And in English, it's difficult also to write it in a straight form. That is why 2 letters from the French language is more than enough to remind us, and it will just stay with you for the entire, for the rest of your life, your interpreting life. Toujours or TII, it means always. Rules. As I said earlier, we need to have a notebook, a small one. The question is, I was asked this question many times by students of interpreting. Do we write the notes in the source language, that is the language of the speaker, or the target language of the audience? For me, I don't mind. Any language is fine. The one that you feel more comfortable with. Some people might argue that in the source language, is better, writing in the source language is better because it will remind you, the interpreter, of what the speaker said. That is correct. But some people also counter argue and say that if you write them in the target language, then your message is almost ready to deliver, and you only need to deliver it neatly for the audience. That is also possible. For me personally, I would use both languages because sometimes, as I said, there are words or terms which you cannot summarize in this or that language. So I mix between the two. And sometimes I lean more towards using English, sometimes towards more Arabic. And we have to focus, one of the rules which is a very important one, is to focus on the verbs and nouns. Once you underline or write down the verb or the noun, the verb and the subject, الفعل والفاعل, then the rest of the sentence is possible to recover and to remember. But we also need to write names, numbers, addresses, or non-contextual information. Why is that? Because, for instance, if they are talking, the speaker is talking in a closed meeting about Qatar and the United Kingdom, for instance, that's fine. There is no need to write down Qatar and United Kingdom in your notes. But if they talk about 3 countries or more, then there is a need to write down which 3 countries he has mentioned. Numbers, they are very important to write down because you do not want to mix the facts together, or especially if the figures are percentages. 1.79% or $1.98 trillion. Is it trillion? Is it million? Is it billion? We don't know. We have to know that. Addresses, names, etc. And we need to use some samples. What are these samples? These are personal, but there is a list of international, recognized or widely used samples by many interpreters around the world. For instance, look at the industry here. Pollution, it is like a chimney, with some smoke going out. It could mean pollution, it could mean industry. Prison, you can I, like, the bars of the prison. Although or despite, you can say THO, though. Interesting, you can just say ent. And if it is very interesting, you can underline it. And I love to use arrows, whether up and down, forward, backward, downward. These are very, very important because they will help you a great deal in your message. A country, like a square, for instance, the world, a bigger square, or a square with an X inside. Members, MS, a capitalized M, and a capital letter and a small letter. Impact, etc., etc. So we have many samples that we use. You should not use them as is. I mean, you can create your own samples. But in all cases, you have to make sure that the samples you are using are very clear for you or to you. You need to know that this sample stands for this word or that term. Otherwise, you will mess up and you will get into trouble. Now, I have done an exercise in TII personally in order to show you an example of how we take notes. You can see on the whiteboard here, I cut it into 3/3 because it's a wide one. It's a wide whiteboard. It's not similar to the small notebook that I mentioned earlier. And I hope you will enjoy the next 2 or 3 minutes. All right, that was the short exercise about how we do note taking, how we take notes, and then we render the message into the target language. A question that came to my mind is that how long should we take? I don't know. It varies, because my viewpoint is that if the speaker speaks for 3 minutes, for instance, then the interpreter, the consecutive interpreter, should speak for 2 minutes, because he will take out all the nuances, all the flatulence, all the pauses in the speaker's speech, and he will cut them, all the repetitions اللي هو هون الإطالة وليس الإطناب. الإطناب that is redundant, which is not important to mention. But if there is a point that was repeated again and again, and which you think or it is obvious that it is important to deliver, so you have to underline it in your message. But again, 2/3 of the entire speaker's time is more than enough. It's perfect time for the consecutive interpreter when he delivers the message. Now we have covered the 6 types of or 5 types of consecutive interpreting. We talked about simultaneous interpreting. We talked about consecutive, liaison, telephone, and then we talked about whispering a little bit, and we talked about the note-taking. Now, let's move to another rather different part, when we have to showcase what are the pains and pleasures of doing interpreting. As I said earlier, one of the pains, I would say, of doing an interpreting job is that it is a very difficult job, but it has many pleasures that come with it. So let's see what we mean by that. Now we will start by the pleasures.
Whenever or wherever
So as I said earlier, one of the good things about interpreting, if you are lucky, you will be working with an organized speaker, a speaker whose language, whose accent are very clear, who is very organized, and who is fun to work with, like Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada. But unfortunately, not every speaker is organized. But before we move to that, one of the first difficulties that face interpreters is difficulty hearing the speaker. And this is because of 2 reasons. And this is one of the biggest challenges interpreters face, and the situation can have 2 origins. First, the audio equipment is malfunctioning. As I said, the system is crashing down. There was a lack of power, or something happened to the system. Second, there could be a problem with the individual speaker himself, as he's super fast, he is unorganized, etc., etc. Another challenge that interpreters face is caused by the speaker. We have just said that. Let me just give you an example about that. For instance, some speakers leave the fixed wired microphone and begin to walk around the stage to speak directly to the audience. And this means, obviously, it means that the interpreter would no longer be able to hear what they're saying. Also, at certain times, when holding a handheld microphone with their hand, the speaker points it into a different, or points it at a different direction away from his mouth, making it impossible for the interpreter to hear what is being said. The third important issue is the lack of preparation material. From personal experience and from all the colleagues that I know and work with, it is a great challenge for interpreters when they receive no or very little briefing about the conference and the speakers, because you should know who your speakers are for tomorrow. Who are the presenters? You can go online and see how they speak and get familiar of the way they speak, how organized they are, what is their accent like. And I would say that one of the greatest challenges interpreters face is going into a situation ill-prepared. Now we move to our second one. Another thing is that as an interpreter, you face a time when you do not know a word, a certain expression, a certain phrase, even a word, because the world today is developing and moving very fast, and the world of media is introducing to us new terms every day on a daily basis, and we are we should read the news every day, we should read every day, we should watch TVs, read newspapers, go online and see what are the new terms, especially if you are preparing for a certain job in the next few days to do. But do not panic if you do not know a word. Try to make the best guess out of the context, because out of the context itself, you should be able to know what that word is, and you should try, even if you do not know the exact equivalent in the target language, you should try to find out the closest meaning in the target language. Now we also face, as I said, unorganized speaker, and all of us remember, I don't know if you all agree with me, that former President Trump was very difficult to interpret with or work with. Let's see the following video, please. Can you please watch carefully the interpreter sitting behind President Trump and the reaction on her face? So I think you know what I mean by the expressions that we have seen on the or the reaction of the interpreter. She is unable to write anything down. She is unable to follow. There is no organization in the message that President Trump is delivering, and that makes it impossible for her, to be honest, to deliver a good organized message to the Italian president who was visiting former President Trump here. Another thing is that we may be facing a fast speaker. Let's take or listen to the following short video by former Prime Minister of Britain, David Cameron. So as you have seen, fast speakers pose a real problem for interpreters, and you have to accelerate, so to speak, accelerate your, the way you are delivering the message in order to be, compatible with them, to deliver most of the message they are trying to deliver. Otherwise, it will be always a problem for interpreters whenever they deal with fast speakers. And not only that, guess what? There are super fast speakers. David Cameron is a fast speaker like the one before him, but there are super fast speakers who you cannot follow even. And that is a problem. And even if you tell the moderator at a conference that this speaker is super fast, they may be able to tell him for one time, but there are people, it's in their character that they do not pay attention to interpreters or to others, and they have to say their message no matter what. Yes, that was a joke. Of course, it was a joke, because you will never see a speaker like this. No, this is not a joke. Believe me, there are speakers who are super fast when they speak, and like they are racing car. They drive 150 miles per hour, and you find yourself struggling as an interpreter inside the booth in order to follow them. And it is sometimes, as I said, it's difficult to notify them, or even if you have a red card like the the judges to raise with your right hand or left hand, tell them that you have to calm down, you have to slow down. They may slow down for one time, two times, but the rest of the time they are super fast, and this is one of the nightmares and one of the pains that interpreters face in this job. Another thing is some people with deep voice. I would call it deep voice because they are clear, their language is fine, they speak in a structured manner, and their sentences are perfect to grasp and understand and comprehend. But the way they, like, it is a very deep voice that you cannot even, you exert an effort in order to know what they are saying. And I don't know if I'm mistaken in choosing Kofi Annan, to whom the late Kofi Annan, United Nations Secretary General, to whom I personally interpreted twice before. And it was so difficult to interpret for him because you would just jump and sit next to him on his lab even in order to know what he's trying to say. Although his language, as I said, is very clear. Let's watch. Yeah, somebody told them to get the microphone closer. But I should say, some people might argue that he is very clear. Yes, he is. But imagine a situation when Kofi Annan was in a meeting without a microphone even. Believe me, it was so difficult to interpret for such a man. And this happens with many people around the world. They have a deep voice and they speak slowly in a way that it is so difficult to manage if you are sitting even 3 meters away from them. The last point I would like to mention or classify as a pain to interpreters is a person with a difficult accent. I have encountered a number of experts talking at conferences, engineering conferences or medical or even political, with accents. They have accents, like, they speak French English or Spanish English or German English or Chinese English or Indian English or Pakistani English. It is so difficult to understand what they're saying. And that is why during your training as an interpreting student, you have to encounter with your trainer, with your teacher, a number of different accents from around the world. I remember Javier Solana, for instance, who was the former High Representative of the European Security and Foreign Policy. He would say how, use the Arabic letter kha for the how, the how. So the very first moment you hear how, it will distract you and it will make you lose focus. And you can imagine how many words he used to say in a Spanish accent, a Spanish English accent. Let's watch the following short video, a speech delivered by the current French president during his visit to the United States. So you have seen the French president delivering the speech before the Congress using English, not French language. And he has a certain or a clear French accent, and it makes it difficult for the translators to deliver into other languages like Arabic, for instance, such as our case. The very last thing I would like to mention is the humor. Whenever we have a joke, sometimes many speakers tend to use jokes, anecdotes, for instance, in order to comment or to give a certain emphasis on a certain, part of the discussion. And that is so difficult because if the joke or humor is culture specific, then it might be impossible. Most of the cases, it is impossible to translate a joke. So what should we do in this case? Let's watch the following video, and I like what they did there, and it reminded me of a Japanese interpreter who was interpreting at a conference, and a joke was said by the speaker, and it was impossible to translate it, to interpret it, and the only thing that he said or did was telling the audience that I'm terribly sorry, but the speaker is using saying a joke and it's impossible to translate. So when I tell you, could you please laugh? And you can imagine the impact of this technique that he used. It served him well. So I hope you can read the subtitling here. The speaker has shared the joke. It is untranslatable. Please laugh.
Estuvo bueno. Estuvo bueno. That was a good one. That was a good one.
So that was a good one. He laughed, and the speaker thought that, he did translate the joke perfectly. All right, so we have concluded, our webinar today, which was, to give you an idea about what interpreting is. And in brief, I would just say a few words about what interpreting is after what we have seen through the webinar. I mentioned that it is the second most difficult job on earth, yes, because the cognitive process, the mental processing that takes place inside your brain is, so big. It's, it consumes many cells inside your brain. And the high concentration that you exercise within the 30 minutes, and sometimes, believe me, unfortunately, in parts of the Arab world, some parts, not all the Arab world, you are sometimes left without another interpreter helping you, and you end up interpreting for 2 or 3 hours non-stop. So you can imagine what would happen to your brain if you do that. So avoid from doing it in the future. You have to stick to the rules. There is always something unexpected, as we said, fast speaker, unorganized speaker, jokes, malfunctioning of the system, converting from simultaneous interpreting into consecutive interpreting, or even whispering interpreting, if there is one, if they separate into groups and you have to join one group and there is one person in that group who does not understand the language of the other members of the group. But I would say that dependence on the quality of the input is the very, or the most important thing. What is the quality of the input? It means the quality of the speaker and the quality of the microphone, the system, the booth itself. technician is there, sound is there, everything is there. But what are the pleasures or gains of interpreting? I'll tell you, recognition, yes, because if you do a good job, you will be recognized by the society, by the people, by your own family, by the leaders who are taking part of that meeting or conference or event, by seeing yourself on TV, because not everyone goes on TV nowadays, although we live in a different world. You travel here and there, especially when it comes to Arabic and Chinese at the present time. These are two languages that are needed widely around the world for interpreting. But more importantly, you will become a multi-experienced person. You will have experience in economy, in medicine, and healthcare, and pension system, and education, name it. Many different sectors, because you have to prepare, you have to do the job, you have to know the terms, and you have to interpret for people who work in that field. And necessarily, you become a local expert to some extent. And this will increase the self-satisfaction that you have inside you. And you will be able to meet leaders, VIPs, other people do not get to meet. And this is another very important thing. And another thing, another gain is that interpreting opens new gates for you. You might, get new contracts to do more jobs, or change the place of work, the workstation. You move to the United Nations, to an international organization, to Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to government sector, to here and there. So you'll have many options if you excel in this job. And many more, as we said, you will be able to contribute to making history if you participate in, peace talks, for instance, as an interpreter. If you participate in high-level meetings, if you meet with world leaders. That's it in short. I must say at this point that TII is proud to organize and offer professional training workshops through its Translation and Training Center, which organizes workshops around the year. And during COVID-19, we organized a number of workshops in different disciplines in translation, including legal, medical, translation. And the next two workshops will be business and finance translation, which we will start as early as next week on the 28th of March, to be followed by revision and quality assurance on the 6th of June. As you can see, there is a gap between the two because of the holy month of Ramadan. So we avoid to that. And we are open to customize any training workshop according to the needs of the client, especially if it is an entity, a governmental entity, or a national entity in Qatar. So all you can do is join us by visiting our website, tii.qa. Go to Translation Training Center and you will find the whole list of our workshops there. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope it was engaging, it was interesting for you, and it provided you with information about interpreting. And I'm open for any questions if you have any. All right, there is a question about how we can get the slides of this presentation. The slide, I think this question was answered by Mr. Amin here, and the presentation will be available on the YouTube. Second one, how can we practice? As I said a minute ago, we are very happy to be helping any translators or would-be translators, interpreters in the near future to organize training workshops, specialized workshops. We have organized workshops in simultaneous interpreting, different levels, from beginner level to intermediate to advanced, as well as note-taking and consecutive interpreting. So we will be happy to run, hopefully if things get easier, you know, the circumstances help in the coming months. I mean, the coronavirus is, you know, retreating. So we will open our gates again and receive the audience and have our regular workshops. Is it easier for a translator to become an interpreter or vice versa? I would say it is easier for a good, well-established translator to become an interpreter if he has the mental processing skills, the cognitive skills, hearing, processing, and then reformulating because of the concentration. But it's not vice versa. I mean, not all good interpreters or interpreters are good translators, because we have explained that translators work in a more relaxed environment. They have all the time in the world, even if they work against aggressive deadlines, but they have all the time. And, you know, interpreters that I know do not want to become translators because these are two different concepts. I would like us to ask about the technique when I encounter a word that I do not know. That always distracts me from the rest of the speech, especially in consecutive interpreting. There is no technique. I said we have to try to grasp the meaning or to conclude, to deduce the meaning from the context. And if you prepared well beforehand, if you knew who your speaker is and watched him online, then you might be able to guess what the meaning is. And they wouldn't use a word, an alien word, you know. All the words they would use fall or falls, you know, within the context of the entire discussion going on. So try to take the best guess, and you will succeed. Can you list virtual workshops on consecutive interpreting, academic domains, touristic domain? Virtual workshops on consecutive interpreting. I'm able to speak about the local context here. We talk about Qatar here. And, you know, it is so difficult to start teaching or training people who would wish to become consecutive interpreters online now, because this would rather require more personal encounter and interaction with the trainer with a limited group. And usually, by the way, our workshops are limited in number. They wouldn't exceed 8 to 10 people, sometimes 6 people, in order for the trainees to have more time and exposure to the different parts of the training. Is there another conference right now? I don't know what you mean by conference right now. TII organizes a conference once every 2 years, and this year is a virtual one because of COVID-19. I would hope that we attend together a conference on translation or interpreting soon. But again, I would love to invite you, if you are in Qatar, to attend one of our professional workshops, which extends over 4 days at any given time. Just follow our website, please. Any other questions? Let's see. Can you recommend the ways how I can accelerate my listening skill? Strategies or some tips? Thank you. All right. One of the things that I use with my trainees is to select for the first time around 10 pieces of the news. Like, for instance, I go to BBC World News, to Al Jazeera channel, to other different channels. I would use 10 Arabic and 10 English, each one of which اللي هو موجز الأخبار أو الموجز الإخباري, in which each news would only last for, I don't know, 30 seconds or so. And we will listen to those 10 pieces of news for the first time, for one time, and each one, as you can imagine, has different details, different names, dates, figures, etc., different topic even, and we try, we hold on after listening to them, try to contemplate and remember all the information, not in an organized matter, first of all, but later on, we will be able, if we do it all over again and again, we will be able to organize all the information that we heard. We will be able to say that when they spoke about Syria, for instance, they said the following. When they spoke about Qatar, they said the following. When they spoke about COVID-19 and the Philippines, for instance, they said the following. Who said what, when, what are the figures? You can do that at home. You can do it yourself. And it is a great help to sharpening your short memory. How to deal with presenters who intertextualize quotes, as an interpreter, have no idea about what to do at such situation. I said before that, you know, going to events ill-prepared is one of the disasters, of one of the pains for interpreters. And that is why you have to insist on the organizers of the conference or meeting to share with you beforehand the presentations and who the speaker is, so that you can get an idea and you can read the presentation and you can anticipate when the presentation is being presented by the speaker, what he means, you know, when he intertextualize a certain part of that presentation. Did I write any book on interpreting? Unfortunately not, but I can recommend a book that was written by one of my friends, Hisham Khojeli. He is the chief interpreter for the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and he has been a trainer for you know, an interpreting for 33 years. His book is in Arabic and it is called At-Tarjama Al-Fawriya. It is not a big one, but it has many useful tips. I don't see any more questions. I would like to thank you again for being patient, for listening, for your interest in attending our conference and this webinar. And I wish you all the best in your careers. And stay safe, please, in COVID. Let's hope that we will meet again in person very soon. Thank you and good night.